Hello all. So welcome to this 2 day long event today bootcamp. We generally have this bootcamp only once in a month. Every Saturday we have a 3 hours workshop, but this year really those who are doing this they are really grateful that it is good that they are able to do this, because this thing happens only once in every month. So we're having it now. So it's a 2 day thing. Everything will be taught which will be required to become a web app developer, from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. So those 4 things are required. What are those 4 things? All those things are going to discuss in the first half an hour, and then only we are going to start with the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, because it's a lot of things to cover. And 2 days, yeah, 2 days is more than enough to cover everything, because generally it takes 1 hour to teach HTML, and you should not do more than that. Means it doesn't take us more than that to teach HTML completely, and that then it depends upon you. Means it should take 1 or 2 days. Then after that, CSS we teach complete CSS in 4 to 5 hours, and then complete JavaScript in 4 to 5 hours, and complete React.js in 4 to 5 hours. So no projects will be done. For projects and all those things are there on the channel, so you can do that. And we are having some projects long sessions also, Like on Wednesday, previous time we had this long CSS front-end mentor challenge. Maybe soon we are going to have some more sessions also. Okay, so that is there. And again, welcome all. It is very good to see so many people coming on Saturday morning, and it's great. And we are going to have in 2 days. We are going to learn everything. Okay. So and why this means, and a lot of people here are from the non-IT background. Okay. So the motivation was great for that only. Okay. So that was there. A motivation is required for you to become a web app developer. And what is a web app developer? All those things I'm going to tell in the next half an hour, and then we're going to start soon. Okay. So yeah, it is basic to advanced CSS. Yeah, you're going to learn basic to advances. Everything is from basic to advanced, from CSS to JavaScript, from React. Everything will be done. Means you just have to go through these classes again and again for the next 3 months and all, and then do some projects. You will become a web developer. As simple as that. You have to go through these classes. Everything is there. Means it is like a complete boot camp which you find on Udemy. But Udemy, it is all like recorded. So Udemy also means it's a 16 hours long boot camp. 16 hours is a lot of time. Okay, 16 hours is a lot of time, and so in Udemy also you'll find those boot camp, but they are not live. So here you can ask questions. This is live boot camp. Live boot camp, whatever is required. You go to Udemy also, you'll see that this much time only is required. Although if you put projects into this mix, it takes more time. Okay, so that is there, and as I've told, this is for anyone, and anyone and everyone can become a web app developer. Anyone and everyone can become a web app developer, and it is not like that. Means it is only the computer science graduates and all those things they can become. Okay, in on all of my, a lot of you are coming from WhatsApp groups. They have come from Facebook ads and all. So you are not from IT background. I know that a lot of you are from not from the IT background, and you might be thinking how we can become a web app developer and all, how the companies will take us and all those things. We are not even graduates. Some of you might not be even graduates and all. Okay, and that is a good thing to begin with. Means even if you're not a graduate, even if you're not in some college, the best thing is that you can directly apply for job. So there is thing, if you're in some college, so no company will touch you for a job. They will give you internship offer, but they will not give you a job, because this is by law. It is mentioned that if you're in a college doing a full-time college, you cannot do a job in a IT sector. Okay, you cannot do a job. You can do internship and good paid internship you can do, but you cannot do a job. So that is there. So if you're not in a college, because nowadays in a startup, what happens, you don't require anything. You just require courage. You just require those skills. You just require those patience. Yeah, patience is something which is required. Patience is something which is required, and yeah, Mosam is there. Mosam, a lot of you who have watched my channel have seen Mosam grow with this channel, and Mosam is another teacher here. Okay, so today let me start with his story. Actually, how he became a student, how he became a teacher here, and how he started doing. See, Mosam is from a non-IT background, totally from a non-IT background. He was my friend in college. He was from electronics background. He's from a non-IT background. He was doing some other job. He have not touched computer in a way in which you touch computer. So he have touched computer in the past 15 years, like only used to do Facebook and all those things. So one day, means when I came back to my hometown, and I started as a, means uh, I have worked for more than 16 years, okay, in the IT industry. Okay, let me also start sharing my screen and let me show a bit more about me. So this is me, and I have worked more than 16 years in the IT industry and all, and I have means a lot of experience. I have worked in almost all big companies in the world, like Oracle, JP Morgan. I was the associate director. So 16 years I have spent in metros and all. Okay, 16 years I have spent in metros, and Mumbai, Bangalore, Pune, all those companies, and all those companies I have stored. See this, IBM is a very big company. Oracle is a very big company. JP Morgan is one of the biggest bank in investment bank in US. And those who don't know, US is run by the investment bank. Investment bank are the most powerful entity on planet Earth. So I have worked 5 years there. Okay, as a developer and all. So I have worked everywhere. So that is there. After that, and means I started teaching as a part time, because and then I developed that, like my passion was teaching. So for the past 9 months, I'm working full time as a JavaScript teacher and a trainer. Okay, trainer. And I do corporate batches also. I have my paid batches also, and I do complete things on YouTube also. Means our channel, you'll go, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't even have to do my paid courses, I'm telling. So, but you have to have the patience. You have to have that self belief in you. You have to go through those things, and you have to learn on your own. That motivation part is here. Okay, if you are going to our YouTube channel, that motivation part is here. And even someone was asking, sir, what playlist to follow and all. Yesterday someone put that in a comment. So your content is very good, but I'm not getting the playlist. You have to ask me playlist. You ping me on LinkedIn. I will give you the playlist, what playlist you have to follow, in the order you have to follow, how much time it will take for you to become a web app developer following my channel. And we have a completely registered company, TWD. It's a GST registered company, so that's why you'll get certificate from this. Those whoever will complete this thing, they will get a certificate from this company only. Okay, so what's the channel name? Buddy, you're watching it on YouTube, so that's the channel name only. Yeah, Isan. I think you're watching on YouTube only, so that's the channel name. That you video you're watching on my channel only, so that's the channel. The channel name is TWD. I think you're commenting from YouTube only, so that's only in the is the channel name. Okay, just there is a subscribe button there, and there is a channel name is there, so that is the channel name. Okay, so that is there. And yeah, good morning all. So this is there. And okay, so this is a company GST registered company. As I have told, you will get the participation certificate from our company only. And yeah, we pay taxes to government, and also we are a GST registered company. So the thing is that it is not that much easy to get a certificate. Only the thing is that there are two kind of certificate will be there. Okay, the first kind of certificate is like the participation certificate, which anybody can get. They have to attend this 2 days completely. 2 days completely have to attend. And we will give some forms like this. Okay, forms like this. And there will be 6 forms to be given, because this is a 16 hours training. We are doing so much, so you also have to attend these things, then only you will get it. Okay, 16 hours it is there. Okay, so first day, on day one, today maybe first attendance form I will give it around 10:30 when HTML will be completed. And then after that, this around summer, I will not tell, somehow in the mid I will give. And the last one will give towards the end around 5. Maybe we can extend till 6 also. I will try to finish it by 5. Okay, so that is there. So these 3 forms will be given. And one more thing, this I will take HTML, and then the CSS part will be taken by Mosam. JavaScript part will again be taken by me, and React part will also be taken by me. So this is there. And all of you who are old in my channel, they know who is Mosam. And now get back to who's Mosam and all. So and how he became a developer also, and he became a trainer. Becoming a trainer is even more difficult than becoming a developer, because developer only learns those things. I was a developer for 16 years. It is not like all of my friends, all of my colleagues and all. They are there. They're very good developer. They're really good developer. Some of them are even better than me, but they cannot teach. They cannot teach. They cannot go in front of the camera. They cannot show these things. It is not that much easy to teach, even to write a blog. See, I was one of the top blog writer in my company. Means why? Because see, I have actually published 5 books, uh, 5 books, and through top publisher, because I am in this writing habit also. So all of these things are about habits. So I have written a lot of blogs. Even writing these blogs, technical blogs, I write a lot of technical blogs, is not that much easy. No one in my company was used to do these things. Okay, so they used to run away from this, and my company used to come after me. Okay, please write a blog for us. So blog writing, technical blog writing, teaching on YouTube, teaching live, teaching these things are not that much easy. And and even coding is not that much easy. That was the reason the motivation was split. Coding is not that much easy. Coding is easy, but the thing is that you have to put a lot of effort you have to put. So what happened? So okay, I was telling awesome story. And it is like that, if he can become, anyone can become. So what he did means, he was from electronics background. He worked in some other field and all. And then one day, means when I started my trainings from here, even my paid trainings, so he joined one of my batch. He just wanted to learn about development. And also, so he joined one of my batch, one of my night batch. I used to take, I now also I take a lot of night batch, because night batch is something in which everyone can come from. It is like 10 to 11, and the next night batch will start from this Monday. Okay, so that is a very popular batch. So he joined that and he learned and learned, and he was facing really some really difficulty in learning all those things. Why? Because he's from a non-IT background. He's facing really difficulty, and so he had gone through the course again and again, gone through my videos again and again and again and again. This did those projects again and again. And the thing is that a lot of my students, what happens when they face a issue, like someone was pinging me, every time people ping me, the moment they face the issue, like I was not, someone has asked me, I was not able to center something. And they will go and they will spend 5-6 minutes in that, centering something with CSS. And then they will ping someone. Okay, I'm not able to do this thing. I'm not able to do this thing. And this happens a lot with a lot of people, with a lot of means people who are just new, means they will do this thing. They're stuck somewhere and they will just ask it. This is not how coding is done. Coding is very, very easy to do. Coding languages and all those things are very easy, but when you make project you will get stuck. And sometimes we get stuck for 1 or 2 days. We get stuck for 1 or 2 days in real life scenarios. No one is going to help you. And although the offices are open now, and I suggest for freshers to go to offices, means if you're, because you'll get help from seniors a lot. If you get a job as a fresher and all, you go to office, any offices are fresh, if the seniors are there, you'll get a job. In coding a lot of help is required, means you will be stuck somewhere. I cannot teach you everything. Even if I teach you everything, you'll be stuck somewhere. When you're going to do the project, you'll be stuck somewhere. And you have to take help from Google. You have to take help on your own. You have to ask the senior. You cannot also ask the senior every time. They will get pissed off that you're also asking small problems. First, what happens in a industry? You have to solve that problem on your own for 4-5 hours at least. Then you can ask the senior. You do Google and all those things. So that is some patience which I'm not seeing in the youngster nowadays. And that is the patience which actually I saw in Mawsum. Actually, he used to get stuck in something, and he's from a non-IT background. Totally, he has never done all this stuff, programming and all these things. 16 years back, he did in college, and that is also he's from electronics background, not from a computer background. Electronics people have only one subject, like C in engineering. So when he used to get stuck, he used to try to solve that problem on his own for the whole day. Actually, he come to my home office, and we sit nearby only, and he used to solve that issue the whole day. Then if he is not able to solve, then only he used to ask me. So this is how you work. And I have seen his dedication, and that is the reason he is now one of the teacher at TWD. Okay, and he's doing great. Okay, that is about him. And you also have to do the same thing. You have to, it is not like programming. See, I will teach this programming in 16 hours, but then you have to do a lot of projects. Then you have to go and work in a company. It is not like projects you'll do. Then you have to go in and work in a company, and then you are going to face a lot of issues. Then you have to face a lot of issues in those projects, and then you have to search Google and all. Then all these things, you need a lot of patience and hard work and all. So what else? What the things which you need? Okay, actually I told that I will also tell the secrets and all. So what the secrets are there? Secrets to become a web app developer. Motivation is one thing. That's the reason I always play those motivation quotes before starting. Okay, so like becoming something great like a web app developer, it is always you require hard work. It is not for the people who are lazy. If you're lazy people, you can leave this thing. Okay, it is not like this. Lazy people have no place in development. Literally no place in development. Someone is paid in gold. Okay, okay, that is good, Akshay. Yeah, you can download and watch it. Okay, and the another thing is that I'm going to, so if someone is telling that, okay, they will not be able to get the participation certificate, okay, you're not able to get the participation certificate because you are not able to attend the complete class. So a good news is that you can get a even better certificate, which is known as the completion certificate. Completion certificate is what? Because I want people to do projects, a lot of projects. You do this, you're not able to attend this class, like Akshay is not able to attend this class for some reason. So what you do, you see the recordings later on, and then from the recordings you take this attendance form. I will give the instruction for that also. Take this attendance form and again fill this attendance form, and on the top of it you have to complete 3 projects, one in JavaScript, one in CSS, and one in React, which I will give the playlist. And that is also something like that, not like that you have to do it on your own. Okay, I will give you some playlist. From that playlist, watch that playlist. You will not get the code in the playlist. Watch that playlist, any project you pick up, and do the project and submit as the GitHub link. How to submit as the GitHub link? That you have to figure it out. How to submit up the GitHub link. or maybe I will give a small crash course of how to create a GitHub and all. Okay, I will give a maybe a small crash course because a lot of people ask that thing. Maybe today at the end, today towards the end, we'll create some GitHub link, because the HTML and CSS code will go to a GitHub link, and that I will show how to do, because you have to create 3 projects and put them in one GitHub only, and in that will be a different Google form that you have to fill. Okay, that will be a different Google form. Okay, so that is there, and so we're going to start in 10 minutes. So the thing is that what are the 3 secrets for you to become a web app developer? Okay, so the 3 secrets are: first is the networking is not like network marketing and all. I'm not here to teach you all. I'm not here to sell you some network marketing stuff, and all. This is not some MLM thing. Okay, so networking in what? Networking, you have to do it in LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook group. See, if and this is especially true if you are coming from a non-IT background. Even if you are coming from a non-IT background, if you are visible in all these things, especially the LinkedIn is very popular in India, and it is very important in India. If you are visible in LinkedIn, you don't have to ask for a job. People you come after you with jobs. You have to develop the skills. You have to first, but you have to develop the skills. You have to showcase them on LinkedIn, and you will get a job. People will come after you. You won't have to go after anyone. Most of my students who are from my paid thing, they get a job even before the course is finished, because we push them to be very good on LinkedIn. Very good on LinkedIn. We push them hard. And even the people who follow me on YouTube and all, and who believes in me, who do what I tell them, so they also get a job, means without even us, means we definitely doing anything, means there was this there is a guy who is from a mechanical engineer, was a mechanical engineer, and what he did means he just followed me, and he took my advice, and he did all these things, did HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React from my site, from my YouTube channel, and then he started posting projects on his LinkedIn, and he got a job as a mechanical engineer. He got a job in a startup. Although you might be saying, okay, he got a job of only this much rupees. This is very less. Okay, this is very less. This, even I work in a bank. See, there are a lot of banks job now. If I work in SDFC as in a front desk, they will pay me 15,000. Okay, they will pay you 15, but they will pay you 15,000 for the rest of your life. This guy just got into a very good startup, and this is a starting job. In one year time, if you stay in that job in ReactJS, and if you do that job ReactJS, you'll get a 10 lakh package in that company or in a different company. 10 lakh package. A ReactJS developer easily get a 10 lakh package, because they are in the most demand. Why they are in the most demand, we're going to come to that. So this guy got a job from my YouTube channel. So a lot of people got a jobs from the YouTube channel, jobs, internships, and all those things. So this guy got a job internship in VMware from my YouTube channel. So VMware, he followed my React.js series, and he got an internship in VMware. Is like a big company in Bangalore. VMware prepares this virtual machines and all, means from Windows machine you can run a Mac, from Mac you can run a Windows. So those virtual machines, most of you might have seen about that. Okay, so those things they do, and this is a very big product based company. The main thing, it's a product based company. Okay, and he got a job there. Okay, internship there, not a job, internship there, because student don't get job. As I've told earlier, student don't get job, they get internship. Okay, so that's a government rule. Okay, so that is there, and so you have to be very good on LinkedIn, and Twitter is also very important, but not in the India. It's important in US. And Instagram, you follow in Instagram, you follow people who are very good developers. Okay, who are developers, you follow them in Instagram. And Facebook group, there are very good Facebook groups are there. So Facebook groups are there for jobs. There are Facebook groups. Okay, so someone is asking Crystal, how to post or work on LinkedIn. Okay, so LinkedIn means I cannot tell you everything on LinkedIn, but you have to have a LinkedIn profile. Okay, so that is that. Okay, see, this guy just opened my link, and this guy opened. This guy is a top storyteller on LinkedIn. Okay, this is like crazy. Okay, so let me even take you to Mawsom's. So Mawsom also follows. He's this is Mawsom, and he also takes a lot of these things, and he's also there. So he also have followed my instructions, and he have now more than, see, his all of his experience. You see, all of his experience. It's like this. He's not from the IT field, so it is not required, and he's becoming this. He's come to the IT field after 16 years. So why can't you come? People say I have 10 years gap and all those nonsense thing. I can How can I become? You can. He never worked in IT. See his experience. He's 2005 is his pass out. See his experience. See his experience. And see his experience right now. This is like crazy stuff. Anyone can become anything. And it is not like that you have to become a trainer and all. Okay, so that is not allowed. Anyway, I know all the people after even spending 20 years in some other field, they are now developers. It doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter nowadays. Okay, so that is there. And now he have got so many connections and all. 2,000 followers he recently got. So that is that. And LinkedIn is like really crazy and all. So all of these things I have got through LinkedIn and all. Okay, so that is there. And the other thing is, someone asked me how to post on LinkedIn. Okay, this is how you post on LinkedIn. Okay, you create a small video. Now don't ask me how to create a video. So I think I have something in my Chrome browser also. So something like this is there, Screenify or something like this. Chrome extension is there. So you do that. Don't take it from your mobile. That is very weird looking thing. A lot of people I see what they do some project, hold their mobile and take it. No, don't take it like this. Record your screen, and then you do one thing. You like this you do, and you tag me. I'm not going to tell how to tag me, because I know all of you people are coming from Instagram, Facebook and all. You know how to tag people with the @ you can tag people, but you have used Instagram for all those things which I know. Means you just go and watch some actress, the reels and all those things you do, but not that anymore. So you just tag me, and then what happens, when you tag me, magic happens. When you tag me, why magic happens? If you see here how much I have connections, I have 20,660 connections. I'm on one of the top influencers in LinkedIn. Okay, and this 20,660 connection, I have really worked hard to get this. At least 4 years of a lot of adding and lot of good stuff I've done. This 20,660 is a lot of connections. LinkedIn has a cap on 30,000 connection, and my this 20,660 connection. I have got connection from people from all the industries and all the means I was on the top of my career when I left my job to become a trainer. I was having like jobs like from almost every company. Means at least the interview letter from Google to Uber to every company. In fact, I cannot show you that thing, but actually I got a job from Google. Means job means interview call from Google yesterday only, and I told her no, I cannot do. I'm here to help people to become web developer. Now I have gone with those days. I cannot work in Google, and like getting a job also, job interview offer also from Google is like a top thing in the world. It is not like that people get daily. Even the interview call from Google, which is a top company in the world, people die for that thing. I just said no. I just said no yesterday, because I'm here on a mission to make everyone a web app developer. I just don't want to do those jobs anymore. So that is like that. So what does that mean? That means that my network contains people from Google, people from Uber, people from Microsoft, all those things also there. All those HRs are also there. All those startup people are also. I have a lot of startup. Almost every big startup founder is there on my network, and a lot of students and all are there. So the moment you tag me and I tag you back, it goes to this many things. So take advantage of me. I am there. Take advantage of me. Do those projects. Tag me. I will tag you back. I want people to do projects so that I can tag me. And this is how people get job, after tagging me. Okay. I'm here on a mission to make you all a web app developers. This is how you can become a web app developer, just by tagging me, just by showcasing your projects and all. And even if I have a very good video also, maybe I will I will give the link also, because it's a very good thing which you have asked, how to grow on LinkedIn, because it's very important. It's not like that you have to just go and code. A lot of people I know, they have made some very good projects, very good projects they have made, and the problem is that they cannot showcase. I know a guy in So he pinged me some days back from Kolkata. He pinged me, and he told that okay, I was having I know very good React.js, but I'm not getting good job offers. So what to do? How to update my resume and all. I don't updating a resume is like a 10-year-old thing. Is nobody now goes on Naukri.com and all and see your resume and all. Resume is required, but that is required after you get the attention of the HR. So I told him to grow his LinkedIn network, and he's growing his LinkedIn network, and he's getting he was having only 50 connection on LinkedIn. 50 connection on LinkedIn can do nothing to you. At least you need 100,000 connection. And I always tell people, get those LinkedIn connection from the city nearby you or the city in which you want to do a job. So if you are in Kolkata, get all the people around Kolkata. Have a lot of IT jobs. Get all the people around Kolkata because you want to get because you wanted to get a job there. So you get a job there. If you're in MP, get tag people in Indore. Indore is the IT hub in MP. Tag people there. Get connected with people there. Okay, now I'm not going to tell how to search for people in MP and also all those places. Okay, so you can get those things. So okay, let me pass this thing. Grow LinkedIn organically. So that is a must. Okay. Yeah, there is a fees to attend a night class. See, we do a lot on LinkedIn, lot on YouTube. Means that are my paid class. Those night classes that are my paid class. So if you want, I can give you later on. So those are my paid classes. Those keeps on going on. Those are like 2 months, 2 month long thing is there. And the only difference there from what I'm doing on YouTube is that mentorship and job guarantee, because we keep a stick there, and we will literally will be after you to complete those projects. So that stick I cannot give it to your people on YouTube and all. I cannot go after them with that stick and tell them okay, you have to finish that. So we have the main thing is that we take a stick there, and you have to complete that thing, then only you can get it. So that stick is there, and that mentorship is there. Every week or every 15 days we get one to one. Those mentorship that we get after you to put it on your LinkedIn, we get after you to complete those projects. Those mentorship thing is there. So if you are one who is highly motivated, who don't need that mentorship and all, you can do it from YouTube, and people can do it. Means if you are self motivated, I will give you the playlist which you have to do. Okay, so that is that I will give you. So enough of this. Okay, so that is the not the price of the mentorship and all. So that is right now it is 15,000. Okay, 15,000. Not membership. It is a complete daily, and that those classes happens on Zoom. Okay, those classes, those are all live classes. It is not. I know a lot of people on YouTube who have their classes and all, and what they do this recorded classes, and that is in a lot of the paid things are like that. They give this recorded classes, and once in a time the live class happens. But these classes are like daily live on Zoom. So Zoom is much better than YouTube. A lot of you know why Zoom is much better than YouTube, because it's a two-way communication. YouTube, although you're chatting, it's a one-way communication. Zoom, you can raise your hand anytime and ask anything. Okay. Maybe here we cannot help you that much. Okay. But Zoom, we can help you more. And anyways, you get a direct connection with me. You get my one-to-one more. All those things are there. Okay. So people are asking maybe if Mosam is there, or maybe I will post the link to it later on. If you want, I will post the link to it later on. Okay, so let us go back to it. Okay, and you have to be on Instagram, you have to be on Facebook group. Okay, I have never shown this thing on Instagram and Facebook. Okay, so this thing on Instagram, you go to Instagram and you don't follow everyone like this. Okay, okay, no, obviously Instagram say you do something like this happens and you see this thing. No, not like this. You go and follow people like this. Tane Pratap. To follow people like this. Follow this guy. This guy is like crazy, and follow me also. And this guy is like it is written like Microsoft. He also is an educator, and he is like a top thing like 8.8. Follow people like him. Follow people like he also have his own coaching and all those things he have his own boot camp and all those things he have. So follow people like him. Follow people like me on LinkedIn, and we pass a lot of good things on Instagram. Follow like that. Okay, so like this. Okay, even I will write that thing. So that is there. And then on even on Facebook you go, I don't know what Chrome is there. So Facebook you go, don't just like, I can show my Facebook, I don't do all this crap. See, this traps happens, but you go and join, you go and join, go to this group like react.js developer front end, like this groups you go. And frank is in these groups there are a lot of freelancing opportunity comes. You don't have to go to Fever and all, you go here and a lot of freelancing opportunities comes. You just learn React, and the best way to do some project is to like go and doing some freelancing things. So freelancing things and all will be there. A lot of freelancing opportunities comes here, and a lot of people ask for some problem. You help them, you'll get a lot of visibility. So all these things are there. So these are the things which you need to do. Okay, but the thing is that all these things are good, but you have to learn first. You have to take some daily action. You have to learn first, and you have to take some daily actions. You have to at least code 2 hours a day, and that is not negotiable. You have to code 2 hours a day. You have to find those 2 hours a day after your college, after your job, and all this. There is a college professor who I am going to teach soon. He's going to come in the night batch. He's like he's around having 20 years of experience, and he's earning very less he's earning. This is what happens in India, means with most of the people. And he's also going to come to my channel. And one thing I told him that, but you have to find out those 2 hours. Find out in the morning. I know you're very much busy. Find out those 2 hours in the morning, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the night. You have a wife, you have a kid, you have a job. Okay, although a low paying job, you have a college professor don't get paid that much. Okay, and but you have to find out those 2 hours. So those 2 hours you have to find out. You're a student. Those 2 hours you have to find out. Okay, I don't watch Netflix. Don't watch Netflix. I have not watched Netflix in years. Okay, so you can also give up your Netflix for some time, and then do that. Give up your IPL for some time, and then do this thing. Okay. Then is challenges. There are some challenges which are there. So if you do these challenges, it will be really awesome. You will be on the fast track. If you do these challenges, you will be on the fast track. Like the 100 days of code challenges, that it is known as one of the toughest challenge on the planet, because 100 days of code challenge is like that you have to daily code for daily code. Okay, and even one day you cannot miss daily code, and put it on this tag 100 days of code. This is a very popular tag, because this tag is created. If you see this 100 days of code, this tag is actually created by a person in the US, and this tag has become very popular among the people who want to be web developers, who want to be web app developers. This app has become very popular, and you just complete it. It is actually very tough challenge. It is considered as the one of the toughest challenge on the planet, because you have to code daily. So people might think, okay, 100 days daily will code. It is very much easy, but no. In India, life happens. European countries, everybody live alone. America, everybody lives alone. But India, we have our relatives, we have our friends, and all those things. Suddenly, someone's marriage will come out, and you will miss one day. Suppose you did 99 days continuous. On the 100 days, someone's marriage come out, and you did it. You have to start from day one. To know all these things, we have to daily post on this thing. They have the Slack channel. You have to post there, and if you complete this thing, they will give you like they will treat you like king. Actually, I completed this thing just to show the case that it can be done. Means a lot of people might be thinking, okay, it is not done. Okay, so that it cannot be done. So I've just told the fees, Anirudh Kumar, it is 15K. Okay, so that is there. So you can do this thing. And when I completed this, I was my interview was taken from one of my top websites in the US. So you get a lot of traction if you complete all of these things and all. So that is there. And what else? So, and someone actually, someone I Anshuman or someone, okay, someone was okay, this person, I this person, and this, she also contacted me. A lot of people contact me on LinkedIn, means to get something. Okay, see the activity of this girl. Okay, she's doing some 30 days of JavaScript challenge, and see, she is like coding daily. This, she's an intern, and she's like coding daily. This 30 days of challenge she is doing. So all these things build up in her resume. So 30 days she is doing and posting it daily. So these challenges are also there. You can pick up those challenges, and this is also very tough challenge because you have to code continuously for 30 days. So that is there. These challenges are there. This is how people grows. Okay, this is all these things you need to do. And now a lot of people have got a lot of other things that I will complete this mind map, this mind map, and then we'll start with HTML also. Okay, so that is like this. A lot of thing on the means in the market now. If you are from IT background or non-IT background and all, you might be thinking, see what to learn. Okay, should I learn PHP? Should I? Okay, everybody is saying okay, data science is very good. Should I go to Python? And it is, they are also claiming that you need no programming language, you can learn data science and all those things. Okay, they're telling that, and they are taking 3 lakh fees, and they will give us a job in data science and all. Okay, is that very good? Okay, so in my city all the jobs are in PHP. Should I learn PHP? So all these things are there. What language I should learn? In my college, they are teaching me Java. In my college, they're teaching me C. Is there? So I should learn Java and C only? No, you don't have to learn all those things. All those things are BS. Okay, as some very means. I think some Shark Tank something was there. All those things are BS something. So yeah, you don't have to learn all those things. All those things you learn, you'll just waste your time, you'll waste your energy, and then you'll say that there are no jobs. You have to learn only 4 things. Okay, only 3 things, and actually the fourth thing comes with this JavaScript. You have to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Do your own research. Don't believe in me. Do your own research. Even you follow someone like Tane Pratap and all. You do your own research. Then you'll find out you don't need anything else. You need only HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React to get a job. Okay, only these 4 things you require to get a job, nothing else. No Python, no Django, no Flask, no PHP, no data science, no BS. All those things are BS. You don't have to know any one of them, one of those things. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, you get your first web app developer job, and then it is like that you will be paid in gold. Everybody knows Bharat Pay some time back. So Bharat Pay is nowadays also very much popular because of the Shark Tank episode. Bharat Pay, I think 6-7 months back, they paid front end developers super bikes as a joining bonus. Super bikes worth 5 lakh rupees as a joining bonus. As a joining bonus, they paid five super bikes. That was on the top of their salary. Super bike like BMWs they paid. Why? Because this is the most highly skilled thing on the planet right now, and it will be for the next 10 years. It is not like it is going anywhere. See, this thing, what I'm doing it for the past some time, 5-10 minutes. This is known as the mind map. This is a tool. This is a tool actually, and this is a web app. This is a web app. This is not a normal site. HTML, CSS are there. A lot of people only learn this HTML, CSS, and with that, they will learn something known as WordPress. There is something known as WordPress they will learn, and WordPress they will learn, and they will become a like a low paid worker. They will do a low paid worker job. WordPress, HTML, WordPress is used to make those low paid website, like the very simple website in which drag and drop you make it, and a bit of HTML, CSS knowledge is also required. In that, you will never get paid much. I teach a lot of WordPress developers also, who are also known as website developers, to become what is known as web app developer. So that is my specialty. I teach a lot of WordPress developer also who knows HTML, CSS, but they have never learned this third component, which is known as JavaScript and React. That is a must to become a web app developer. That is a must for you to get a high paying job. If you do only WordPress and all HTML, CSS, you'll never get paid more than 15,000. Even after 5-6 years, you're not going to pay more than that. But if you're going to learn this JavaScript and you have to add that thing, JavaScript and React to it. And you'll be paid like hell. You will be paid like anything. React is like used to make everything. Like this mind map I've told. This LinkedIn site I'm telling, this is made in React. All of these things are made in React and all. Some front-end libraries like this, all these things which you are seeing nowadays, this started around 2010 when Facebook came into picture. Then the age of web app has started. Everything I moved to web app. Even in the enterprise level, I have worked in a lot of enterprise projects. In a project I worked, we had to create something like Uber for that company, so that they can watch those their drivers live location, and that was a web app that was created with React in the front end. Although Java was there in the back end, sometimes Java, sometimes Node.js, and all those things are there. React is a major component in all the companies. every product is like front end heavy. So people are asking, do you have to become a full stack developer? Become a full stack developer. Okay? Become a full stack developer. First you learn React, then you learn Node.js. Become a JavaScript full stack developer. It is very easy to become that. But first learn only these four things. Don't think beyond these things. You just learn this four things. Get a job first. Then you do whatever you want. Then you learn Node.js, become a full stack developer. Then you learn React Native, become a mobile developer. React Native is also completely based on React. For that also you have to learn React only. So you do anything after that. You can become anything. But first learn these four skills are very much required for you to become a web developer. See, although I'm using a Mac, it is like ages I have used something like some desktop application. I only have this desktop application VS Code, which I'm going to tell soon. So actually, around 15 years back, we used to have a lot of desktop application in Windows, like with those exes we used to get, and all of this were like desktop application. Nowadays nobody uses desktop application. Everything is a web app. If I go to some dashboard or something, like I use a lot of tools. All those tools are like nowadays, like they are like desktop apps. There is a very important tool known as Figma. I think Figma. Okay, Figma. Figma. I think, yeah. Figma. What is this Figma? Figma is like there are some tools which are used by UX designer who designs this websites and all. So this Figma is there. It is completely web based. Earlier, what used to happen, there are like tools like Photoshop and all, which are like this desktop application. Now this Figma is one of the top tool, which is like Photoshop is also there. Photoshop XD is also there. They're like this desktop application, but they have created this complicated tool, Figma. And in a website you can do, means in like this a web page you can do all those things. Then you have Canva is not like this your something like a desktop app, like a photo editor, but it's a awesome photo editor, Canva. And it is like this, like Canva is not like completely on a browser. So how this is made, how this is possible? This is made through React only. All these things are made through React. Logos and all these things you can design it here. So this is the age of React. Okay, it's the age of React. Why React? There are some other frameworks also. If you know a bit of it, you might be knowing that there are some other frameworks are also there, like your Angular and all. But React is the one which is the most in demand because it is used most in the industry. Okay, all companies except Google uses React, because all big companies also, even Microsoft also uses React. Okay, that is there. Because I have people in Microsoft. I know all of their products, including Microsoft Teams. You might have heard about the Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams has got a web app version also. That is completely made in React. Completely made in React. I know that thing because I know people there. That is completely made in React. As I've told, I will teach only front end only. But the thing is that if you're talking about my course and all, course is a full stack course. Okay, course is a full stack course. In that I teaches Node also. In even on my channel also there are Node.js is there. But anyways, everything what I teach it's like front end heavy. You don't have to go much in the back end. Back end anyways, more jobs are not there. All jobs are like there from the all. It is there, but the main focus should be on React. I teach Node.js also, but then also Node.js is like a addition to your skills. Okay, it should not be your main skill, or you'll not get a job. You have to be a front end developer first. The most number of jobs are in front end development. In most of the companies, if you're going in a company which is more than 10 people, there are more than 10 people. People don't understand that thing, and people always ask for full stack. But I teach full stack also. People don't understand that thing, that even if you're going in a company which are more than 10 people, the front end team will be different and the back end team will be different. Back end team will be hardly 2-3 people. See, I was an architect in a company. Architect are like those people who leads those developers, and I was a front end architect. I was leading a team of front end developers. So even though I know Node.js, the back end team was different. The back end team was used to work in Node.js, and it was like a 40-50 people team. 40 people, 50 people team were there. Around 20 people were front end developer in that team. So you decide. Only 2 people were in the back end. So you decide which jobs is more. So 22 jobs to 20 jobs. That is like that. So in very small startup you'll go, which is like having 3-4 people. then the full stack developer are very much in demand, because they don't want to spend too much money in everything. So they want you only to do everything. Okay, and I will tell you, you will get stretched out. And but this course, as you asked, this course is a full stack course. Node.js will also be taught, but the main focus will be on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and that, because that is the something which will give you a job. Anyway, Node.js is a very small thing. Okay, this is not a very big thing, and Java definitely I don't touch. The age of Java has gone long back, and that is there. And so that is there. So it's time to get started, and it's time to also to give the first attendance form. As I've told, there will be uh, 3 attendance form. So it's time to give the first attendance form. What is the duration of the course? Duration of the course is 2 months, but those all these things, I mean, you connect with me on LinkedIn and you ask me there, and I will answer you all those things, and maybe I will give the link in some time. Give the link in some time. Duration is 2 months, but we are going to support you till you get a job. Till means after that only you have to do complete a lot of projects, and also you need a lot of handholding. And this is the first time, and this is the last time we are doing it at such a cheap price. And because we have to put a lot of efforts in those boot camps. And it is, you go and search in the industry. I was searching some very big channel and all, very big company and all, they teach. Nobody gives courses like this beyond below 1 lakh actually. And we are also going to increase it, not to that crazy amount, but we are going to increase. In the next batch will not be that cheap, because it takes a lot of effort, lot of juice from us to do those courses. Okay, and we are doing it far way less than what industry charges. Okay, nobody charges less than 40K for a course like this. Okay, that is because it's a personalized course, and we're giving it as a throwaway price, and that is this only for the last time. Next batch, if you like it or not like it, do it or not do it, this that will not be that cheap. And next batch will start from August. Okay, so we're keeping 3 months for this. Till that all of the people and I have taught around 20 people in my uh, around yeah, around 30 people, not 20, around 30 people in my paid boot camps. And right now almost 24 people have got job. Only there are 4 people who are remaining because they have not completed their assignment. If you don't complete their assignment, I will not be able to give a job, but I am after them, and all of them are doing their assignment. So they have some reason or the other, so they have not given completed the assignment, so they are doing their assignment, and I'm after them till they leave, or till means till they get frustrated with me and leave. Okay, I don't want to become a web developer. I won't continue. I'm not going to live with them. I just ping them, I just call them, where is their assignment and all. And all of them have given me their reasons that they are busy in this and this and this, and they will complete it. And once they complete it, I will push them. Actually, I have a lot of connections also. Even those who don't know, I run a service company also, so I have react.js developed a react.js requirement for my own company also. For my own company also, I have react.js developed requirement. So react.js, if you know, it is like anyways, react.js, you know, it is like you, it is not possible right now. If you know react.js, you will not get a job. It is like impossible thing if you know good react.js. It is like that. Okay, so that is there. So hope you all fill this form. This is the first attendance. As I've told you, see, when you fill this attendance form, I get responses. And please, okay, one thing I forgot to tell. Okay, that is there in the attendance form. You have to fill your email, you have to fill your name, you have to fill your current role, you have to fill a LinkedIn profile. LinkedIn profile, if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, I don't have a LinkedIn profile, something like that. But you will be doing a very big injustice to yourself. As I've told you, LinkedIn is the most important network. I have very big following on LinkedIn. If you don't have a LinkedIn, create a LinkedIn profile, and then you, as that tagging thing and all, whoever will get participation certificate today means tomorrow, and tomorrow also, they will, maybe day after tomorrow, and we are going to promote them big time on my LinkedIn profile with tagging them. So if they have a LinkedIn profile, then only I can tag them like that. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so enough of this thing. Let us now, attendance will open. Why it will not open? You might have something different. Okay, so attendance will open. So because I can see people are already responding. It is happening. See, it is already. So you, if you're seeing this responses is 8, like then there will be some issue on your side. Please check it out, because attendance is pretty much opening. And let me also check again. It is opening, and it will give you this thing, sign in to continue. You have to sign in with Google. If you don't have a Gmail account, create a Gmail account. Okay, then you have to do it. It is opening. Please check again. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to start is, like, we are going to start with your, okay, so we are going to start with the HTML and all. So now, so what is HTML? HTML is known as hypertext markup language. That is the thing which you always see on the sites and all. So that is the first stepping stone for you to become a developer. Okay, so that is there. Wait, let us set. My just there is two. It is just written there. Mark your. Just it is there only. Means why are people so confused? Why are people so confused? This just the see, Google form is just been shown. Means why you are not able to see this thing? See this thing.
Why are you so scared to go viral? Wix user.
See, this is the Google form. This is the Google form. You are not seeing this thing. Mark your first attendance here. I'm highlighting this thing. Please see this thing. Means you are here. You are here. It is two chat before you only, it is there. I hope you're able to see this thing. You just have to go here, and you just have to click it, and you know it will be open. This thing you have to fill. Link is opening, ma'am. Link is opening. See, it opened for me. Why it is not opening? Link is opening for me. Link is opening for everyone. As I've told already, 10 people have submitted. Please check your network. Link will open. You have to sign in with your Google Means Gmail, and that I cannot help with that. Means if you are not able to open the link, link is opening for everyone. There is some issue, and maybe you can try it from your laptop and all. Link is opening, and that you have to try it. Means that I cannot help. Okay, if there is no LinkedIn account, put that you don't have a LinkedIn account, but then you will be on a lost, because I will not be able to promote you on LinkedIn. Okay, so that is okay. You're okay with that, no problem. But please fill your correct name and your email IDs. Those are must, because certificate will be given on your, will be sent on your LinkedIn on your account only, not Gmail account. Any account you can give, and not on your mail only. On mail only the certificate will be given, and a name, whatever name you give, you will sign that. Give that name only. Okay, so that is there. So now we'll start with HTML. So as I've told, HTML starts from hypertext markup language, and I am in a folder, and I will create another folder, like, and I will write a HTML basics. HTML basics, I'll write, and we have to code somewhere for HTML. So I've created this folder. Hope you all know how to create a folder. Right click on a Windows, also you'll have that new folder option. Go to any folder, or maybe on your desktop also you can go and right click and create a new folder. This option is there in Windows also. I'm using a Mac, by the way. So a new folder, HTML basics, create any folder name, and then where do we code? Okay, where do you Where can I find one? I don't know why you cannot see this thing. Okay, no need to tell that you have submitted your attendance, anything. Anyways, it is recorded. Okay, so this is the attendance form I am giving. So this is the attendance form I just where you can find the link. I have just given it again. I don't know why you were not able to see. Maybe people are not able to see if they come, but I don't think that is the case, because it is always like you can scroll and you can see. Okay, why you are asking again and again? I just given you that. I hope you are able to see it, and you are watching it from YouTube only, I think. Okay, you are watching it from YouTube only. I've just given the form again. Okay. So this HTML basics is there, I created, and then I will have this. Okay, so now what you have to do, now you have to do is like HTML coding. You can do it on anything. Okay, HTML coding is, you can do it on anything. So as I was telling, HTML coding, you can do it anything. Earlier, in earlier days, before 2010, what people used to do, people used to do this HTML coding in Notepad plus plus in Windows. There is an application known as Notepad plus plus in Windows, or Notepad. They used to do that thing. But nowadays, you don't do in those things. You do it in something known as a VS Code. VS Code is an editor, very good editor, and it is completely free to use. So you have to go here and you have to search for this, and you have to go here, VS Code, and then, so Hassan, we cannot make a project today, and because that is not what we are doing here today. Okay, so those projects and all, they are done in a different time, because this is for everyone. This is like a 16 hours boot camp. This is like what you find on Udemy and all. This is like teaching everything. So we cannot teach the projects and all here. Okay, so this is 16 hours we cannot teach, and those are done later on. If you go to my YouTube channel, you'll find that on Wednesday we have done like this front-end mentor 10 projects. Okay, and soon we are going to do more front-end mentor projects, but that most probably we are going to do on Wednesdays, and we are going to do some JavaScript projects also. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that will be there. Okay, so this code.visualstudio.com, you have to go, and then you have to download this thing. Okay, you'll get a download Mac Universe, download Windows Universal. You'll get a exe, and then you have to click, and you have to install it. And if you're not able to install it, please ping us on, maybe I'll give my WhatsApp group ID and all. You all can join who are not yet in my WhatsApp group. I will do that thing. Okay, so that I will do, and you just ping us if you're not able to install it. So the main thing is that you have to have this on your system. This is the only way to code nowadays. You have to have this Visual Studio Code, because it has got a lot of things. Okay, so when you have this Visual Studio Code installed on your system, you'll get some icon in Windows, or Windows also have a search thing, so you can search that thing. Okay, and you might get some desktop icon also. In Mac I have got this here, so here I will got this. So Visual Studio Code is there, and so I'll make it like this. Okay, Visual Studio Code, it will open like this. It will open like this. Now how to start coding in this? So I will tell the most easiest way to start coding on this. There is this HTML basics folder which I have created. You have to click on it and you have to keep holding your left hand side of the mouse and you have to drag it on the VS Code. You have to drag it there on the VS Code and then leave the left click of the mouse, and this HTML basics will be shown here. HTML basics will be shown here, and then you can start coding. So like everything have an extension like JPG file. You might have seen, like everyone who is even from non-IT background, they might have seen that every file have extension in Windows like JPG, doc, MS Word have docx, Excel have XLS or XLS. So that is like that. So all programming languages also, every code have some extension. So HTML codes are with extension .html. So I will come here and in this HTML I'll do and index.html, index.html. Okay. And we are going to work on this index.html. I have done created a new file index.html and we are going to work on this file. So for HTML projects to start, you need to have some basic skeleton of the HTML projects, okay, to start it. And the skeleton of the HTML projects, I can type the whole skeleton of the HTML projects also, but I'm using VS Code, so I will take advantage of it. VS Code has got a lot of shortcuts like that. So I'll do this not I have done, not I have done, and then I will press the tab, not and tab I have pressed, not and tab I have pressed. And if I press this not and a tab, what I'm getting a skeleton of the HTML. So what is the skeleton? This doc type HTML is there, doc type HTML and all these things are there, and you might be seeing a lot of things. And HTML is generally it is not exactly a programming language, it's a syntax language. Means if we search for HTML also, you will see that it's mainly a syntax and all these things are there. It doesn't have the programming language, have logics and all that, all things also we are going to learn. So this first thing is that this doc type HTML is there. So what is this doc type HTML? So doc type HTML, we'll go line by line and we're going to learn what are these all these things which are created automatically. This doc type HTML. Doc type HTML means this is a HTML version 5 document. HTML has also got version because HTML, just like any other programming language, HTML is also governed by a committee. So all programming languages are governed by a committee. They keeps on adding something, removing something, all those things, releasing the new versions and all. So HTML is governed by a committee known as W3C committee. Yeah, W3C school, you must have heard that committee only, W3C committee. As usual, it sits in the US. So they run this, they release some new version, they take some thing from the public and they take those advices from the public, and then their developer works and all those things, they create those things. So HTML version 5 was released in 2015, and this doc type HTML, it says that it's a HTML version 5. Before that, HTML version 4 was having a different format like this. I think in this doc type HTML equal to 4.4 we used to write, but in HTML version 5 we don't want to write anything, we just write this doc type HTML. Okay, that is there for HTML version 5. Then our HTML code have got two parts. Means like this HTML tag is there. So tags are like this curly line, like this greater than sign and less than sign. This kind of they are also type of brackets. So less than sign and the greater than sign. So HTML lang equal to English, and it's HTML tag is starting and HTML tag is ending here, starting and ending. So every tag generally have a starting, like this head tag is having a starting and ending, body tag is head starting and ending, title tag is head starting and ending. Doc type doesn't have. Most of the tag have, not all of them have. So HTML is also having a starting and the ending, and it inside it has got head and body. So whatever comes inside it, they're known as its children. So HTML lang English simply means that the language is English for this page. Then after that we have this header tag. Header tag is there, and head tag always contains some important informations about the web page. And also this thing which you're seeing here, Visual Studio Code, whatever comes here, but in any site if you go, you'll see the heading of it here in the tab, any site you go. Okay, so you'll see this thing. So that is given by head tag, so that we can change Anyways, I'm not seeing this thing here. We are going to soon see how to see this thing. I'll type HTML basics here, and we're going to see it soon. Okay, so then one more thing which you all of you might have asked, what is this meta tag? What is this meta tag and all, which is coming by default? And meta tag and all, actually you don't have to learn the syntax and all. It is like something which is for the browser. HTML anyways we're going to run in the browser, so it is for the browser. So what is this meta tag for? Meta tag is used for the browser for different reasons, like this UTF-8, it's an encoding way, and all these things are there. Earlier what used to happen when HTML was new and all, this meta tag also used to contain the keyword for the website. So what is the keyword for a website? See, any website you will create, we are creating a website by the way. So any website we will create and put it on the internet, maybe through GoDaddy and all. As Dhoni says, put it through GoDaddy. You create a good looking website for what is the ad? I don't see much. That's some cricketing thing ad you do, and you put it on the internet. Okay, and then but how will that someone come to know about that? Okay, anybody means you're not that much popular. Like I'm not popular like LinkedIn and all those things that people know my name, Facebook and all. People know my name. So what people will do? People will search for those things. People will search for this. So okay, let's take the Dhoni ad example. So Dhoni was some I don't remember that Baroda cricketing good ad. He was doing something like, okay, this is Indian cricketing good. You're selling in Baroda and all. So suppose that woman, she created her website, cricketing goods, something cricketinggoods.com she created. Okay, and then she put it on the internet. But she's not that much popular. How I will know about that? So what she will do in the earlier days, okay, so this doesn't happen nowadays. She will put a lot of keywords in her website. In the meta tags, she will put a lot of keywords, and in the meta text, she will put something like that: cricketing goods Baroda, comma, best bats in Baroda, best ball in Baroda, cricketing pad in Baroda. So what will happen now? What will happen now? Now what will happen? How Google works? How Google works is like Google have got this smart bots are there in Google. What happens whenever we have a website and all, Google bots scan the whole of internet 3 times a day. Very tough thing to do because internet is so huge that we also don't know how uses internet. Nobody knows how he uses internet. That huge it is. So Google bots scan the whole of the internet and they go to different sites and they will check those meta tags and all those things. They will check and they will find out, okay, Baroda cricketing goods and all these things are there in this site. Okay, so it might be selling something about the Baroda cricketing goods and all those things. That will tag this site. So now a different user comes and they wanted to buy cricket bat in Baroda. They will say cricket bat Baroda in Google. So now this meta tag which was there in this site, because of that, this woman website which Dhoni was selling, that thing will come at the top. That thing will come at the top. So that is how internet used to work in earlier days, and this is something known as SEO. This is not something which a web developer used to do a lot. Now also, there's a web developer doesn't do does this thing a lot, and this thing is done by something a profession which is again a very good profession after web developer. This is the thing which is in highest demand, which is known as digital marketing. And this is a small part of digital marketing, which is known as SEO, search engine optimization. This is what used to do. But then Google become very smart. Then Google, what happens? Google came to know that people are using a lot of keywords in the meta tag, and then Google removed that feature. That the meta tag feature will not happen nowadays. That keyword thing. So Google keep on changing these things in the digital marketing world. Okay, keep on changing this, and then digital marketer keep on going after. You might have heard that thing that Google changes algorithm, then digital marketer go after the new trend and all those things. So I am not a digital marketer. I know a bit of thing, but not that much. So they have to upgrade their knowledge to keep up with Google. So that is, if you want, you can become that. Also, that is also is a very good field. So that is there, and that was one of the tasks of meta tag. Okay, nowadays that task is not there. Although all these things, they're telling that something is there, and you don't have to understand much of this. I also don't understand what is this XSL compatibility and all these things. Okay, I understand this thing UTF-8. It is the encoding standard. Earlier ASCII was used. Now UTF standard is used. UTF standard can show Hindi characters also, Chinese characters also, so something like that is there. So that is there. And now we are going to start, means in the body, let us, HTML is all about having some different tags, is in the HTML. So it is like this. H1 I'll do, and we are going to learn about all these tags, all the important tags. Okay, all the important and what we teach. Okay, don't go beyond that. Yesterday only someone was pinging me, and he was telling me, sir, I'm learning. I want to be a web developer, and I am learning HTML for the past 1 year. I said, holy crap! You're learning HTML for past 1 year, and you want to be a web developer in 1 year. You can be a web app developer, not a website developer. In 1 year you have to become that. You don't have to become just you doing this like HTML for 1 year. It's like crazy. HTML you should not do more than 2 3 days. You should not do more than that. If you want to spend that much time, spend that much time, time sharpening your CSS skills. Is like CSS is very artistic kind of a thing. People like developers like get scared of it. CSS you have to practice a lot. You practice that. You practice your JavaScript, not your HTML. HTML hardly will take 2 days to learn. And I know people who get stuck there, who are going to go on their own, but don't go beyond what we teach in HTML. If you want to spend time, spend in CSS. Okay, so this H1 is there, and I will write here HTML crash course, and like this P is there. P tag, everything has a tag there, and P tag is known as paragraph tag. H1 is known as the heading tag. So I will come here and maybe I will choose this thing. I will choose this thing and copy this thing and paste it here, and I'll save it. Okay, I'll save it. Now where to see this thing? Where to see this whole thing? So to see this whole thing, I have to go back to my HTML basics, and this index.html is there. So see, now it is created. So if I double click on it, it will open in my default browser, which is your Safari. I don't want to open it Safari. Most of you might have changed it to Chrome, because the Windows user always change it to Chrome. I know, because Chrome keep on pushing you to change, and I have not changed it. So I want to. I also want to open it in Chrome. I don't want to open it in Safari. I hardly use the Safari. So there is another way. Instead of double click, I can right click and open with anything I can do. So I'll open with Chrome, not a big thing. So I have opened with Chrome and see. This is my website has been shown. My website has been shown like this. See this HTML basics which I have written here. HTML basics. It has been shown here. HTML basics has been shown here, and I see a lot of people, 30 people watching it now. Nobody had liked it. Please do like and subscribe if you're not liked and subscribe. If I'm doing something meaningful, please do like and subscribe. Only 15 likes are there, 30 people are 33 people are watching. Please do like it, like the video. So it can reach to more people, and more people can come and join these 2 amazing days. Okay, so this is there, and this H1. H1 is like H1 basic is shown here. I'll close this thing. H1 is shown here, which is like a big capital, means capital like bold and big, and a paragraph is been shown here. VS Code is the most used editor and all this. Paragraph is known as paragraph. So this is how HTML is being shown. Okay, but the thing is that before moving with more coding and all, what we are going to do, we are going to not open it in this way. We are going to open it in a different way. Okay, why? Because see, suppose I have another P, and okay, again I don't want to get some code from the internet like this thing. Every time you cannot get a code from the internet. It is very difficult to every time get a code from the internet. So what we do generally, we put some dummy text, and the dummy text is also like, the dummy text is known as lorem ipsum. That dummy text is known as lorem ipsum. This is a very popular dummy text, and let me first show the shortcut. Then I'll tell the story after it. Lorem I'll write, and this is all because of VS Code. That's the reason I want you to use VS Code. Lorem I'll write, and then I press a tab. It will give me all the lorem ipsum testing. Earlier lorem ipsum, you get a lot of lorem ipsum generator on the internet. You can get the text. Lorem ipsum is a dummy text. You might be seeing like it's a garbage kind of a text, but and it doesn't have meaning. But if you see it at once, you might see, okay, it is there something. It is not like complete garbage, but you might see that it means something, but it actually doesn't mean anything. But this is very popular text in both the web world and both in the earlier world, both in the printing world, both in the earlier generation. Is newspaper world. Newspaper, nobody nowadays, nobody reads, and nobody, even I don't know. So those things are there. Why? And it started with the newspaper world. It started with the printing press, this lorem ipsum thing. See, 200 years back, when printing press was invented, what used to happen, the first print they used to take, they wanted to see how how everything, how everything will be, how everything will be shown. Okay, how everything will be shown. Okay, okay, Deepali, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. I will see means how you can fill that thing and what issue you are getting. You can connect with me after half an hour. Okay, so that is there. And so you can send me the screenshot on maybe on LinkedIn, or maybe on, if you're on WhatsApp, you can send me the screenshot what error you're facing, and we'll see from there. Means if you're clicking on the Google form, what error you're getting, I want to see that error, because then someone else might also get that error. Okay, so that is like that. Okay, so this lorem was invented at that time so that you can give that some dummy text in the newspaper. When we print that newspaper, you need some dummy text so that you can see that how the columns are getting filled. So this was invented 200 years back. Very old stuff. Lorem ipsum, very popular stuff. So I gave this, and I gave another paragraph tag, and I did this thing, and then I will save it, and then I'm not seeing it here. I'm not seeing it here. I've saved it, but I'm not seeing it there, because it is not like it will reload like that. You have to go here and you have to refresh this browser. Then only you will be able to see this thing. So I don't want to go every time and refresh this thing. This is not how developer works. So how does developer works? VS Code is famous for one more thing, which is like this. The developers, there are a lot of developers, open source developers, who prepare those small things, small programs which can be used with VS Code. So if I come here and go to these extensions, and okay, one sec, go to these extensions and so that is it. Okay, so yeah, so we'll install one extension known as live server, live. You will type this live live, and you'll get this first extension, live server. And this is by someone named as Ritvik Day. Ritvik Day, this live server. Okay, Ritvik Day, live server. Exactly, this person. Some other live servers are also there. So you have to enable or install. So I think install will come. You have to install it. Maybe you have to reload your VS Code. Okay, you have to restart your VS Code. It will ask you to restart, and you have to install it. And then what will happen? Then what happens? Like you can come here, and then you can right click, and open with live server will come. Or else you'll go something here also, go live. But I've seen this go live button doesn't comes first time. Second time it started coming. You have to right click and you'll get this open with live server. So I'll just open with live server, but I think it will open in my Chrome as usual. No, it will open in my Safari, but I don't want it in Safari. Let me put it in the Safari. Okay, so I will open it here. The Chrome I'll open. So what is the benefit of it? And it will show something like this: server started. You can close this thing, and see, it will also show like this. So some site, like, actually it's a localhost site. It open this thing. Localhost is the port number, and that you don't have to know. It will open this index.html there. So what's the benefit of it? See the benefit of it like this. I'll come here and I will live server thing. I will delete this thing. Delete this p. I'll delete it. I will save it. Automatically this was changed. Automatically this reload happened. I didn't did it. But if I come back there to the HTML basic file, this was not updated. Still the old code is there. So I have to refresh it. So it means that even for a small changes, I have to every time I have to reload it. I don't want to do that. no developer wanted to do that. So we'll use live server from now onwards. So this live server is there. So let's get started more. So now let's get started with the different tags of HTML. We have seen this thing, but I'm going to remove this thing and we're going to start with the different tags of HTML. So the first tag is known as the H1. The H1 tag has got a lot of other tags similar to this, and they are all known as heading tags. So heading 1, it has got actually 6 tags. Okay, H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. H3, H4, H5, H6. It's there. So I will save it. So see, now these are all, and HTML is all about learning about this tag. Okay, learning about this tag is all about HTML. So H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 will come like this. H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. So all of these are of different sizes. Okay, H1, H2, H3, but these are all known as heading tags. H5 and H6 may be very small, you might be seeing, and we don't use this that much. But these 6 tags are known as the heading tags. Okay, these 6 tags are known as the heading tags. So they are there, and after this we are going to learn about the next tag. We have learned about the next tag also, which is like the paragraph tag. Okay, so I'll do this paragraph tag and I'll do a lorem again, and I'll press the tab, so this will come like this. And I will have another lorem like p, and lorem there is another p tag. Lorem there is another thing is that I can have a small lorem also, like lorem I'll do 10, so it will give only 10. Save it, it will show like this. Okay, it is the, so the paragraph tags also show like this small thing we already seen, and both of them are coming one after the another. Before moving forward, I want to tell one more thing. There is something known as the commenting in almost every programming language. So commenting is something which is for the developer, which is, see, this is the what the developer sees, this is what the end user sees. Okay, end user means the user who is using this website. It just created a small website, so it's very ugly looking, but it is there. So that is there, and so the developer can come like here and write a thing like heading tag. I will write this thing, heading tag. I will then comment it out, and I will write here paragraph tag. So what are this heading tag? What are this paragraph tag? So heading tag, paragraph tag, what have I written here? And see, this is not been shown here. Even if I refresh it, this will not be shown here. These are for the developer. See, when we write some code, some of the codes are very, very complicated kind of a code. And then this, not only this heading tag, but the person who is writing that code have to write something about that code. So that is what the industry standard, that is what is meant from a software engineer. So they have to write it, because I was handling a team of 10 front-end developers. So that is what I have to mention. See, sometimes those code, only that person knows what that code does, and the next person, if they come, they will not be able to see. See, all the big projects, they run for years and years. So what happens, a person is not going to stay in the company for the rest of their life. Nobody stays in the company. Even the biggest FANG companies like Facebook and all, they don't stay there. Okay, so if they don't stay there and they write some complicated piece of code, how the next developer will come to know about that code? They will come to know about the code from those comments only, from these comments. Okay, so yesterday only someone was some Facebook engineer have written that, so that these things happens if you don't have a good commenting system. They written that in Facebook the all the code is like not good, because the earlier engineers, the most of the engineers have not put comment in that. So actually that waste a lot of time of the new engineers who are going to code on that, because they will not have to understand that thing again, and code something is very complicated. So that's why we always have this comments and all. So this is how we comment in HTML, and the shortcut is like this. You don't have to do it like this, means you don't have to learn how to do this. Select anything and do a control backslash at once, you'll get this. Okay, so the one more thing is there. So you might have noticed there, which I'm going to tell before moving forward, is that heading tag and paragraph tag you have seen. This heading tag, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, all of them are coming in a different line. In fact, in the same line, all of them could have come heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The paragraph is there. paragraph could have, this paragraph is a small paragraph, this could have come here only, but these are all coming in different lines. Why they are coming in different lines? Because this kind of tags are known as block level element. There are two kind of tags in HTML. One is a block level element, and one is the inline element. Inline element is something which we are going to learn soon. So this block level element is there, so they will come in a different lines. Okay, so that is there. So the next tag which we are going to learn is the link tag. HTML is all about learning about different tags. So we are going to learn about link tag. Let's learn. And link tag we are going to do is anchor. We are going to do href, and it contains this href thing. Okay, link tag contains this href thing, and here we are going to write anything like twd. So link tag is also something which everyone have seen this thing, but they don't know like this twd. I'll write, and here I will give my blogging site address. I've given my blogging site address. You can give any address like Yahoo, Gmail, anything. Means don't give Gmail address, Yahoo, or anything. You can give your website address only. So I have written twd, and this I have written. I'll save it. So now what will happen? Now what will happen? See, this link tag is there, and I hope everyone have seen this link tag a lot. Okay, so what is this link tag? You take your mouse over here, over this link tag, it will be changed to a hand kind of a thing, and then you can click on it and it will take you to this site. This is a very popular site. All of you have gone in the Facebook era. So if you are even from a non-IT background, one sec, someone is at the door. So even if you are from a non-IT background, you might have seen this thing. So this thing is there. Now I will click here in twd and see. It will open this site. It will open this site, and it will be there. It will open like this. Okay, it will open like this, and I will go back, and you see this. It is there. So, but there is one problem here. If I am clicking it here, it is opening it in the same tab. It is opening in the same tab, which is again not considered a good thing to open it in the same tab, because this is again a very bad thing in from a digital marketing point of view actually. Why? Because you should never take a person away from your website. So maybe you might have seen, okay, not like this. I'll give a very good example. Okay, so like this I will have, maybe I will have my maybe I will have my LinkedIn link here, and I'll write a connect on LinkedIn. Connect on LinkedIn like this. I'll save it. And see, whatever I write here, it will come like. And href is something which will open. Href is something which will open. So I will click here, and it will open that LinkedIn thing on the same page only. On the same page only, it will open. Now people have very short connection means concentration span. So what if it is opened here? What people will do? People will go to LinkedIn. Maybe I'll put my Facebook also. I don't want to put my Facebook right now. So, and they will go here, and they will go into something else. From here they might go to the home page. There are a lot of things are there are a lot of polls are there, a lot of things are there. They'll keep on moving. Okay, there is a lot of things. This ad is going on, this blah blah is going on. So they will go here, and they will forget about your website. So that is not a good thing to open your website in the open a different website in the same link. So for that, what is there? We should always, and those people who are watching on LinkedIn also is on live, please do come on YouTube, because the chats which I am giving, my software doesn't allow me those chats to go to LinkedIn. Okay, so please watch it on YouTube. If you're watching it, I'm doing a lot of chatting here, a lot of things are given on the chat, so please come on YouTube and see it here. Okay, so this it is not a good thing. Always when you give a link, it should open in a different tab, not in the same tab. So I'll go here, and there is a way to do that programmatically. you don't have to do something like different, like href I'll do, and maybe this time I will give different length. Okay, I'll give my link. Okay, this I'll give, this I'll give, and then here there is something known as target equal to underscore blank. There is something known as target equal to underscore blank is there. Okay, so target equal to underscore blank is there. So what is this target equal to underscore blank? In this I'll write twt target equal to underscore blank. I'll save it and it will come here, target equal to underscore blank. So target equal to underscore blank is here. So now if I click on this twd, see what will happen. It will open in a new tab. It is not opening in the same tab, it is opening in a new tab, and that is very good from marketing point of view also, because it is opening in a new tab. What happens, people will have this tab open, so they might come back sometime. So that is like that. Okay, so that is like that, so they might come back sometime. Okay, so that is there. Okay. So but one more thing is there. So here you might have seen this, these two things, these two things are there, these two things are there. They are, both of them are coming in the coming in the same line. Why they are coming in the same line? They're coming in the same line because they are known as the inline tag. As I've told earlier, they are known as inline tag. There is something known as inline tag which will come in the same line. Inline means same line, but this paragraph tag, it was coming in some, both of them are coming in different line. This paragraph tag, they coming in different line. This heading tag, they are coming in different line. They are known as block level element. They are known as block level element, and this is like the inline element because they are coming in the same line. Even if you have 10 more anchor tags like this anchor tag, they are known as also anchor tag or link tag, they'll come in the same line, although have some a little bit of space will be there here, like this space is there. So this is how it works. Okay, so that is there, and now we are going to look into the next tag, which is like the list tag. Okay, all of these tags which I'm telling, they are very important. Okay, like this list tag. Again I'll do this thing, and then I'll have this ul. Inside this ul I'll have this li item 1. So ul stands for unordered list. Ul stands for unordered list, and inside this unordered list we have another tag known as li. Li is known as list item. Li is known as list item. So ul is like this, and this inside this li is there. So li, we were getting this dot 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 dot. This is the li. So this is the ul and li. Then we have like unordered list. We'll have this thing. Then we have like this ordered list is also there. Ordered list. Ol means ordered list. Ol means ordered list, and in ordered list also I'm going to have this thing like the same thing, item 92, 93, 94, but it has got this 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5 will be there, and then like this 6. So this 6 is coming. See, if I have one more item, it will be this dot, and here it will be like this one more, like the number will increase, like 6 is there. So this is known as a list tag. So the next tag which we are going to learn is the table tag. But till this time I'm telling all these tags, so this is very easy to learn, and you should have those tags on the back of your mind. You should know that. But the next are table tag, which I'm telling. Table tag is not required to have know everything, because you can always get these things from Google, like what are the different tags. Because table tag has got a lot of tags. Okay, so don't spend much time on this. So table I'll have, and again table tag like this, and table I'll have, and then p head will be there. Table have two parts. One is p head, and one is like p body. I have p head and p body. So these two things I have, and then I'll have a, so table tag has two parts. One is a table head. So always table have some header that will be there, and table have a body. So that thing will be there. So table head will have this tr table row. Tr means table row, and th we have. Th means table header. You'll see what it does. Table header. I'll have a name. I'll have a th name, age, and head email. I'll have this three things. I'll save it. So see, it will come like this. Name, age, email will come like this. After that, I will, in the table body, I'll have this table row again, and here I will have the values of it. So this is something like the Excel sheets which we have seen. So this is like this. Okay, Excel sheets also we have got tables and all like this. So like this, Nabendu, and the age and the email, like this will be there. So we generally don't have one row, so let us have some more rows. So I'll save this thing. So see, it will come like a table. So table is shown like this. So this is how the table will be shown. So that is there. So the table is there. So nothing, you should not mug up this table tag and all, but you should know, okay, this is a table tag of this thing. And if you want to get the format, you can get it from internet. Okay, so but you don't have to mug it, but you should know the table tag is there, because I think someone was telling me that only that they are learning the table tag for 1 week. You don't have to learn it for 1 week. It is like that. Okay, it is like table tag is there. It should be in the back of your mind. There is something known as table tag. I don't know the syntax. It is okay to not know the syntax. There is some head or something is there, and that I can find it from the internet. Because table tag has got a lot of tags. But the next tag which I'm going to say, that is and actually the most important tag in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, everything. That is a group of tags in the form tags. The form tags. And actually we have come a bit down. So what I'm going to do, even before starting the form tag, I'll have one more tag which is known as a HR. HR doesn't have an ending. HR means horizontal rule. What it does, it creates a line. It creates a line like this. So see, there's a line is created, and I'll have that thing. Beside that, I will have another tag which is known as a BR. BR is also something which you should know. BR means break row. BR means break row. I will save it. See, a bit of gap is here, and I will have my form tag between these two things. Why I'll have my form tag between these two things? Because I have come a bit down. It is very difficult to see that, and form tag is actually very much important. Okay, so I'll have another line, and this inside this I'll have my form tag. So form tag I'll do, and then do this and form tag. Now I will create the form tag. Form tag, like how the form tag is created. Form tag is from inside a form like this. It will be there. Form tag. Okay. Inside the form, every form tag will be there. So why form tags are very much important? See, whenever you go to Facebook, the first thing what you might have done, first thing is that you might have registered in a registration form is there, in which you might have entered your name, your email, your age, and all those things you have entered, and even gender you might have entered the first time when you register. So when you register, what you fill there, it's a form. It has got some text field, like password field, like radio boxes are there, all those things are there. So you fill that form and you send that data. Forms are mainly used to collect data from the user and send it to the server. So server programming is different, full stack programming is different, that even I teach, even on YouTube I teach. That you have to find out later on, but that is very advanced stuff. So that is there. You get all the data and you send it to the backend. but how to get the data in the front end, how to get the data here, so that you collect it through form. Even one more thing is there, even when you go to Facebook, okay, once you log in, and then the posts are there in the Facebook, there is a post thing is there, you create the post there and you submit it, that also goes to the backend. Even the post thing is something known as a text area is there, it is created of that. So that is there. Every in this, it is not possible for any website to not have a form. Every website has some form or there. Even the small websites which are like this, they are known as static website, then like static website. Okay, put the small bio break. Okay, yeah, there will be a lot of breaks. Okay, so after I complete this HTML, we'll have a 10-minute break, and then actually Mosam will start with CSS, and we'll have a lunch break also. Okay, so and if you are like if you miss something, okay, in YouTube what happens, you can go to back also. In live streaming also you can watch the replays and all also. Okay, and anyways this will be there on YouTube forever, so you can watch it later on also, but there will be proper breaks will be there. So even we need breaks. So after this HTML, maybe in the 15 minute I will complete the HTML at or whatever time, means from 11 to 11:10 we'll have our first break. Okay, that is there. Thanks Hari for reminding. Okay, so that is there, and form is there, and inside this form we'll have a form. Generally have, it contains two things. It is a combination of there is something like input and there is no head and T body. See, HTML is not a programming language. If you, even if you miss something, it doesn't affect a lot of things, but it's a good practice to have a T head and T body, but it actually doesn't affect, and you can do all those experimentation and all, and this T head and T body doesn't affect. Even if you can have directly this thing, but this is how the real syntax is like that. Okay, so HTML never gives error because it's not a programming language. So now we'll see this form has got something known as the input. Form has got something known as input. Okay, input, and in input only you get fill all these things like text boxes, like password and like that, email and all those things. So but those things actually comes in combination with something known as a label. What is the label? Let us find that. Label is that let me first fill it, then I will tell you. Label, I am fill this name, and then I will fill this. Okay, let me fill not this name first, like this, it is there, and I'll have this name, and I will have this input, type is text, and there is an ID. This also I'll keep it like this, and then there is a name like this. I'll give it a name, and I will have another thing like age. This I will have it as a number, and this I will have it as a name. So I will save it, see how it will come. So the name is coming like this, and this in this thing, first let me show what is there. So this all you might have seen in the Facebook and all, you have to give your username. So this is something like this, you have to give the user, you can type a username. So age field is there. Age field is a number field. In it you can actually, you have to give the number, and you can also, you get this thing, you can increase like this. So this is this thing. Now let us understand what this is all about. So there is a label and an input. Label and input are always a pair. Label and input are always a pair. So this label is there and input is there. Again, a label is there and input is there. And whatever we put inside a label name, it actually comes here. Whatever put age here, it will come here. So this is one of the reason is for that also, to put the text, and the input is the thing which you're entering the thing. Okay, and beside that I have this. First let us understand what is this name and what is this. So name is an attribute. We are soon going to, the main thing of a form is to submit that form. So when we are going to submit this form, you're going to see that the name equal to whatever I entered. The name will be for this name will be equal to Nabendu Vishwas will go. Age will be equal to 39 will go. Why? Because this is something which will go to the backend. The main work of the form is to send something to the backend. So it will go to the backend in that way. So this name field is actually for the backend. Name field is actually for the backend is there. Okay, so that is there. But what is this for and id field which I have kept blank? This for and id field I can take anything. And it is not like I'm taking name, but I can take anything. For name and id is name. And here I'll take this as age, and I will take this as age. So actually, this label and input, they always comes in pair. They are like related to each other. They are like engaged to each other. So they have to have the same name, same like there is a field known as a for, and there is a field known as a id, and that should be the same thing. That should be the same thing. Here we have a age, and that should be the same. Actually, we could have named it like this, name to not get confused with this thing, aged. We could have done this thing, but it's okay. But you got the thing. So this is what make them a couple. For and id, this should be the same in both of them. For and id, for and id are for them to be a couple. So like this it is there. Okay, so this is there. And now anyways, it will not show anything here different. Even this for will not show, this id will not show, this name will not show anything. It will not show. It is for our internal purposes and all. Okay, so that is there. All right, so now the thing is that in most of the site you might have seen this name or password, they comes in a different line. So that will be very easy to do with css, which Mason will do next. But we are not yet into css. We are not going to touch css right now. We want to do something with the html only. So how do we do with the html? In html there is a tag which you will see a lot. This tag is known as a div tag. This tag is known as a div. Div is a block level element tag. Div is, you will, whenever some code you see, you see this div tag. Actually, div tag is used to have sections like some common code is there. We put it inside a div tag, and div tag is something which is a block level element because it means that it will add a space, and it will create its own block. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put this inside a div and put this also, this thing also inside a div, and I'll save it. So see, now they're coming into different lines. They're coming into different lines. They're showing like this. Okay, so now even after this, they're very close. I am not liking it. I could have wrap it in another div, but I will not do that. I'll do one thing. I'll do a BR. BR means break row. We've already seen what break row does. Break rows create a space. So it will create this space. Now it is looking much more better, but then also it is very much ugly. We are going to use a CS similar form, and we are going to beautify it with css in the later part, and miss another 1 or 2 hours. We are going to do that thing. Okay, so that is there. So the next thing which you are going to do is the text area. So text area, again we are going to do the same thing like this. We are going to do, and this div I'm going to do, and this label I'm going to do, and it will be message. Label will be message, and it will be message, and input not input, it will be text area. Text area, name is coming, id is this one, call I don't need, and not. The text area is given like this. I'll get this message, and text areas are actually very much popular in all the LinkedIn and the Facebooks of the world. Why it is very, and text areas. Okay, one more thing, input doesn't have an ending thing. Okay, ending, but text and most of the tags does have ending. Some of them don't have ending, like input, br, hr, all those things. But this text area have an ending also, although we don't put anything inside it. So I'll save it. See, this text area, why this is very popular in Facebook and LinkedIn, because this can take, this is similar to this input type text, but the thing is that it can take multiple lines like this. This is a multiple line, and this is very much used to create those posts and those things on LinkedIn. If you go, this thing is like this post, start a post is there. Although I'm clicking it, it is opening a modal. This is known as a modal, but this thing you can do multiple things. So a lot of times these things are like the text areas and all. Okay, so like this is known as a text area. So this text area is like this. Okay, So the next thing which we are going to do is the drop down. Drop down are very much popular. You all have seen that drop down and all. So we'll see this drop down and all, and we'll have the color and favorite color and select name is color, ID is color. In this we have this option thing. We give the option thing, which is red. So we have this thing. See, now this drop down kind of thing has been created. So this drop down, what is this drop down? I can do it here, and I can select anything. This is very popular. Although it is not looking as good as it is seen in Amazon and all those sites, because we have not used any CSS here. So but the originally it looks like this only. Originally it will look like this. Okay, favorite color. So what I have done here, so this label I have given for again, and the select have this ID, same thing, name is there again, and inside this select I have these options, and this options is the thing which is actually been shown here. So in the options also, this capital red, green, yellow, this is been shown, not this thing, the small red, green and yellow. So what is the small red, green and yellow value? This value actually is something which should go to the backend. When we do a drop down, we select only one value. I'm not selecting all of the value, I am selecting one value, and that one value will go to the backend. We'll soon see how it goes to the backend, and this name will be used at that time. So this is the drop down is there. So the next thing which we are going to learn is your checkboxes. We all have seen these checkboxes in all the sites. There are checkboxes. You can select multiple things. If you go to Amazon also, you might have those square boxes in which the tick mark comes. In that there you can select, like my Amazon might not open right now because it is very slow and all. So if I go to computers and all, see, okay, I am seeing this thing. Computers I've gone, and I'm seeing this thing. These are known as drop boxes. See, by default, what it is doing, Amazon is showing me everything. Okay, so if I click on boat, it will show me boat. If I click on JBL, it will show me JBL. If I click on HP, it will show me HP. So it is like taking multiple input from the user. It is this checkboxes are being shown. So that is like this. Okay, so we are going to create those checkboxes we are going to create now, and checkboxes are used to take multiple input from the user. Okay, so we'll come here and the div go and do the vr and the div I'm going to do, and I will have a h4 now. What do you own and have input type is check box, and name equal to vehicle 1 and value equal to bike, and id equal to bike. And one more thing is that label is something which I can add after the input also. I just have to use this bike here. See, for is bike and id is bike, and this is also bike. This is also bike is there, and name is vehicle 1 and input type is checkbox. I will have it again and have it as vehicle 2, and it is like car, 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 car. So this is shown like this. Now I will come here, and what do you own is there, and bike and car, it is shown. And what is this checkbox? Checkboxes are something which you can click. So I can click it here, as you've seen in the Amazon, and I can click it here. So I can choose both of them here. I can choose both of them here. The name is, see, it is different. It is very important. So now we are going to learn about the radio boxes. So radio boxes are something which is again very important. Radio boxes are also known as radio box group. They are used to take only one input. That is the difference. One input, and the most common use of radio boxes, we take gender. We can have only one gender. Okay, so we can take only one gender, not have one gender, take only one gender. Okay, so like this, I will have a div and all. So here I'll have a h4 and gender I'm going to take, and after this I'm going to have a input type is radio, and name equal to gender, and value equal to male, and id equal to male. Okay, then label is there, and this is a male, and it is a male. I'll have only three genders because in India we generally follow three genders only. In European countries and America we have more genders. I was creating some American. I was dealing with some American European data, and they have like binary and all those things, but we don't have those in India right now. So that's why I'm only taking three genders. Okay. Generally in India right now also we fill this like this: male, female, and other. So I'll do this: gender, male, female, and other is there. And here I can, the difference with checkbox is that I can select one and I will select the other. The first one will go away. Here I can select both of them, but here I can select only one of them. So all of us might have filled the Facebook form in which you have to choose the gender. We can choose this. So this reader box comes in that time. Reader box comes in that time. And the other thing is that, okay, see, one more thing is there. Name here is vehicle 1 and vehicle 2. Both of them are different because they are two different entities. Here the name is always gender. Name is always gender because radio boxes are treated as a radio box group. Always one data will go to the backend. We're going to see how it will go to the backend. So now the thing is that we are going to see how this data go to the backend. So for data to go to the backend, we always have a button. We always seen that login button, register button, all those things we have. Let us create a button now. So br again, and actually inside a form we create a button in a different way than what we do. We'll see how to create a general button also, but here we create it in a different way. Input type submit, I'm going to have input type submit, and value is going to be sent. Value is going to be sent. Input as submit, value is going to be sent. Let's save it. See, this our send button has been created. Here the value is a different thing. Value will be a send, and input type submit is there. As submit, actually it's create a button. Input as submit create a nice button like this. And what is it? There is a bit difference between this button and a normal button. We are going to see a normal button also. So, but let us first see what this button does. So this big form is there which we have created. It has got this button. Let us try to send something like this. Okay, here 39. Anyways, it will not send because this is we are not set up our backend and all those things is not set up. This is a form color green by mail. Now I'll do the send. See here, I'll do the send, and something was sent here. See, by default, what browser was the front end was created in the earlier days. There was only one backend language known as PHP in the earlier days. So PHP, the data we used to pass from the head of the thing. So today also that thing goes like that. If you click on a form, it will be shown here. It will be shown here. It will be shown here like this. I will actually cut it and I will actually show this thing here what it actually did. Nowadays we don't do it like this. We do everything in JavaScript only. The backend is also in JavaScript. If not in JavaScript, then it will be in Java. Nobody uses PHP except government sites in India. So see, the name is there. Name is Nabendu is coming. So what is name is Nabendu? This name is here. Then the age is there. Age, this age. As I've told, this name thing is very important. Then here in this, okay, in this name is message. Message is coming like this. Then in the form we have a color. So color, because the name was color was taken. And see, in the checkbox is very important. Checkbox vehicle 1 is bike and vehicle 2 is car. And in this, the gender is like this, male. So gender is same, but this is how I will actually comment this out so that you can refer it later on. So this is how the this button works. Okay, and one more thing is that we'll now see a normal button. And I'll again do I'll do a button tag. I'll do, and here I'll have a button like this, and click me, I'll have save it. So button tag also create a button like this, but the difference is that, see here, if I click, nothing will happen. One thing you see closely, this is not refreshed, but when I click here, the browser get also refreshed and something has been sent. If there is a form, browser get refreshed. So this is the special kind of a button. When you have a button input type submit inside a form, we have this thing like the browser get refreshed. This is a not a good thing which we are going to see later on when we are going to do JavaScript. This comes from the PHP time. Okay, it refreshes the browser, but a normal button doesn't refresh it. Anyways, the button functionality will be added through JavaScript. That is the main work of JavaScript. So that is done. Now before moving forward, there is one little thing which I want all of you to learn. It is like input. There is a, again, the W3C site is there. In that there is this link. I want all of you to do at least go through this link. Okay, so because it has got a lot of input types. I've told a lot about input types, but actually in 2015 a lot more input types are added in Java, in HTML. And what happens here, a lot of input types are added in HTML and all. So they are here, all these different input types are here. And some of them I have not taught because there are a lot of them are added, and you can go through it. Actually now there are more than 15 16 are there. Okay, so you can go here, and I'll tell some of the important one from here only. So see, there is an input type date is there. Input type date is there. If I click on this input type date, see this, they have only given input type date, and see whole date is coming. So whole date is coming. What we can do here, we can go and choose the date. This is very, a date of birth nowadays are, they are being taken like this only. So you can choose anything here, you can choose anything date here, and you can submit it. Actually earlier, this thing before 2015, it was very difficult to put date in a website. You have to have some complex logic, JavaScript logic, and import something and else. But nowadays is very much easy with input type date. Type date is very much easy. So these are some of the things which you should always see in this, in this thing. Then there is something which is very important, input type file. You all have gone to naukri.com and all updated your resume, uploaded your resume. So there is something known as input type file, which is nowadays used to do that. You can choose a file here, like choose a file, and you can give a file, and you can do that thing, submit it. Okay, so this is how it is there. Input type thing is there, so you should go through this. Okay, so that is there. And now we are going to come into the last topic of HTML, and then we'll have a break of 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. So the last topic is like image tag. Images are very important. Images, as we know, are very important in a website, but we can control image much better from your CSS. Okay, we are going to again have a BR and a HR. Yeah, we are having a break right now. Image tag. This is the last topic. We are having a break. Image tag is there, and I'll have a IMG, and in IMG we have this source, and we have this alt. Okay, we have this source and we have this alt, and in this source I am going to get an image from the unsplash.com, the best place to get royalty free images. And here I will search this desktop setup, and maybe this one I'll choose, and this one I will download a medium one, download free. Just download it. I'll actually open this show in Finder, and I want to import it in this site. Okay, so I will create a new folder, images, and I can also open this folder like this. Right click and reveal in Finder I can do, and reveal in Explorer for Windows user it will come. Images I'll go, and this unsplash.com I will actually I'll put it here, and I'll make that image length. This is the last topic, and 1 minute it will take, and after that we will have a break. So this unsplash will come here. So this unsplash is there, unsplash.jpg. Now I have to show this image tag. Okay, so I have to show this image tag, and I will have this image tag here. And how we will show this images we can have, and images, the path we have to give, and then it's unsplash.jpg. I'll give alt, I will write as computer. All right, save it and see. Now this big image will be shown. This big, the image is very big, and we cannot do much control from the HTML. Only we have two things. One is like this, width is like maybe 300 I'll give, and height is like 200 I'll give. So it will make it small. It will make it small like this it will look. We cannot have much control. And what is this alt tag? Alt computer I have seen. Alt tag is not been shown here. Alt tag is only shown when for some reason this image is not able to load. Maybe the developer had given a wrong thing. It happens all the time. Or maybe your internet connection is slow and this image was not able to load. So if I save it, see this, a broken image will be shown. I hope everyone have seen this broken image thing. I know, means if you're using internet, you have seen this broken image thing, and then this computer will be shown. So this is like this. Okay, so with this actually we have completed our HTML, and we will take a 10-minute break, and after that the CSS will start. So let me write, we will have a 10 minutes break now, and CSS will start. So we'll have a 10-minute break now. CSS will start after that, and let me have a 1 sec. So I will have a 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, we'll start around 11:20. Okay, so okay. So we'll start at around 10:20. 1 sec.
Hi all, a warm welcome to all of you. Please join back. Please join back. Please join back fast. We will be starting with CSS now. Morning, Ankush. Morning. It's 11:20 now. So we'll start with CSS. I hope by now you all have captured HTML basics and HTML tags. What have been covered now. So, can we start now? All have come? Only 14 people are there. Where are the rest 8 or 9 people? Please do fast. I hope you all have learned a lot, understand and like the things. we have planned in such a way that you all will be able to take the things in a very easy manner, in a very layman language. We have designed the content. So I will be starting with CSS now, and I will take you through the entire CSS with CSS basics, CSS Flexbox, and CSS Grid. It will be a almost 3 hour session, 3 to 3.5 or maximum 4 hour session, in which we will be covering the entire CSS. And in the last after Grid, we will have a very small project which we have actually added yesterday only. Very small project that will help you. So only 14 people are there. Where are the rest? So, good morning, all. A warm welcome back to all of you. We will be starting with CSS. As you all know, CSS is basically used to design websites, and without CSS, the website is actually opened here by the site. This is a basic HTML website which was earlier coming in 1995 to 1998 or 1999. After that, CSS has been introduced, and as you all can see how websites are being looked these days, this is all because of the CSS. So what are CSS? CSS are basically the cascading style sheet. This is the full form of CSS, cascading style sheet, and this is used to basically design the websites, to make the websites beautiful, to make the websites responsive, to make the websites look soothing. This is the main part of CSS. HTML used to basic HTML is a basic skeleton, but CSS is used to make the skeleton alive. So CSS, as I told you, is basically cascading style sheets. We may go a little bit faster because time is a constraint now. In case anyone have any doubt, they can ping us on live YouTube chat. We will be viewing that only, and we will try to cover your doubts in case anyone have. So let's start with CSS. I hope all are back now. So there are three ways to add CSS in an HTML. So one thing I want to tell you, I will be taking the things more practically rather than theoretically, in order to make the concept more easy to understand. So let's create a basic HTML. Here we have CSS basics. So I hope the font size is very clear to you and visible to you. As you know, in case you will be able to see the font size clearly, please reply yes in the live YouTube chat, so that I will be able to understand that the fonts available are easily visible. 1 second. Mhm. So now I hope you will be able to see my screen. So what I told you, we will be actually going live with the theoretical and practical now. Screen started, as you all can see. So as I told you, there are three ways to add CSS. I've just created a basic HTML, basic CSS HTML skeleton, as you all can see. Let me go live. So there are three ways to add CSS. As I told you, one is inline, one is internal, and other is external. So how to add inline, how to add internal, how to add external, we'll show you. So inline, as inline, what does it mean? In the same line. So let me have a h1 tag, and we'll have style, and let's have a background color as pink. Let's write something. So as you all can see, I have written the h1. H1 is a header tag, and I have written in the same tag. I have given a color. I have given a style of background color as pink, which is very visible to you. So this is the example of inline tags. But the basic disadvantage is this: you need to write the complete CSS in the same line, as it will go very lengthy, and very lengthy. So inline CSS are being used, very less compared to the other types of CSS. So the second one is internal CSS. So for this, let's have a paragraph tag, and the lorem is a dummy text, as you all know. Lorem, and save it. So this comes here, and where we will put the internal CSS here in the body. In this, we'll have the background color as green. So as you all can see, the paragraph tag has the background color as green, where I have told you what is internal CSS. So the third one is external CSS. Internal CSS is not used a lot. The most popular and the most loved CSS type is the external CSS. Let's have h2. H2, as you all know, is a header tag, heading tag, and inside this h2 we'll have external CSS. So for this, in order to use external CSS, as the name himself says, external CSS. So for this, a external file is being created in order to give the style. So let's have background color as orange, or let's have gold color. So let me save it. So what I have given external CSS in h2 tag, and I will try to show you the third type of CSS, of adding CSS, which is external CSS. So for this, we need to actually link both the files in order to show the style. For this, let's have a link tag in which this thing is being operated. So as you all can see, this is a link tag which actually links the HTML with the CSS file. As you all can see, reference is style.css. Style.css is the file which we have created just now, where we have given the style for h2 tag, sorry. So these are the three ways in which you can actually add a CSS to your HTML skeleton what you have created. So in these three ways you can only preferred, or what I can say, the developers what love is the external CSS, where externally they can give each and every styling to the text, which is very easy for them to add. And also the second one which is preferred is the inline CSS. So moving on to the next topic in CSS, which is the color coding. As you all know, as you all can see, we have actually used three type of colors using the same pattern as simply typing the names. As you all can see, I have typed the color as pink here, I have typed the color name as green here, and I have typed the color name as gold here. So simply typing the name also you can add colors. The how to add colors, there are three ways that I have told you. The first one is simply typing the color name and the color will start appearing. Second one is the hexadecimal pattern. What is hexadecimal pattern? Hexadecimal pattern, as I told you, as the name suggests, as most of you are in the engineering background or pursuing engineering or have completed engineering, so this type of color system has actually come from the number system, as you all know. This hexadecimal pattern will start from hash. This is the basic thing to identify. If any color coding start with hash, this is the hexadecimal color coding. So it starts from hash 000000 to hash FF. As it contains alphanumerics from A to F and 0 to 9. So hash 000000 is black and hash FF is white. So it moves from black to white. So we'll do one thing in order to understand uh, this hexadecimal number system. Let's do it one thing. Let's change the color coding to hash 00FF00. So let us see which type of color is coming. So as you all can see, it is a type of something green color. So here also you can change. Let's change to hash 0000FF. Let us see. So it is a type of dark blue color. So this denotes the, if any color system have starts with hash, it denotes the hexadecimal number system. I hope I am going very slow, so you all will be able to grasp the things easily. In case anyone have any doubt, you can ping us in the live YouTube chat. So the third one, the third color system which allows you to insert colors is the RGB pattern. RGB simply is red, green, and blue. As human eye can only see all the three colors, all the colors in the combination of all the three colors, which is red, green, and blue. The method to show or to insert the range of RGB starts from 0 to 255. So we'll tell you in the same pattern how to actually add RGB color. As let's have 0 0 1 second. So it's have 0 0 0. So let us see which color is coming. As you all can see, it is black. So let's have 255 255 255. So what is this color? It is actually white color. So as you all can see the color here, and simply clicking on the color, one second, simply move the cursor to the small this dialog box. You can easily select the color. See, the RGB values what we have given 255, 255, 255 is changing as soon as you move the cursor and click on it. So which type of color you prefer, you can actually add it and save the CSS file. So this is the basically RGB format to insert color. So let me show you one thing. HTML color picker. This is a site being developed by W3 schools, which is actually used to pick or to what I can say, to give a value to the thought process of the color which is actually in your mind. See, everything is there. See, RGB, in RGB format, in HSL format. There is a another color pattern format called as HSL. HSL stands for hue, saturation, and light. In this H, all the colors are there. S is for saturation, sharpness, light is for darkness and the contrast. So this is a site where you can have n number of colors which you can't even thought of. There all the color combinations in all the three formats RGB, HSL, and simply the color names are there. See, or enter a code or use HTML, what you want, 255, 188, and 188. See, this is the color. Fine. So it is very simple for you. See, n number of colors are there. You can just copy the code, copy it, and change it to your RGB. See, it is there. So HTML color picker is a very useful website which is being used to actually what I can say, make your thoughts, make your imaginations into the color. So I hope this color type of color is being cleared now. Moving on to the next topic is the fonts. So as you all can see, as you all let me change a line, let me give a light color to this paragraph, and let us pick some light color from here only. Control C. Control V. Save it. So it is looking very nice now. So let's have, we'll do one thing. Let's have some basic styling in this P tab. P is the header tab. So for this, let's change the font now. We'll have a feature in order to change the font, in order to add the font is the font family. So as you all can see, by just typing the font family, there are so many fonts being available or being visible, but every line have 3 fonts. Why? Let me select one and save it. There is a specific reason why they have 3 fonts. Because as you all know, in these days, so many types of so many kind of browsers are there. The Google Chrome, Safari, Mozilla, Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge. So in case For example, repeating, Google Chrome does not support Arial. The Helvetica font might have been available in the Google font. Or in case Safari does not support Arial or Helvetica, the third font sans serif is being available in the Safari. So that is the reason why we are giving three fonts. In case one font is not being available in the browser, the next available font will be used by the browser. That is the reason why three fonts are being given. So as you all can see, let me have a font. One second. Let us add some fonts to this. Fine, perfect. So these days, as I told you in color picker, Google fonts are also very familiar. Why Google fonts? As you all know, there is a question, why Google fonts when all these available fonts are there? So because as you all can see, earlier there were only 3 colors, then 14 colors, then around 140 color names are there, which you can type and insert the colors. Similarly, there are only 15 to 20 types of fonts available, as you all can see in your MS Excel or MS Word, Times New Roman, Arial, Helvetica. So, in order to make the fonts more responsive or more beautiful, or you can say more attractive, so these Google fonts has been introduced. So let me have some fonts. Let us have Poppins. This is a Poppin font, as you all can see. It have the boldness. See. So let us have this font. Before this, let me remove all. Select it. Control C, and let me have so what I did, I actually imported the font from Google font to the available HTML skeleton. So how I did, I just type the name of the font, select the boldness or what I want, select here, double click, copy and paste it in the start of the CSS file. So what is the name of the font? As you all can see, the name of the font is Poppins. Here it is visible, Poppins. So how to add it, will tell you. As you all can see, the fonts have changed of the paragraph type. So how to add the font? Using the comma, inverted commas, single, type the name of the font, which is actually clearly visible as Poppins, and save it. Wherever you want to insert it, just type the name and save it. It will start reflecting. So as you all can see, we have actually used Arial, narrow, bold, sans serif, Helvetica, sans serif, but the Google font have actually a different look a different pattern, a different concept altogether. So I hope you all will be able to grasp the things clearly. In case anyone have any doubt, you can actually ping us in the live YouTube chat. So moving on to the next topic in the font in the we are actually in the CSS basics now. Perfect. So let's do something in the fonts only. We'll have a property as font size. Let's have 100 px. As you all can see, the dummy 100 px is very big actually here. Let's have 20 px. So as you all can see, this is the property which actually increases the size of the font, as the name himself says, font size. So let's have some other property as font weight. Let's have 2 rem. So as you all can see, we'll have 5 rem. So as you all can see, the weight of the font has increased. This is a property of font weight which actually increases the boldness or the thickness of the fonts. So we have actually inserted the font size and the font weight in the paragraph tag. So as you all can see, let's move on to the another property of line height. Line height is 5px. Let me give 2 em. What is this line height? So earlier, as you all can see, the spaces or the gaps between the lines was very less. Now when I have given the property of line height, the gaps have increased. This is what the line height is doing. This property is known as the line height property, which is actually used to increase the gaps between the lines. So now I don't know why this question is not coming, right? What is this px, rem and em? These are basically the units of measurement which are used to weight or add the property in it. So as you all can see, here you have used px, here rem and here em. These are basically the units of measurement. Px, as you all know what is px, this px are actually now come into our part in Parcel of Life. Px is actually the pixel which you all have noticed or which you all have even listened is what is px. So em is the name says em only. It is equal to the computed font size of that element's parent. So in order to make it understand, let me do one thing. Let's create a div and we'll move this thing inside the div. So select the things and use Alt and F arrow to move the things in some tab. Nothing will happen in here. Why? Because we have not assigned anything to this div. So we'll have So as you all can see, as soon as I give the font size of 10 px in the div, all the font size, all the available fonts have been adjusted themselves. Why? Because all have moved inside the div, even though we have given separate font weight to the font, but they have adjusted according to the div. Div is actually the parent, and inside this div, as you all can see, h1 and p tags, h2 tags are basically its children. That is how the em works. And what is rem? Rem doesn't depend on anything. It is basically actually a global thing which works independently. It has nothing to do with the div or the parent. So now, moving on to the next property as classes and IDs. Do like the video. This is for your betterment and betterment thing. Likes are not coming. Do subscribe the channel also for further updates, because we are actually doing this activity again and again every week, and we actually splitted the entire content also on, and also continued the complete content also we are adding new things in our channel, which will be very helpful to you for your betterment, for your career growth. So do subscribe to the channel, do like the video. Liking doesn't cost you anything. It will actually help in the it will actually help the YouTube algorithm to highlight our channel. So moving on to the next thing, which is classes and ID. What are classes and what are ID? So classes and ID both are being used in the HTML skeleton. As you all can see, we have created a div, and let's have a class. Let's give a class name as CSS. So what are classes? What are IDs? Classes are basically used in HTML part, and it is basically being used in CSS with the help of dot. Anything after the dot is basically the class. And the main difference between the class is the same class can be used at different places, but ID can only be used at one place. And ID and hash is used before the ID in order to differentiate the ID from the rest. So let's do one thing. So we'll not do here. Let's create another div, and inside this div we'll have h3 tag, and inside this h3 we'll have welcome all in CSS basics, and let's have a class with the name as CSS, and here we'll have ID with the ID name as basics. So what I did, I created a new div. Let me save it. So okay, fine, perfect. So what I did, I have created a new div. I have given a class to this div, and inside this div I have created a header tag, h3 tag. Header tag starts from h1 to h6. Akshay, every 5 minutes are disconnected. I didn't, because in case if it is like that, everyone will ping us. So in case anyone have any doubt related to the disconnection or anything, please let us know so that we can fix the things. immediately, but I don't think, because we are also watching this live in our another desktop and mobile, so that we all will be able to see that you all people are watching properly sorry, or not. So I don't think, Akshay, this is possible. If it is, I request all the 14 viewers to please let us know. So moving on to the class, uh, let us always copy the names of the class and IDs. So as you all can see, what I have given dot and class name and a curly bracket. So and and we'll do one thing. Let's say font size of 20 px. So as you all can see, font size have increased the size of the font, and will show you another property of letter spacing as 2 rem. So the magic C spaces have appeared between this. So we'll have 0.2 rem. So it is now much better. So let's have this control C, and as I told you, hash is used to highlight a ID. So let's have word spacing as 1 rem. So I have actually added two more properties, letter spacing and word spacing, as the name simply tells themselves that letter spacing means space between the letters and word spacing means words spaces between the words. So here we have covered classes and IDs. As you all can see, classes are being used with the help of dots and IDs are with the help of hash. Letter spacing, as you all know, used to give the spaces between the letters, or you can say alphabets. Now we are coming into a very important property of CSS, which is the box model. What is box model? Box model, again the name simply says a box. There will be a box and a model inside the box. It's very similar to that only. These CSS are very user friendly, and what I can say, the name simply tells you what is inside that. So thanks Akshay for like and subscribe. I request all to please do like and subscribe the channel. So what is a box model? So in order to understand this, let's have a basic. Let's do one thing. Let's create a paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag, let's have a dummy text of lorem can. So simple is it. Save it. So why this is coming? Because we have actually given the color here. So we'll do one thing. Let's comment it out. How to comment it out? Use control and slash. save it, it has disappeared. So as you all can see, it is inside a div. So moving on to this, for the box model, there is a content inside a box, and inside this content we will have padding and margin. So let's do one thing. Let me actually inactive this also in order to understand the box model concept. So we'll have this only. We'll have border of 5px, solid green. So as you all can see, a box is created. A box is created around the content. Let's have some padding. What is padding? I will tell you. Of 5px and margin of 10px. So as you all can see, a box, inside this box, a content is there. Inside this content, so what is this a box model? So let me do this inspect, and here is the box model. So this is the content, and outside the space, what you are seeing, the space around the content, top, right, bottom and left, is basically the padding. Let's have 10px. Okay, and this is the box which has this line of 5px solid and of green color. Yeah, Ishan, thanks. Subscribe and liking for. So this is basically the box model. And what is this margin? This margin is basically the outer side. See, this, the space outside the box, which is of 10px across, top, down, left and right. This is basically a box model. A box model contains 4 things inside it. Content, the space around the content is padding, the space around the padding, or you can see a line, is a border, and the space around the border is margin. It contains 4 things inside it. So moving on to the next thing, I hope the box model is very easy and you can actually inspect and see where is what. So moving on to the next thing. Okay. One more thing. It might be possible somewhere that you want only padding, like only padding in bottom. As you all can see, only bottom padding is there. Or you want only padding in right, so only right padding is there. If you want in left is there. Or if you want margin like that, only margin left, see, only left margin is there. Right, only right, the content have shift towards the right. Bottom, see, the line have come across, the line have come towards upward. So you can actually assign, or you can actually assign what I say, the sides, which is the top, down, left and bottom, Specific margin you can use with the help of these sites. So there is also, let me comment it out, a shortcut to use margin as 5px, 10px, 5. So what does this mean? This means top, bottom, top, right, bottom and left clockwise direction you have actually give the margin. Same way you can use for padding. Let's have 10 px, 5 px, 10 px and 5 px. So this is what the shortcut feature also. I hope you all will be getting the things. So let's have some more font properties which I will show you in this paragraph tag only. We'll have font style. What is this font style? As you all can see, these are basically italic, oblique, normal, italic, save it. The fonts have shift to in a italic pattern. So there are you can give as opaque, oblique, sorry. This is a different type of font style. So let's have some property related to the text, complete text. Text transform uppercase. Uppercase means capital letters. Entire text have changed in a capital letter format. So lowercase, lower format, or you can say none also, nothing will happen. Also another property related to text is text decoration. So in case you want the text is dotted, so you all can see it comes in the dotted pattern, or you want a line through will come here. So these are the basic properties of text decoration. So now moving on to the next topic in CSS, which is basically the styling of list. This is now we are going a little bit deeper in CSS. One second. Now for this, in order to understand the styling of list, let me do one thing. Let me actually make all this thing inactive, because for this we will be using a separate HTML in order to make the things simple. What is coming? Lorem. Why Lorem is there? Save it. So, what is styling of list? So, in order to understand what is styling of list, let's create a basic HTML structure which will have a class as categories. And inside this class, we'll have a h2 tag and we'll name the h2 as category. And after this, let's have unordered list. And inside unordered list, let's have a list item of into 6. One second. Li into 6. See, this is a shortcut. What I did, li into 6 greater than a. So 6 types of li's has been created by themselves. So here a very important thing, you all should know the shortcuts also because it is very difficult to type each and every code in a complete pattern. So I will tell you the shortcuts also, like what I've told you. So let me save it, and as you all can see, one second. Perfect. Okay. So now give the name of the categories. Or we'll do one thing, we'll use a little bit short. At 1, at 2, at 3, at 4, at 5, at 6. So as you all can see, we are actually into the styling of list. For this, we in order to understand the concept, we have actually created a category list. So how to style it now? So as I told you, always copy the class names, and as this is the class, so we will use dot class name and have the border of 2px solid with black color. One second. Border of solid black color. One second, we'll have 5px. basic. Okay, fine. Why it is not coming? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me delete it. Where is the body? Body. Here is the body. And 1 second. Let me delete the earlier internal style what we have given and link the CSS. What is happening? Hmm? And 1 second. So because the earlier codes what I have given is actually malfunctioning with the new codes, so that's why I have deleted the every code what I have actually write it down in order to understand the concepts. So as you all can see, what we did, we have actually created a li unordered list. Inside this unordered list we have created a list item, and here what you can see, as we have actually created a box model. So here inside this category we have a header tag. So for this h2, let's target this and have a property of text align center. With this h2 tag category have aligned themselves in center of the box. So now let's target the unordered list with padding as 0. See what 0 did, it have actually moved the content towards the left side with the 0 padding. So now let's have a property of list style as none. The styling have removed now. The dots what have come outside the box has removed. Now let's target the anchor tag, which is the A, and have the text decoration as none, and have the color as black. Earlier it was blue color. Perfect. Now our links are looking perfect now. Now we will use a what I say, a special property called as hover property, which is actually used to highlight the things. We'll tell you dot categories hover will change the color to red. So as soon as you click it, the color will change to red. This is what the hover property do. Now let's add a bit of style to list item, which is the li. Dot categories li have the padding in the bottom as 0 px and have the bottom border bottom will have 2px dotted in gray color. So as you all can see, 2px, let's change to 5px. A dotted border of in the bottom has been given. This is actually we have completed with the styling of list. So now moving on to the next part, which is styling of forms. So for this, as you all know, one thing, let's have some is small property of br is a break row, hr is the horizontal rule. Save it. What happened? hr horizontal rule. So a line is there. This line represents for hr. hr is horizontal rule. So moving on to the next part, which is the styling of forms. So I hope for this, let's create a basic structure of HTML in order to get this thing understood. So let me do one thing. Let me delete it. Let's create a div, or no div is required. Let's have, as we are into form, so let's have form, and we'll have a class my form, and inside this my form, let's have a div, and sorry, not div. And this div will have a class, will have the class as form group. So we'll have a label, and with this label we'll have input. So one second, not text, we'll use this input type is text, and name is name, and this label will have name. This for is not required. Save it. As you all can see, this label is there and input type box has appeared. So we will have a form where we have name, email ID, and a message. So so we'll do one thing, we'll copy it out, save it. We'll have the same class, and name will be label will be email, and input type will have email, no, input type will have text here. That's fine. And in this form group we'll have the label name as message, and we'll have the property of text area with the name as message, the name of message, and these columns and rows are not required. So basic thing will appear. Perfect. And ID is also not required. Save it. And inside, after this, div will have a input type as, what is this, submit. Let's edit it. Input type as submit, and we'll have the class. Save it. Input type submit, class equals to button, and instead of ID we'll have value equals to submit. So as you all can see, a basic form we have created. Yes, Ishan, I have corrected it here. Thanks. So we have created a basic form where you can see all these things are there: name, email, and message. So moving on to the styling part now. This is the basic HTML, and earlier this was the website. This form comes in the website. So let's target. This is not required, so we will delete it. And let's target. Before targeting, let's copy the classes. Control C, and we'll have padding of 20 px. So as soon as I save the things, changes will start appearing. So let's target. And let's copy this class also. Giving space another dot, you can actually insert or give, or what I want to say, as I told you, in order to use a class you have to use the dot before that, and after giving space you can use another class in the same line. So we'll have padding bottom of 15 px, which will actually give some space. So now next thing we'll target this label. Inside my form, label will have a property of display as block. So now everything, all the boxes come before the another. So now let's target my form space input, and here we will use square brackets, type equals to text comma, space dot, again my form, space text area, and inside this we'll have a padding of 0. So we'll have 8px and have a weight of 100%. So what does this did? Padding of 8px, space around the content. Width is 100px. This entire box have moved towards the end of the. We just use space like class bold italic. Bold italic. If you have given the space in the class, you can use it. So it is always recommended to copy the name of the class. Avoid writing. Use copy. I hope it answers your question, Ishan. So let's add some more styles to the form what we have created. So as you all can see, a button is there, submit button. So let's target the button now. So for this, let's copy the class name, Control C, dot button, Control V, and have a margin of 0.2 em space 0, and we'll have padding of 0.15 px, 15px, 0.15px. Save it. So the button will start decorating. We'll have a border of none, and text align has to be center. So I use the shortcut as TAC. It have actually automatically come text line center. So I use line height LH. Line height, let's have 34px, and we'll have BR for border radius. We have 0.2 em, and let's have the font size as 1 rem, and have color as white, and let's change the background also to aqua. Aqua is not good here. We'll have which color? Maroon. So this is what the styling of button is. Fine. So let's add some hover property to button also. HO hover, and we'll have the color to white. So as soon as not color, will have the background color, and the cursor has to be, where is the cursor? Cursor has to be pointer. See, As soon as I move the cursor to this button, the color maroon changed to white and click it. So I hope you are with me and it is clear now. So this is what we have completed with the styling of list and styling of form. So moving on to the next property of CSS, which is, let me tell you one thing, we are in CSS basics only by now. After that, we will use CSS grid, no, CSS Flexbox, and we will move to CSS grid. So moving on to the next property of CSS basics, which is alignment and floating. What is alignment? What is floating? As the name simply says, alignment means you need to fix something or you need to place some things somewhere like that. Or floating means you need to float something in some direction or in the some page, in the web page. So in order to use this thing, again we need to change the HTML, control or delete, save it and control us. So we don't want nothing in our page, else it is creating disturbance. So let's create a basic structure in HTML structure in order to understand what is alignment and what is floating. So let's start with a class, and inside this class let's have the class name as OCK block. One second. Or let me delete it and div class CK block. So inside this div, let's have a header tag or h2, and we'll have heading 2. And after this, we'll have a paragraph tab with dummy text. We'll close the div. We will use this div control C 3 times. We'll have heading 234. Save it. So what is this? These are 3 headings with their paragraphs. So it will show 3 blocks in our web page, one below the another. It is basically the normal flow like that. So let's insert some basic styling in this. So the basic rule, copy the class name dot control V is a block and have float as left and width 33.33%. So what does this mean? So what does this 33.3% means? One second, let me have some water. So the available size is being divided by all the 3 headers in a 33.33% ratio. this what it does. So as you all can see, now in case if we want to use this in a 50% of the available space, let's deactivate it and we'll change this to 50% and see both the headers use half of the available space and arrange themselves. Responsive websites, these websites are already responsive. Let me show you. See, CSS is responsive. See, the available space being used automatically. And in order to, if you want to make websites, separate websites responsive, this we will come into the projects. So we will be learning today how to make thing responsive, not responsive websites. These are differently, these are totally a separate thing which you are asking Ishan. But in the last, I will try for a small project which will make your query answerable. So where are we? In alignment. So as you all can see, if we have two headers, we can actually use this float property and the width to divide the screen into two parts like that. So again, let's change the class name as block and block 2. So let's copy it, and what we will do, dot block 2 float right, and we'll have the width as 30%, and let's fix it for 70%. See, what does this do? One second. Float left, float right, with 70%, 30%. One second. So as you all can see, I have not saved the HTML file. So the leftover space we have actually moved. Let me tell you what I did. We have actually changed the class name of this second div to block 2, and here we have used the float property and moved the header 2 to the left and header 3 to the right with the available width of 70% to the first header and the 30% to the second header. So now these are looking perfect. Not so perfect because the content is not same, but you can use it. So now let's do one thing. Let's have, let's or I can say have a box model, solid green, and let's copy. So two boxes have been introduced, but as you all can see, these have one below the another. Now, in order to fix it, we'll have a property of box sizing border box. Save it and Control C, Control V, C. Both the boxes are in alignment to one another. So this is how you are fixing it. So this is what as the alignment property. Now moving on to the next thing, which is actually positioning. Let me tell you one thing, we are into CSS basics only. Later on, we will move to Flexbox and Grid. CSS is little bit a very vast topic, which I am trying to. Occasion you can take break as per your comfort, but we will take break after some time. After the CSS basics part, maximum after 10 to 15 minutes, we will take a short break. Then we will move to Flexbox and Grid. So what is positioning? So in order to understand the concept, let's change this. Perfect. What is positioning? Positioning, as the name simply tells, position a thing or a position an item or a place an item. So there are there are actually four values of positioning: static, relative, absolute, and fixed. Static is actually the normal behavior. So for this, let me create a div, and inside this div, let's have a h1 and have h2. So inside this, we'll have CSS, we'll have CSS basics. Perfect. So we'll have a class of position box. Save it. So two header tags are there, and ठीक है, fine, perfect. So two header tags are there, and as you all can see, so let's copy the class first. See. So let's have some magic. We'll have a width of 800 px. Let's create a box. Height of 500 px and have a border of 2px. Lol, this time let's have dotted double border of gold color. Let's see how it is coming. Okay, perfect, fine. So what we did, it's self-explanatory. So we have created a box. Inside this box, we have actually two headers, h1 and h2. Now, inside this box, if we want to move this CSS from left to right or top to bottom or somewhere here, where is my cursor, or some, if we want to move this CSS basics to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, how to get this done? This we will be learning in this positioning. So what you are actually seeing is the static property of positioning. So it is basically a normal behavior which you are actually currently visible. So now let's change its natural behavior to absolute. For this, let's target the h1 tag and will assign the position as absolute, and from top let's shift this to 40px. So what does this happen? As you all can see, earlier CSS was above CSS basics, now CSS is below CSS basics. What has happened? So what has happened is, basically, from the top, system have calculated 40px and have moved 40px from the top to the header tag CSS. Now, in case if we are thinking of to move this CSS 40px from the box, will have to give position relative, and now it is actually 40px bottom, 40px down from this border of gold color what we have created. This is basically the function as how to identify position absolute and position relative. So now let's target h2 tag. Inside this h2, let's have position as absolute and have shift to bottom 40px, and from right will move to 60px. So see, position absolute means from the top and right 60px, bottom 40px. This is how you will actually move things wherever you want. So moving on to the next value of positioning after absolute and relative, which is the fixed. So for this, let's create a button with class as button and button fixed, and the content will be fixed button. Save it. So we will add the code to this fixed button class what we have created. So copy it, will give the position shortcut is not taking position fixed, and after that from top will have 30px. So from top it is fixed to 30px. So as you all can see, whatever is the size of the screen, it is fixed from 30px. So this is how the button fix works. it actually sticked to the place where we have assigned themselves. So now, by now, we will have a last property in CSS basics, which is actually the background images. What was the last property in HTML basics? So it is very simple. Let me do one thing. Where is my folder? Inside this folder, let me create a new folder with the name images, and inside this images, let me download a sample image from and splash. We'll use this one. And where is the folder? Perfect. So we'll rename it because the IMG. So nothing to do. It actually have come here. See, this is the image. What you do will reflect here. So let's do one thing. Where is it? Where is it in position box? Mm, 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 mm. Let's have a background image of URL images, and you have to use the path. So save it. This is the background image which you have inserted like this. So now, as you all can see, the image is repeating after this line. See, it actually has not been placed perfectly. So we'll have a property of background repeat as no repeat. So here it is not repeating. But it is not actually utilizing the complete available space. So for this, we'll have a separate property in order to, where is this background size as cover. So now what we did, we actually stopped repeating the image. We actually fixed the image wherever we want to fix it. So now we'll have a 10 minutes break. After that, we will continue with CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid non-stop session for, I can say, 1.5 hours. So thanks for your patience. We'll have a break of 10 minutes. At sharp 1:15, we will be back. So make yourself comfortable by now, by that time. एग्जाम की तरह बात है ना जर्मनी Hi all, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So, we have completed the basics of CSS. Now, we will be doing Flexbox. So, please make yourself comfortable and make yourself available. We'll share your LinkedIn ID, Mahi Ravi. 1 second. Or you can type Nabendu Biswas. You can easily get it. So, I hope you will be able to grasp the things easily. I'm taking it very slow and in a very, linked manner so that you can easily link HTML and CSS both with theory and practical. So, we will be starting with Flexbox, and after that we will have a lunch of 30 minutes, and we will again back with CSS grid. After CSS grid we will have JavaScript. So a very important date today for all of you. So let me have a change in the basic styling. What is Flexbox? A very important question. So now from Flexbox, you will be able to see. Let me know. Are you will be able to see my screen clearly? In case of anyone have any doubt, please let me know. Yeah, my screen sharing is on. I will be able to see it. So, what is a Flexbox? So earlier, as you all can see, earlier there were no Google fonts. So Google fonts has been implemented. No basic styling. So CSS stylings has been implemented. So later on a year, some updates have been introduced in CSS by the W3 schools, which is actually the main founder or the company who have invented this CSS. So later on in 2015, they have invented this Flexbox and CSS grid property. This is very helpful for the designers or the developers to actually design the things in a very easy manner. So Flexbox is just a display property and it is used to lay out your web page in a very proper manner. So save it and save it, save it. Why live server is not working? 1 second. We'll do it, not to worry. So before that, let me create a new folder. CSS Flexbox and what to do? Or no need to create a folder. Let we will do it in this folder only. Nothing will change. We'll again open a live server. So moving on to the Flexbox. In order to understand the Flexbox, we will not be wasting our much time in writing the full codes. I am using a copy paste for a basic div structure. So let's change the title to Flexbox, save it and open with live server. Where is it? Perfect. And we will close it. So here is CSS Flexbox basics. So now for this, in order to understand what is Flexbox, how it works, let me create a basic div. So as you all can see, and one more thing, so let's create some basic styling. Where are the rest box? 1 second. 1 second. I'm actually designing the basic HTML structure in order to understand how Flexbox works. So be with me for some seconds. I will link it. Perfect. So please join fast. Students are pinging me when to join. So please join fast. We have started Flexbox. I'm just creating the basic HTML skeleton of Flexbox. Hmm? So I am ready with the basic HTML structure. So what we did, we have actually created a container, a parent container. Inside this, we have created a, we have actually given two classes and have given numbers from 1 to 10. So now let's create the basic styling using CSS Flexbox. CSS Flexbox is actually used to style the CSS in a very different way apart from what we have learned as float and block. So now let's do, let's target the class as control C, and we'll have a class, and we will do, so what I did, I have given the property of Flexbox as display Flexbox, and I've given a created a border of 5px solid, and the color is gold and dot. So What is Flexbox doing here? Flexbox is basically a row level element which aligns themselves or moves towards in a row axis from left to right. So they have actually aligned all the items or all the numbers in a row level starting from front to the end. So there is also a special another property which is in where is it inline flex. See what he did, he have actually moved the end of the border towards the last item. This is basically the function of inline flex. Now moving on to the flex direction property. Save it. With using the height why it is not coming 1 second. Actually always remember you need to put this semicolon to end the sentence. So height as 100 vertical height. So VH is the unit of height. So what does this do? Move the color to the entire box what we have created using the complete screen. So now the flex direction is in the direction in which the main axis flow, which is default. So we'll have the flex direction as row, flex direction shortcut is not coming, flex direction as row. As I have told you, flex works on row level elements, so nothing will change. So now changing the direction to column C. Again, have changed to their main property like that. Yeah, Ishan, welcome back here. So now moving on to the wrap property, which is a flexbox property. What does this wrap do? So let's do one thing. Let's target the box width to 300 px and let's remove this here. So what this flex wrap do? We'll have flex wrap as wrap. Now see the magic. And let me tell you one thing. This is very responsive, very responsive. See, based on the available space, they have adjusted themselves. See, this is the wrap property. They have actually wrapped themselves on the available size. If we have used the width as 200 px, let's see, 4 items have wrapped inside the box. So earlier it was 3, so only 2 are coming. So now let's use a property of 33.33%. Let's see what is happening. Okay, fine, perfect. So what it does, so now moving on to the another property which will actually work border as 10px solid and white. See, what have actually appeared as we have given spaces like that. That's why we have given two classes here in order to target multiple times. Now moving on to the ordering property. What is ordering? As the name simply suggests, it comes in the order. So what does this ordering property? How does this work? So let's have let's change it to display as flex and control S. Now let's target the box as flex 1, and after that we'll start targeting the box 3 and use the order as 3. Now see, where is the box 3? The box 3 have actually shipped after the box number 10. This is the box 3. Now we'll have the box 4 as order, will give at 7. So where is the box 4? It is after the box 3. So this is the property of ordering, where you can use the order property to move the content within the same line. I hope this is clear to all. Now moving on to the next part, which is alignment and centering. It is very similar to what we have learned earlier in CSS basics. Now let's modify our CSS a little bit. We will do one thing. Okay. So let me remove it, save it. All are into the sequence now. Now let's have a property in alignment and centering. We use justify content. As you can see, justify content center is a property. As here I have used a shortcut. So they have actually moved the content, entire content in the available space in center. Let's have a border also in order to border of 2px solid of green color. So as you all can see, within this border all the items are placed in a center, perfect center. This is the flexbox property. So now let's have flex start, and now you can see all are in the start. Flex end, all moved towards the end. So these are the basic properties of alignment and centering. So now moving on to the next property, which is space between. These are basically very helpful in navigation, in footers, in headers, like that. Space evenly. See the space here, here. This is how this is working. Space around. It is very similar to space evenly. So now moving on to the flex direction. The direction of the flex is always towards the main axis, that is from left to right. Flex correction, as I am telling again and again, it's a row level element. It works from left to right. CSS, it's a two level element from left to right and top to down. So now let's use a property of flex direction. One second, control V, control S. So now what is this? Here we again have the flex direction property similar to what we have done in justify content. So we'll have flex direction we will have one second justify content center. So all the content have come in the center. Justify content start, so in the start. So these are basically similar properties. Space between, space between. So what is the difference in earlier and in this? Earlier we are actually working on the row level from left to right, and here we are using the flex correction column property and aligning the content in a column level, that is from top to down, or what I can say in a vertical level. Sir, can you please provide CSS cheat sheet or any website to help in CSS? You can use W3 School's website, Ishan, for further assistance, or this YouTube video, or we have a number of series earlier also, and we will be doing in the coming days also. So that will be a great helpful for you. So let's align the things as space between, space evenly, like that, space around, like that, and where is end, and so this is the basic property of flex correction. Now moving on to the next property, which is the align item property. What is align item property? As simply the name says, align item as aligning the item which is the opposite of justify content. How it works? Let me show you. So for this, let's do some basic change in the container. And have done it. So let's use align items center. Yeah, shortcut is working. So align item center. So how it is working? As you all can see, it is actually aligning the complete item in the center of the page or in the center of the available space. Now align item stretch, stretch, align item end, end. So here you need to type start or end manually. It is not like start, it is only start and end. We have done center, stretch. So now we will be using a special property in CSS Flex, which is called as a baseline property. What is it? I will show you with the help of an example. For this, let me change the sizes of the fonts, and we'll have display flex, borders 5px solid gold, perfect. Height is 100 vertical height, and align item is baseline. So what we did, we have actually increases the font size of the boxes. One second. Align item is baseline, perfect. Padding is 10px. So what I want to tell you is baseline. So as you all can, if you read the numbers 1 to 10, all have a common base. See my cursor. The base is common irrespective of the size, of the weight, of the position. So this is a very common property, as you have seen so many sites where the products are coming one after the another as you move the cursor left or right. So you can use or you can add this property with the help of JavaScript, but this is basically what the baseline feature is being used to highlight the products in a circle pattern from left to right. So this is what is the baseline. So now let's have the another property of Flexbox. Or let me tell you one thing, maximum by 2 p.m. we will start with the lunch. So we'll have a lunch break of 30 minutes after 15 minutes. So moving on to the next part, in Flexbox, for which we need to have, let me see the okay, perfect, fine. See, in order to understand the next topic, please have a look in the property. Let's have flex wrap as wrap. So what is it? Flex wrap wrap. So this is the property what we have earlier learned. Now In this property, we will use the align content property, which is very helpful and similar to the set of properties similar to justify content. Now let's see align content property with the help of flex start. So as you all can see, what does this property do to the available contents? Now changing it to flex, and so here what is happening, the entire content is moving left or right or center, as you all can see. See. Now next is space between space, 1 second, space evenly will not work. Stretch, space around we have computed, space between flex start, flex end. So now let's have the flex item property. For this, let me change the basic structure here. And let me show where is the height. Perfect, fine. Once again, let me create the basic structure now. So as you all can see, what has happened here. Heading bottom, as we have given for the box 2, box 6, and box 9 items. So let us have a property called as align self in flex end. Why it is not working? Wait. Got box 2. 1 second. Perfect, fine. So here you can see, let me delete it. So earlier what we did, we have actually one second. Fine. Now it is fine. So what I did, actually I have changed the padding bottom of 3 boxes in order to identify what is the property of align self. So how it is moving? Align self, as a name suggests, you can actually overwrite the existing Flexbox property which is being applied to this entire setup using the property of align self as flex end. So you can see align self center, align self flex end. This is the basic property of align self which helps you to override the entire setup. Now we will see the flex item property as flex. Now for this, let me use to change the basic structure. See, actually we have inserted the emojis which will help you to look better. Likes are very less, guys. Likes is required. So now, as you all can see, we have actually inserted emojis here, which is actually help you out, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So moving on to this, let's do something using the free spaces available here with the help of flex item property. So now let's target this item in the style. Let's target the boxes using the flex one property. So what has happened here? So as you all can see, the leftover space, the box number 2 have used the twice of the space of the available boxes here. This is what this property works. Now moving on to the individual properties of flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. Now how it works? Let me change the two items. Let me show you. We'll have 110. Save it. What has happened here? So let me explain you. Flex 1 is a shorthand for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So the number one is for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. This is a short form which you can use to identify or to write these three properties: 110 or flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. Flex basis means the default size of the element before remaining space is distributed. Fine. If we give it alone, it will only take the pixels we give it. Let me show you. See, it will only show or it will only take the pixels. So let's have flex grow, flex grow, flex grow as 2. Save it. And here also we'll have flex flex grow as 1. See. So again, the third property, flex shrink, flex shrink, flex shrink, flex shrink as 5. And here also flex shrink as, let's use it, 1. So what has happened here? Now see the responsiveness of the site. So this is how you can give it separately, or you can give it one after the another using the separate feature as flex basics, flex grow, and flex shrink. So by this we have end with Flexbox. So now we will be using or coming up with CSS grid after 30 minutes of break. So you all are requested to please have a lunch break properly, and we will be again back with 2:20. Let's have a 20 minutes break because we have already taken 10 minutes break in between. So we will be back by 2:20 p.m. starting with CSS grid. CSS grid is a very vast topic, and I will try to cover as much as possible in this, as it works with in both the direction, in row level and column level. So have a break. We will be back at 2:20 p.m.
तुमने ब्रेक ले रहे हो?
मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ, मैं फिर Hi all, welcome back to the special bootcamp. So we'll start with CSS Grid now. So please make yourself comfortable, available quickly. So I'm ready with the basic structure of CSS Grid. So I request you all. Where are rest? Only 6 people are there. Please come fast. The time has already come. CSS Grid is a vast topic which we need at least a 1.5 hour. So max by it's 2:30, 2:24, 3:34, 3:30 or 3:45. We will be covering. We will end up with CSS Grid. Please join fast. And let me tell you one thing. We will be doing a very small project in CSS Grid also, which is a demand of the last time of the bootcamp what we have completed. So we have actually included this in the content. Please come fast. Where are rest? Only one has increased. Let me ping in the group. 1 second. Where are rest? Please join fast. We'll start CSS Grid. So we will be starting with CSS Grid now. Actually, this CSS Grid is little bit vast topic, and you all are requested to please be patient. After CSS Grid, we will have another 5 minutes break. Then we will move to JavaScript. JavaScript will be taken by Nabendu sir, and he will now take you forward. So, can I start now? Please comment yes. Can I start now? Let me see who is active. No one is active, it seems. So, not an issue. So what is a CSS grid? As I told you, CSS grid and CSS Flexbox have come into picture after 2015. 2015 is a major year where in which the upgrades or updates or the additions have been introduced in CSS by the W3 schools. So CSS grid is basically a functionality which works in both the axis as row axis and column axis both. It works within using CSS grid. You can use to align the items, place the items in a row level and column level both. From left to right or from top to down, you can use with the help of CSS grids. So for this, as what we are doing earlier, let me ready my basic HTML structure in order to understand you. So what is CSS grid? How many candidates are there? Only 7. So not to worry, we will take you all 7 to the CSS grid now. So as I told you, CSS grid. As I told you, I have created a basic SQL structure with 10 items, and in styling, I have done a basic styling as I have created variables for the colors and using the variables wherever is it required. So as you all can see, from pink to blue, this is a linear gradient property in order to use the color, use the background color. So let me add some basic styling of CSS grid now. So let's have displays grid. So as I told you, grid is a two-level functionality which works on both column and row. So we have to define grid template column as 200 px and 500 p. So what I did, so I have defined two columns have to be created with the size of the columns as 200 px and 500 px. As you all can see, we have defined the column part. Now let's have grid template row of 200 px, 300 px, save it, and let's have one more of 500 px, save it, and as you all can see, 200 will change to 100 because things will not come in the page. Fine, perfect. So as you all can see, we have created two columns, vertical ones, and the three rows. So what does this mean? My voice is not coming. Now it is clear. Hello, is it audible now? Please confirm. So looking for one or two more yes. Thanks, Arpita. Ishan, where is Ishan? So my voice is clear now. Please confirm fast. I'm looking for one more yes. Yeah, thanks. So in case anyone have, yeah, Ishan, got it now. It's fine. Thanks for confirming. Thanks, Arpita. So I will tell you one more once again what I did. So as I told you, CSS grid is basically a two-level function which works on both column level and row level. So we have created two columns and three rows. So for this, as you all can see, we have actually 10 items and we have placed them in 6 cells. So how many rows we have created? 2 rows and 3 columns. So 3 into 2 is 6 cells. So what about for that 7, 8 and 9 and 10? So depending upon the size of the element, by default they have taken the available space. So let's have a grid gap of 5p. See what grid gap do. Sir, will the code files being available to us for review? My dear friend, the code files will not be available because I used to delete it and then write it again. You can do one thing, you can actually review the video once again and prepare accordingly. So what I did, I have actually inserted the gaps of 5px between the columns and the rows, which is very been clearly visible to you. Now, as you all can see, we can have grid. No, we will this I will tell you later on. So one second, grid gap, as you all can see. Now let's have the another property, or not. Now let's have the another property which will allow what to do, I will take next. So let me do one thing. Let me inspect this. So it will not come here. One second. I will tell you, there is separate property which I will tell you in Mozilla why Mozilla is preferred in CSS grid. That I will tell you later on. So let's use another functionality of grid auto rows as 150p. What is grid auto row? As you all can see, as I implement this grid auto row, the space of the leftover items 7, 8, 9, 10 have changed to 150px. Earlier, depending upon the size of the content, the space has been provided to these 7, 8, 9 and 10 items. So what this grid auto row done? Grid auto row have defined the space to these 7, 8, 9, 10 items as 150px. This is a functionality of grid auto row. The leftover space have been assigned with 150px space. Now let us come to the Another property of grid as grid flow, auto flow. So what is grid auto flow? So for this, let me change this to two item. Control. So what is grid auto flow? So let me go back to the styling. And will have grid template column of 400 px and 200 px, and let's have grid wrap of 15 px. Now auto not required. Save it. So as you all can see that we have only two items with us, and now in case if we want to add the third item, where it will come? It will come, one second, it will automatically come in the row level. Because why in the row level? Because it's a general property or it's a general behavior that the next thing will come below the top. So in order to change it, we have a property where which will help you to add the item in a column level, which is called as grid grid auto flow column. So now grid auto flow column, one second, rows is not required here. So what has happened here? The third item which we have added has automatically come by the side of 2 in a column level access. So this is the property in which if you want to create another item, you can use it with the help of grid auto flow, adding the column header. Here, in case if you want where what to happen, you have to mention that. Like that, if we want the item to add in the column level, so we have mentioned the item as column level. By default, it actually works on row level also. So I hope this is clear now. So now moving on to the third part of the CSS grid property, let me tell you the sizing. This is called as grid sizing property. How it will work? Let me change the basic HTML structure. One second. Fine, perfect. Okay. So as you all can see, earlier what has happened, as we have given grid auto flow, so the next items have been added in the column level. So as you all can see the response, it is very responsive, more than Flex. So I request you all, when you are filling the attendance form, please fill with your names. The candidate, the Web3 guy, let's study. When we will be issuing you the certificate, this will be a problem that the certificate will come automatically in the name of the Web3 guy or let's study. Because let me tell you or let me clear you one thing very specifically, the certification issuance will be an automation process, and system will not use his mind. So in case if you fill your name as Let's Study or the Web3 guy, you will be getting the certificate with the same name. So while filling the attendance form, please fill your correct name. In the name, you will be looking for your certificate. So we are in the grid sizing property. So where is my basic HTML file? Okay, corrected. So here, let me have some more. Save it. Perfect. Now, what do we want? Display grid and grid gap is required only. Nothing else is required. Let me change it. Save it. Perfect. So, save it. So as you all can see, we have defined nothing. So we have only write display grid and grid gap of 15 px is there. So now we will use a property called as grid template column, and see what has happened. If 4 columns of 25% of the available size of the screen has been created. See, we have we have not defined the columns, the size of the columns in px. We have defined the size of the columns in percentage this time. So this is the power of CSS grid. Fine, let's study. So now what has happened here? The last of the items, item number 4, item number 8, and item number 12, as you all can see, have stick towards the right and have actually being not completely visible. So why this had happened? Because the available screen size is 100%. So 25 into 4 is 100%, plus the grid gap of 15 px what we have given is 15. So the available space is 115%. But what we have given the size as 25 into 4, it as 100%. So that is why this thing is happened, which is actually not looking good. So in order to fix it, let's have a box model border of 5px solid with black color. So let's create a box. Now we will fix it in this. So now in order to use the available space properly, there is a unit called as FR, which we will be using. FR is a free space left over, which I will tell you how to use it and what is the advantage. See, now what has happened? Let me do one thing. FR function is basically a very responsive function which is using the leftover space in a very proper and logical manner. See, we have created 3 columns, one column of 200px, another column of 150px, and the third column of 1fr. 1fr means the leftover space is being used by the system in order to place the content. Leftover space. So in case if we give 1fr space 1fr, so the leftover space now being divided into two as 1fr and 1fr. Okay. Now if I write here as 2fr, see, after 200px and 150px, the total leftover space is being used twice by this column and by this column in a single pattern. Now there is a function called as auto function. How auto function is working and what is the use of auto function? So let me change it auto 1fr 1fr. So what it does? So as you all can see, one second, fine, perfect. So as you all can see, what is happening here? One column, first column is of auto, second column is of 1fr, and last column is of 1fr. Let me change it to 2fr. So what has happened here? Depending upon the size of the content inside the box, auto uses the space. If let me change this to 4 is coming here. Now let me change to 4 and save it. See what auto did. Depending upon the size of the available content, auto allots the space. This is the function of auto. Auto, as the name suggests, automatically. It uses the available space depending upon the size of the container. And for the next two columns, we have given the leftover space has to be used by, one second, the leftover space has to be used by 1fr and 2fr, means twice of the available space to be given to the last column and of the single to the first column. Now let's add some larger content what we have already covered. Now repeat function, very powerful concept. Repeat, as in case you want, let me do one thing, auto repeat and 2fr 0 is coming. So Let me do one thing. Let me increase the size. So what is happening here? Auto repeat. Two times of 2FR. So as you all can see, 1 second and 1FR. So read it. Auto. The first column is auto. Depending upon the space. Depending upon the space, they have allotted the space. Depending upon the size of the content, they have and we will use Mozilla. We will use Mozilla in order to understand some concepts. Let me do one thing. Let me start the Mozilla now. And fine, perfect. So 1 second, 1 second. Where is the Control C? So now the real magic will come in Mozilla. So what is this? Let me adjust my screen properly. So as you all can see, 1 second, inspect. So what are these lines? These numbers are basically nothing but these numbers are used to identify the grid numbers and column numbers. So as you all can see, let me close it for now. We'll explain later on. So we are into the repeat function. The first column uses the space available depending upon the size of the content. And second we have repeat. We have repeat two column of 2FR. As you all can see, 2, 6, 10, 12, 10, 14 and 3, 7, 11, 15 are the size of 2FR, and the last one 4, 8 and 12 have the size of 1FR. So this is how you are actually combining the auto function with repeat function. I hope this is clear. Now moving on to the next topic in CSS. Great. Let's design the item first. One second. We'll have repeat 5 times of 1FR. let's do one thing. Let's highlight the item number 9. Perfect. So what I did, I actually changed the width of item number 9 to 500 px. So changing the width to 500 px, what has happened? This have actually disturbed the entire structure, or I can say the entire column. So as if I change the width of item number 9, only the item number 9 has to be changed and rest have to follow the same available space allotted to them. But what has happened? Have disturbed the item number 9 have disturbed the entire structure. So in order to use this in a perfect manner, there is a special property called as span grid column span to, and you can see the magic as they have actually taken the space of the two rows in order to maintain or place the content properly. So as you all can see, neither the structure have changed, neither the items have misplaced. Using the span functionality, they have uses the space of two of the cells. So now add using this, you can use in grid row also. So here we have given the same command in row level also. So what it happened, the size of 2 by 2 is being taken up by the item number 9 in order to place themselves in a logical manner. This is the power of CSS grid. See the response. It is very responsive, no need to see again and again. So now moving on to the next part, which is actually the same thing, but here what we did, we have actually one second, let me open the inspect now. So what we are doing now, so what we are doing now, we have actually highlighted the item number 16 to span from second, from 2 column number 2 to column number 6. It starts from 2 till 6. So as you all can see, instead of giving span, you can use to start and end using this property. Or there is a separate property which you can use in a single line, which is grid column. One second. Grid column 2 oblique 6 C. Or in order to check, let's have 2 oblique 5 and C. So it 2 oblique 5 means start and end. So it starts with 2 and end at 5. So my dear friends, I hope things are clear. Likes are not coming as usual. Subscription is not increasing as usual. You all are requested to please like and subscribe. This is for your betterment only. So moving on to the next part, we'll have for negative number also. So how have -2 to 5? So how it work? So let me 1 second. So where is -2? So if we go from left to right, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in a reverse manner, this is -1, this is -2. So -2 to fifth is what has been used by the item number 16. Either you go from left to right in a plus direction, or from right to left in a reverse direction, it is called as minus. So let me have, so see item number 18. What we did, we use the grid column starting from 1 to -2. This is 1, and where is -2? This is -1, and this is -2. So now using a single line, we can actually grid row merge both the properties in a single line. See, for item number 18, what we did, we actually, 1 second, what we did, we actually use from for the column and in the row level both. Or we'll do one thing, let's target item number 20. Perfect. So now moving on to the next part. 1 second, what is next? Which is the autofill and autofit property. We will first learn about autofit, autofit property, and later on in as autofill property. What is autofill and autofit? As the name suggests, automatically filling themselves and automatically fitting themselves. In order to understand this, let us create a basic structure. 1 second, control V, save it. So here's the structure. So this numbering only will be visible in Firefox Developer Edition Mozilla. It is nowhere else. Earlier we are working on Google Chrome. It is not there. I have checked. This type of thing is only available in Mozilla. So 1 second, a very important thing is visible now. 1 second. C -1. Either you go from top to bottom in a positive note or from bottom to top in a negative note. So let's have grid template column using will have the repeat function, and in this repeat function we'll have auto fill so what does happened here? So as you all can see, we have given a autofill property of 150px. So all the size has to be 150px using the property of autofill. So as you all can see, every column is to be of 150px so that the grid is able to fill only till item number 8. Because of the available size what we have given as 150px, till item number 8 has placed themselves inside the box. And next from item number 9 I have moved to the different. If see the response, see it is very responsive. So now if in case now moving on to the next topic, which is auto fit. Auto fit and autofill are almost very similar, but in order to understand the difference, let me change the basic HTML code, which will help you. One second. We will use tell item number 4. Save it. Now, what is auto fit? Now, let's change it to auto fit and save it. So, what did you notice? The grid has end where the item ends. This is what I want to tell you. Auto fit and autofill are very similar. Auto fit, when you apply auto fit, it ends where the grid ends. Simple. We cannot fit additional items here. So now let's add a property to item number 4, which is the last item. Now let's change to it to autofill. So what we have done, what we told item number 4, that move in the grid to the end of column number -1. So what has happened here? One second. Perfect. So as you all can see, this is -1. So the item number 4 has shifted towards the last column, towards the end of the grid, which is the column number -1. So now let's add a new functionality, which is called as the min-max, along with autofill, which, trust me my friends, a very powerful concept, and you can use this function in order to use without much of media queries. So let's do it now. Let's change. 1 second. Let me change the basic structure. Perfect. So what I'm doing here, so what I did, I basically create a repeat function autofill of 100px. So as you all can see, let me add the 1 second. So as you all can see, the item number second, which is a goodbye, is coming out of the box. So it happens sometime while doing the actual projects. So in order to fix it, we will use a functionality. What I was being talking about is the min-max function. Min-max function. 1 second. There is a n, and inside this min-max function, we will give 150px 1 fr, and this 100px we will delete it. One more is required. Fine. So what this min-max function do here, will tell you. So we have given two sizes of 150px and 1fr. Depending upon the size of the content, system will automatically choose the given sizes of 150px to use or 1fr to use. This is what the min-max function is here. So now, as you all have noticed, it is very responsive, and actually now we'll do one thing. Let's change it to autofit and see. Autofit, as I told you, ends where the grid ends. This is what is autofit. Both are actually very similar, but autofit ends where the grid ends. So now, moving on to the next part. which is actually the grid column and grid row concept to place item, where we will use a powerful concept called as grid template area to place items. Let me do this will not work here. One second. So as you all can see, this is basically a structure what we want to design. As this is a sidebar, I am sidebar 1. This is a this left sidebar 2 is the right sidebar. This is the center content, and there is a footer also. So what do we want? We want actually to place the items in their desired position, okay, using the help of grid. So for this, let's have after this border control y. Let me activate the this thing. So one second. So what has happened? We have actually created template rows and template columns of 3 column and 3 rows in order to place the items in a desired manner. So delete it. So let's add we'll do one thing. Let's give some row areas. Let's give some row areas. One second. So that you all will be able to understand. One second. Why it is not happening? One second. Perfect. So as you all can see the headers here, where what has to come. So this is the basic property of Mozilla, where you can use or you can see the headers. Now let's have the functionality to place the items where we are looking for. So using the grid area as footer, grid area as sidebar, and the grid area as content, we can actually move the items to the desired position. This will only be possible with the help of grid template area, and which actually help to make yourself very easy to use media queries, and just you have only to define the new layout. Fine. So now we will look a very important, a very impressive property which I love the most is the legendary masonry layout. Let me show you. But before this, the basic schema structure again needs to change. One second. One second. One second. Where is it? Fine. Perfect. So let me close this now. Fine. Perfect. So display is grid, and let's have a grid gap of 20p. Okay, fine. So what is legendary masonry layout? So let's add some columns. Fine, perfect. So what we did, we have actually using the repeat function, we have created 10 columns of one FR. So now using the nth child concept, let me change the sizes of some items. So we have actually using the span function have increased the size of some items. So now what, or let me say how this legendary masonry function work. So as you all can see, the item have self-adjusted themselves within the available space, but the very important thing is that the sequence is not same. Please read with me. 1 2 3 4 5. Where is 6? 6 is below 5. 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. 13 is where 13. 13 is here. So in order to adjust the available content in the screen, you can use legendary masonry layout, but the sequence is not guaranteed. Depending upon the size of the content, depending upon the span, this will work, but sequence is not guaranteed. You can actually fix your items, align your items in the available space, but sequence will not match. So take a note of this while using this legendary masonry layout. So moving on to the next topic, what is that? Which is actually CSS grid alignment and centering. Fine, yes, CSS grid alignment and centering. So again, using this CSS grid alignment and centering, we have similar to Flexbox. We have justify item, align item, justify content, align content, justify self, align self. So how it works? What are the values? We will show in some time. So let's create the basic structure. Item. Till item number 40 we require, one second. Perfect. So justify item work on low level, row level, align item, work on column level. It's very similar like we have understood in Flexbox. Save it. Perfect. So let me have autoflow dense is not required here. Save it and displays grid grid template column repeat 10 of 1 FR. Here I can say 1 second, 1 second. Perfect. So let me inspect this. So how to use justify item? Justify item basically works in a row level element, and they have similar 4 values as what was there in Textbox, which is the start, end, center, and stretch. 1 minute. So how to use it? It's very simple and similar. Justify items, start, save it. So let me have so let me have now. I request you all to focus on the items placed inside the cell. It will move changing this. So justify item and shifts the item towards the end of the cell. So next property is justify item center, center. Justify item, sorry, stretch, stretch. So these are very simple properties and similar properties compared with respect to Flexbox, what we have completed. So now moving on to the align items, which actually works on the column level pattern. So similar to justify item, align item also have 4 values: start, and center, and stretch. So how to use it? We'll have align item start, align item start. So save it. It's in the start only. Not to worry. Align item end. 1 second. So we'll show you again. Start start. So moves toward the start. Oh yes, perfect. So align item end. It is working on column level. Align item end. So 1 second, let me have build template row and have the repeat function of 5 comma 100px. So now you will be able to see the alignment in a very perfect manner. Perfect. So once again, start. See, it's in the start of the cell. End. End. Center. 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 So one very important thing, in order to place the item in a perfect center position, you can use justify item center and align item center. It will place the item in a perfect center position. Align item stretch. So as I told you, it works on column level. So the item have stretched himself in a vertical pattern. So moving on to the next part, which is 1 second. Which is justify content. Similar to justify content in Flexbox, it is here also as justify content in grid. It has again 7 values: start, end, center, stretch, space evenly, space around, space between. So again, justify content will work on row level also, row level only. So how to use it? After justify item, align item will have justify content. 1 second, 1 second. Justify content start. So see the 1 second, let me change to start or center. Save it. Now you will be able to identify justify content and 1 second 5. Grid template column, repeat of 5 of 100px, grid template row, repeat 5 of 100px. Perfect. Justify item will have stretch and align item will again have stretch, and justify content, let's have start. Save it And as you all can see, as we have not given for the entire content, so focus on the white cells now. And see, justify content, the entire content have shift towards the end. Center and stretch, space around, very nice, space evenly, space between. So these are the 7 properties which you can see very responsive and very perfectly working. So I hope you all are here with your mind, with your presence. So now moving on to align content. It is very similar to justify content, works on column level, and what is left have the similar 7 properties: start, end, center, stretch, space evenly, space around, and space between. So let me reduce this to 1 second, 1 second here. Save it. Now focus only on this web page, not on the code. Why? Because as soon as I enter the value and save it, things immediately happen in the page. But if you focus your eye on the page, you will only then will be able to identify as what has happened. So for this, let me have a little bit change. Control C in the container. So now, as you all can see, let's start with align content, start. So the entire content have moved towards the start in the border box what we have created. And center, center, stretch, stretch, space evenly, space around, space around, space between, space between, space E V E N L Y, space evenly, space evenly. These are the 7 properties, very simple properties, very easy to use, and very, very, very responsive. In case anyone have any doubt, he or she can ping us. So moving on to the next property, which is justify self, which again works on row level and has the power. 1 second. Before doing this, let me. No, it will work. Okay, fine, perfect. So and has the ability to overrule the current code what we have given. So in order to understand justify self, which actually applies on row level, let me target to item number 8. Where is item number 8? Where is item number 8? 1 second. item 8. Okay, perfect. So here is item number 8. Let me change to orange. Right. So here is item number 8. So what we have did, we have ordered item number 8 to justify self in the start, as you all can see. Again, end, center, stretch. Perfect. So as you all can see, we have ordered item number 8 with all the 4 values which is available for them. This has been highlighted with orange color. Similar to justify self, which actually works on row level, there is another property called as align self, which works on column level, which have all the similar 4 values: start, end, center, and stretch. So, in order to use it, let's do a basic change in the container, and let's target item number 9 with background back uh, with background as maroon, and align self property as start. So now focus on item number 9, which is by the side of item number 8. So as I told you, it works on column level element. It's a column level element, so it have moved towards the start of the column. The second property is end. Save it, so the end of the column. Center in the center of the column, and stretch. They have stretched themselves within the column. So these are the main properties of alignment, which is justify content, align content, justify item, align self, justify self, having their different 4 to 7 values. So this is a very important concept and very useful concept, very powerful concept. What? No, sir, Ishan, I didn't get you. So moving on to the last part, or I can say the last topic of CSS grid. After that, I will be handing over the session to Nabendu. He will take you along to the JavaScript. So let's do a basic project, as I have told you, a simple project which we will be doing in order to understand the basic concept. So for this, I have already created the basic HTML concept, which I have already explained in the last class of yesterday. So this is a basic album site. What we are what is actually here, and with the help of that, we will be using one second, it is actually perfectly fine. So let's target class album using the grid functionality, and we have actually uses the function as auto fit and auto fill. What I have told you as the auto fit used where the grid ends, and min max we have given 300 px and 1 fr, as depending upon the size of the content they have taken the available space. Fine. And grid gap of 5 px. So it is very responsive, say depending upon the available size they have adjusted themselves. So now let's give some additional background property in control V, control S. Perfectly working fine. Now let's do something, and we'll have some padding type pattern. Okay, fine. Now there is a bug, as you all can see the content. So in order to fix it, let's use the width property, which actually fixes the content properly. So this is what we have completed with CSS grid. So let's have, so let's have a 10 minutes break. After that, Nabendu will take you to JavaScript. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Babuji.
Hey, we all are living in the era of
Okay. Okay. So thanks, Mosam, for a great job. So from here, I will take over, and I will do for the today also, and next tomorrow also. Everything will be done by me. Means right now we are starting with JavaScript. But JavaScript is a bit big, so JavaScript I won't be able to finish today. So JavaScript will go tomorrow also, and then React is there. Tomorrow React is also. So as we promised, we will do everything from HTML, CSS is already done. Thanks to Mosam, and now we are going to do JavaScript, and then after that. React.js is also there. So JavaScript, some more topics are there. JavaScript again, we are going to complete all everything. Means JavaScript basics, then JavaScript DOM, then async JavaScript, which is the promises and the other things which are there. Then after that, ES6 is also be covered, and after that we're going to start with React, because without ES6, React cannot be started. Okay, so that is there, and now let me share my screen, because I want to end by around 5:30, maybe maybe by 5:30 I want to end today, and so. Maybe I'm not doing this thing. Firefox Developer Edition is very good, but it is very hard on my Mac. One sec. So I'll open in Chrome only. And JavaScript we are going to learn in JSBin. Okay, JSBin is this online editor which is there, and we are going to learn JavaScript in that. Basics and all we are going to learn in this, and the other thing like JavaScript DOM we are going to mainly learn in VS Code again, but JavaScript is where the real fun start, where the real programming start, where the who get scared people get scared in the when JavaScript starts. Okay, so this is the scary part. Okay, so let's just start it with the scary part. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a real programming language which comes with HTML and CSS. So that is there, means the browser only understands HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And why JavaScript there? JavaScript there because see we have all those buttons and all which Mosam had shown. How to add functionality on this button? How to click on the button, and all the data will be sent to the backend and all. So all those things are done in JavaScript only. So the React.js is a JavaScript framework. Okay, JavaScript library. Okay, then the backend is also this. So all the world belongs to JavaScript. Backend is backend also. Node.js nowadays is the most popular thing. Then even Angular, which is another front end framework, it is in JavaScript. So it's the age of JavaScript, and age of JavaScript started actually 10 years back when Angular came into picture. Now means this age of JavaScript will go another 10-15 years, means more than that also. And we are taking JavaScript to the next planet also. Those who don't know, all of us have heard about Elon Musk and SpaceX. So SpaceX rockets also uses JavaScript. What does that mean? That means we are taking JavaScript along with us to Mars also. So that's why JavaScript is not ruling only this planet; it will rule the next planet also, on which we will go. So it is like that. Okay, so JavaScript is not going anywhere. If someone says that this will come, that will come, nothing will come. Okay, JavaScript will only be there. Nothing else is there. JavaScript start, JavaScript, and everything is JavaScript. Okay, now it is like the web have become JavaScript and JavaScript have become the web. So it's time to learn JavaScript, or else you will be keep on doing all the small sites and all. Okay, so let's get started. And what we are doing this console. What is this console? If you right click on any browser, you'll find something known as console. So developers generally works here. JavaScript is a programming language. It is not that much visual like HTML and CSS. It's something you can think like it is in the air and all. So like this, it is there. So it is not like some programming language, some buttons and some visual elements will be there. No, it is not like that. No programming language are like that. So what we have opened is JavaScript. In this, we can do JavaScript. Mainly when we are going to learn JavaScript through VS Code, we're going to see that like .html, .css, we have a .js file also is there. Someone was asking this some other day. So .js file will also be there. Okay. So, but here we're doing it in this code editor. What happens in this? In which I can write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I can see console, or I can see the output also. This is a very cool code editor. Okay, so there are like this a lot of code editors are there. A lot of people are there who tells me that they don't have a laptop, they have a problem of a laptop. So do one thing. Okay, means I know it's a very big problem, and I'm thinking to solve that issue in some way or other. A lot of my students also don't have a laptop, because a laptop at least it takes 20,000 rupees for a second hand good laptop to do programming, and 20,000 rupees is a lot of money. I know that thing. So you can go to you can watch these videos on your mobile phone and all, and go to some internet cafe or somewhere and do this. Open this thing, JSBin. You can practice everything. Like you can write your HTML, you can write your CSS, you can write your JavaScript, you can practice all those things. And now you'll say how I will run the React code. React is also something is there. Okay, maybe I will start that thing sometime. Stack Blaze. There is something like Stack Blaze is there. Lot of code editors are there, but this one is one of the favorite. Stack Blaze is there. Okay, this code editor you can code. See, everything you can code. Everything you can code. React.js, everything you can code in this. Okay, so so like this React.js, TypeScript, everything you can code, and it is like your real only. So you don't even now need to have a laptop or all. Okay, and you can buy a very cheap tab or something like that also, in which you can practice. So practicing is now very much easier. Okay, so that is there. So whatever we have teach till now, means you can go in this code editor and do that thing. You open this HTML and CSS, and you can do that thing. That is like that. So let's get started with JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript is a functional programming language. It's not like Java and all. So those who have come from the Java background or C background or C++ background, they know that that is an object-oriented programming language, or Java is a functional programming language. There is a big difference between them. Java, the functions are they're known as first-class citizens. They have a lot of functions, have a lot of function. Okay, what a word. Function have a lot of function in JavaScript. Okay, so that is there. So the first thing which we are going to learn in JavaScript is the variables, because variables are very important in JavaScript or any other programming language. We start from there only. So what are these variables actually? Variables are these temporary things which you can store in any programming language. Okay, so if you're coming from a Java background, you know that variables goes with the data types. Like if it is an integer, I'll write int. So I'm writing the Java code right now. Okay, int I'll write int num something like this equal to 10, something like this I'll write. But then if it is a string, I'll write the string. But JavaScript we don't do like this. JavaScript we have only 3 types to do the variable. In fact, before 2015 there was only one type to declare variables, and that was known as var. There is a var keyword. With var you declare the variable, like var first name equal to Nabendu I'll do. Var first name equal to Nabendu I'll do. So what I just did, I created a variable first name with Nabendu. So if you're coming from a Java background or even a C background or a C++ background, you will write here a string, because of what I've done. It's a string. Nabendu is a string. So var first name. So let us dissect this thing. Var is the thing. Means in JavaScript, what happens? Everything is a var. Even the num you are going to take, it's a var. Even the boolean you are going to take, it's a var. Everything is a var. Okay, so the compiler takes care of that thing. Okay, it is a string or something it had to do, and this is how you write a variable name in JavaScript. And this is known as a camel case. Okay, this is known as a camel case. Actually, I have done JavaScript mostly in my career. Means when I was working as an architect, as a developer, I have used JavaScript. So once it happened that I had gone to a project in which I had to work on Java also, like a full stack developer. So whatever came, I took that thing. So as a full stack developer, a bit of Java also I would need to code. In Java also, I was giving coding convention like this, and my team lead told me, means what are you doing? Means in Java you just have a Pascal case. Java you have something like this, and this case is known as Pascal case. This is popular in Java. The first letter is capital, and then this is also capital. But in JavaScript, what is happening? This is there. Have first is always small, and if I changing something like first and name are two different things, so and that name will be capital. So it is known as camel casing in JavaScript. It's very popular, and we use this only. It is not a hard and fast rule. It will not give you error if you don't use that. But this is how the industry standard is there. You have to use it like this. So var was there, but var was having some of the issues which we are going to see right now. And var was JavaScript was invented in 1995. So from 1995 to 2015 only var was there, but there were a lot of issues with var. And because of that, JavaScript, there was ECMAScript which was released in 2015, which is like the next level JavaScript, and we're going to learn about that also. It is the addition in JavaScript. Nothing was replaced, because nothing can be replaced in JavaScript. Okay, so now what happened? So let last name equal to Vishal. So nothing, you will not see any difference here, but I'll tell the difference. So let last name equal to Biswas, delete, and so it is like that. Okay, so let is there instead of var, but it is again the same thing. Okay, it can be used instead of string, numbers, and all those things. Okay, then another thing is that const full name equal to const is also the const is a bit different. Const means it is a constant, you cannot change it. But we are going to see one more thing when you're going to learn ES6, the const also something are there which we can change. Okay, so then I can have a console.log of first name and last name and full name. I will run it and it will show you. So what is this console.log? Console.log is an inbuilt JavaScript function, just like you have printf in C or cout in C++. Java, I don't know that much. I have worked hardly in Java for 2-3 months only. So I don't know what is there in Java. Some print function might be there. So this all are inbuilt function. What it does, it gives it in the console. So as I told, console is there in this JSBin. Console I can directly do right click, and console I can see here also. So this is been printed here also. So that is there. Okay, so and one more thing I want to tell here first. This okay, what is this? Someone is. Oh, sorry. You should have told me this. Oh, I was seeing. Oh, sorry. These things always happen. Oh, I was not seeing. Okay. Okay. Sorry. So I was talking to myself or what? Okay. So this is known as JSBin. So I am working in JSBin. Okay. And again, let me take you through this. Okay. So I've talked. I think you have heard what I've talked. So this JSBin is there, and in this, as I was telling this. Okay. I think I will tell again. So this. JSBin is an online editor. JSBin is an online editor, and in it, what happens? You can code everything like this. There is like this HTML is there, CSS is there, JavaScript is there, console is there, output is there. You can see the output also. Everything you can see. And as I was telling, if you are if you don't have a laptop or something, you can come and code in there. All the things which Mosam has shown, you can go and write in the HTML, CSS. You can write it that, no worry. And there are similar to this, there are code editor for ReactJS code also. Whatever I'm telling, whatever I will tell tomorrow, you can go and check it out. You can go and check it out in that thing. Okay. So right now I don't want HTML, CSS. We are just learning JavaScript, and I'll open the console only. So we're going to see the console. Console is what, if you right click on any browser, this is the console. This is the console is there, and this is there. Okay. So like this is there. Oh yeah. So this is the console, and as I was talking that var is from the starting of the JavaScript, and we take camel case that I've already told, and this Nabendu. And if you are coming from a C++ Java background, instead of var you will take here string. You take a string because it's a string. Okay. And if you take an integer, then it's a number. Okay. If a number is there, then you take int you'll take. But in JavaScript, everything is var, let or const. Var is from the starting of JavaScript from 1995. Still there is that, because I'm using it now. But in 2015, two new things were introduced: let and const. Let and const were introduced in JavaScript. Why let and const were introduced in Java? Okay, thanks for things. Okay, why let and const were introduced in? I'm not very good in Java. Only worked for 3 months. Okay, so let and const were introduced because there are some issues in issues in var there is some issues. Okay, so that's why it is introduced. JavaScript, nothing can be removed, so everything can be added. So there is a ES6 which is known as modern JavaScript, which was released in 2015, and we are going to learn that. In that, this let and const were introduced. Let and const were introduced in that thing. Okay, so like that. Okay, so thanks Ishan for the Java code and all. So, and this console.log I have done, and this console.log will show it in the console. Okay, and it will be shown like this. Okay, and as Ishan showed that system.out.println we do in Java like that. I know C++ because I have done it 20 years back. So printf is there in C, and C out is there in C++. So those things are there. So every programming language have its console log thing, and in JavaScript we do it like this. Okay, one more thing I wanted to tell here, which I should tell, means what is this var actually? What is this actually? But when you create a variable, not only in Java, not only JavaScript, in any programming language, what it actually does? What is actually does? As I was telling that JavaScript or any programming language, you cannot see much. It is like happening somewhere. Where it is happening? It happens in the computer's memory. Computer's memory, by computer's memory, I need to say RAM of the computer. What is the RAM of the computer? All of us know what is the RAM of the computer. My computer have 8 GB RAM. My computer have 16 GB RAM. I have a gaming rig. It has got 32 GB RAM. So something like that. So everybody knows what is the RAM of the computer. The more RAM a computer have, more powerful it becomes. Okay, so that is there. I also used to have a gaming rig but for development, and I purchased this Mac, and it is a waste. Actually, it's very slow. You know me, so those are following me and get hanged a lot. And I will soon have switch back to Windows also. I'll keep this also. I'll switch back to Windows also. Okay, so that is there. And so what happens? And you might have heard that, okay, for programming at least 8 GB of RAM is required. Even if you're doing web development by default is very light. Why web development is very light? The VS Code, which Mosam has shown, VS Code is actually a very lightweight code editor. VS Code is very lightweight code editor because VS Code is originally coming from, there was something known as Visual Studio from Microsoft. It's a paid thing which is used to run those heavy languages like Java and all those things, Java and Eclipse. Those who are coming from Java background, they know that Java is very heavy language, especially when it comes to IDE, integrated development environment. There is something known as Eclipse, which runs Java, which is very heavy, which is very system intensive and all those things. And those who are coming from, those who do Android programming, they forget it. Means I know how much Android programming takes. Android programs, the Android Studio and all, they will means they take a gaming rig. They take a gaming rig to perform well in a Windows, and for Mac also it takes a lot of things. Okay, it takes a M1 with at least 16 GB of RAM. It takes. I have 8 GB of RAM with M1, and it doesn't do Android Studio very well. Okay, so that is like that, because I do React Native also. So for that I have to go to Android Studio and all. So there are some React Native videos also on the channel. We will have okay, this month it's the React Native week, the last week of the month. Okay, so we will have a lot of React Native this month. Okay, so that is there. And what are these variables does? So when we declare some variable like var first name, what happens in the computer RAM, in the RAM of the computer, there is a something, this is something in the electronics engineering territory. So RAM of the computer is divided into addresses. Some addresses are there, 8-bit addresses, something like that, and they are represented by they are also known as hardware address, or known as a MAC address. They're known as MAC address. So those MAC addresses are there. Those MAC addresses stores the data is as zeros and ones and all those things. So when we write some variable like this, what happens in the computer memory, the there wherever it finds the space, it will store this variable, and there will be a pointer to this first name. It will come to this, there will pointer will be stored to this first name, and then it will point to that. Okay, so this is how the variables are stored in the RAM of the computer. It is never stored in the hard disk of the computer, never. And it sometimes goes to the hard disk, and when it goes to the hard disk, means for temporary, there is something known as swap memory which has been used. Even my Mac is not that much it doesn't have that much RAM. So what happens, there is something known as swap memory. See, you are seeing this swap used 721 MB. This is what, this is actually the swap memory. A RAM type of system is made, and then it is working there like that, it is there. So that is done. So we have done this thing, and now let's move forward. And now there is some issue with your var. So let us understand that. And this is a very important interview question also. The issue with var. Okay, the issue with var. Okay. So what is the issue with var? Var is by default block level functional scope, and not a block scope like any other programming language. And let's solve this issue by becoming block level. So what is this block level, what is this functional level? Let us understand, because the interviewer, when an interviewer is going to ask what is the difference between var and let, the answer is that you are going to tell that var is a functional scope and let is a block. So then the interviewer will ask, okay, show me with an example. Let's see it with an example. So what happens if true, there is a if statement, which soon we are going to learn about the if statement. So there is if statement is there. So inside this, what will happen, inside this I will put a var num1, var num1 equal to 10. I'm going to put var num1 equal to 10. I'm going to put, and see, var num1 I'm taking a number, and here I am taking a string. So you can take anything that the compiler will decide. Then I'll do a console.log of inside if var plus num1. So this is how you show variables with a plus in JavaScript. Okay, plus, or else it goes to the next line. It's not a good thing. Okay, so console.log outside if var. So okay, if statement is something which will run if the condition is true. So we have forcibly made it true, so it will run every time. Generally we check some condition, if 10 is greater than 12, 12 is greater, a is greater than b, a is equal to b, something like that we check. But here what I have done, here I made it true, so it will always run, always run. So because what happens, the if statements, the for loops we're going to learn, switch statement, all of them create blocks. All of them create this block scope. Whenever you see this curly bracket in programming, not in here, this if for are same in every programming language. So whenever you see this curly bracket, what it does, it creates scope in any programming language, but not in JavaScript. See, inside if var is also running, outside if var is also running. Outside if var should not have run. Outside if var should have given us an error. It should not have run, because its scope should have been from here till here only. But in JavaScript, var is not a block scope, just like in Java or C or C++. No, it is not. It's a function scope. What is function scope? We're going to see soon. But before that, what we're going to see means this is a very big issue in JavaScript. And JavaScript people know this thing. So what happened in 2015, when they introduced ES6, they introduced a new variable called let. And one of the main features of let is that it's a block level block scope. And that is the reason it was released also. So if I do this, and if I do if let num2 equal to 20, and inside if let outside if let num2 inside if let and outside if let. I clear it, and let me do one thing. Let me comment it out for some time. I'll run it. Okay, sometimes it's a problem in this JSBin. Although it's a very good thing, I don't want to go away from it. It gives some error like this. Okay, so reference error num2 is not defined. It is giving me, and this is a very good error. It should have come. So what is happening? This let scope of the let num2. It is starting from here and ending here. Starting here and ending here only. So it is not outside. It is not possible. So this inside if let is coming and the okay outside if this let is not coming, and which is a good thing. So that is there. Now this is known as, so let is also having a block scope just like any other programming language, Java, C++. So now we finally got the block scoping in JavaScript. So that's why it is said you should always use let. Nowadays you should not use var anymore. So var is function scope. What is the function scope? So let us understand what is function scope. So I will do this, and then I will come here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function here. So this function var exp. What I did, function. So what are functions? If you come from any other programming language, you know what is a function. Functions are those small scopes in which we divide larger programs. See, larger programs nobody write like that. There is a 1,000 lines of code and it will be there. No, every time, even if you don't have the common generally this said that if you have common functionality, it put it inside a function. But even if you don't have common functionality, you don't write that much big code. Either you divide it in a functions or you divide it in classes, which is like the object-oriented programming language. So JavaScript is mainly a functional programming language, although it had classes. Now we are going to see it later on. So here we generally we divide everything in functions, small functions. So functions are like different than anything else. Okay, like if a statement all, you declare a function once, then you have to call that function to run it. So in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this var and ex1. I have to run it like this. Okay, you can run it from anywhere. So if I run it, so inside a var, outside a var is coming, because anyways it was coming, because this var scope is num1 scope is from it is not holding the scope. But if I do this thing, like after this function, if I have this outside function var, if I do num1 only I have done, and I'll clear it and run it. See, this one is giving me reference error, because var are functional scope. Functional scope means if I wrap it in a function, it will not go outside it. So what happens, this num2 scope is from here till here. Num1 scope is from here till here. The outside this one, it is not there. So it will give me an error. Okay, let us now quickly understand about const also. Const actually we're going to revisit when we're going to do ES6. ES6 we're going to do tomorrow. So because we don't have time today more, let me see, someone else is also saying something, because I missed that for 10 minutes. Okay, so okay, so this const num4, maybe num3 equal to 34, and then num3 equal to 39, and console.log of num3. Now actually it will give error here, so I will not call this thing. Okay, so assignment to a constant variable, error assignment to a constant variable. So if I do this here, let or var, it will run. Let or var, if I do, it will run. Even let it will run. Constant means constant. Literally constant means, okay, it is again giving me like this. Literally constant means you cannot reassign a variable in a constant. So that's what is known as constant. So that's the difference is there. We're going to see some more difference later on. So const is, we cannot take this like this. It will give us error. So like this it is there. So that is there. And now we are going to look into the next thing, which is like data types. So data types are very important. Okay, and on this, all these JSBins are actually saved, and today only I will give the link for that. So if I give you this link, you can open it in a browser and you can see whatever I have typed. It is all getting saved. Actually, in my account, it is all getting saved. So JSBin, again, JavaScript console I've done. Now we are going to learn about the data types in JavaScript. So data types are very important. Just like in any other programming language, we have data types in JavaScript also. So I will come here and do a data types, data types I'll do, and it will be like the string, number, boolean, null, undefined, symbol. So this is these are the 6 data types in JavaScript. Okay, out of this, the symbol thing is that we don't use. It is introduced in ES6. It is like array or something which is there, so we don't use this much, and we are not going to learn because nobody uses this it, and nobody even ask about it. So string, numbers, boolean, null, undefined, these are the things which we are going to look into it. Okay, so for that, so let us write something like const name equal to Nabendu, const age 29, const rating equal to 9.5. You see, everything I'm taking const. I can take a take let or var also. Everything I'm taking const. Const is developer. So you might have seen this thing that everything, I'm not giving anything like integer. In Java you would have given integers. Okay, one more thing is that JavaScript have got only one numeric format. Even if that there is a numeric format, we're going to see how to see the data type, which is number. In other programming language, we have int and float, double, a lot of things are there. Means generally this thing is the float, and this thing is the whole integer, int it is there. So this is like this. Okay, is developer is true, then const y equal to null and let z is there. Now I'll do a console.log of type of name type of age, rating, developer, and so I'm going to run it. And type of is operator which gives me the type of the thing. So name, it is a string, as I've told. Age and rating, both of them are number, no floating point numbers here. Okay, so that is like that. And is developer is a boolean. So as in other programming language, boolean is, as in with any other programming language, we have this boolean like true and false are there, two values are there. Then this we're going to see two things here. First thing is that this null and undefined, there are two data types. One of them is known as null, and one of them is known as undefined. So what are they? See, null and undefined, both of them means empty values. Both of them means empty values, and empty values means value is not present. But null is assigned by the user or the coder or the developer, and undefined is assigned by the system. Undefined is assigned by JavaScript, by the system, by the compiler. If you leave something as blank like this, it will be assigned undefined. And undefined and null both means empty values. Okay, a very good example for this is that so you go to a college or a school or anything. Still today in India, you have to fill a paper form, and then they will means in most of the colleges, maybe someone will be completely digitized, but you have to fill a form. You have to fill a form in which admission form I'm talking about. In that there is like first name, middle name, and last name. So not all people have middle name. So some people might be from some state in which middle name is compulsory, just like Maharashtra, because I was in Maharashtra for a long time, so I know the middle name is very much compulsory there. If you don't put the middle name, the doctor or the hospital will put the father's name as the middle name. So like that. So that is there. But a lot of states, the middle name is not possible, not required middle name, and a lot of people don't have a middle name. Just like my kid doesn't have a middle name. I have a middle name, but my middle name is Kumar. So, but my kid doesn't have a middle name, so, because I didn't like it. Okay, so what happened when I go to the school to fill his admission form? The form I will keep his name, first name, last name I'll keep, but a mid name. By the mid name, I have two options there. Either I will write any, not applicable. This is something I don't know whether you know it or not. If you in a form you can write any also. Any means not applicable. Any means not applicable, or I will leave it blank. So whether I leave it blank or I put any, the school clerk who is going to enter it in a computer, yeah, they work like that only. School clerk will enter it in a computer. She or he, what they will do, they are, even if I put a any, they are going to in the computer they're going to fill it a blank. Even if I put a blank, they're going to, in the computer they're going to fill a blank because it doesn't have, the mid name is not there, the mid name is not there, the empty value is there. So both of them means empty values, both of them means empty value. Either I, the coder, fill the value, or the system fill the value itself. So it is like that, both of them means empty values, only the difference is that. So this is like that. Okay, so that is there. Okay, and hi Balu. Okay, so if you're new here, please do like and subscribe. Okay, so that is there. And so there is one more thing which I want to say. If you have seen it closely, this thing, this right hand side, you might have seen that. Okay, so all the data types here are okay, fine, data types here are fine, but means name is string, this is number boolean, this, but type of null is object, type of z is undefined, which is okay, but type of why type of null is an object. Okay, why type of null is an object? Because it's a very big bug in JavaScript. Actually, JavaScript was created in 10 days. Someone actually corrected me. I earlier used to say that JavaScript was created in 3 days, but they corrected me. I don't know why. JavaScript was created in 10 days, and 10 days is actually very less for a programming language to create a programming language. So why JavaScript was created in 10 days only? JavaScript was created in 10 days because see, at the time is internet was just like an accident, it happened and all those things. So because there was something known as intranet, which the American spy agencies used to use, and then that converted into internet and all those things. So in the earlier part, they just used to communicate through FTP or something like that, through that. Then what happened, there was someone got the idea that okay, HTML and CSS was there earlier. From 1993 it was there. So in 1995 the first browser of the world was going to be released, which was not known as Netscape Navigator. You might have heard that name. Netscape was a browser there also. So Netscape Navigator was the first browser of the world, which is going to release in around 10 days time. So a person, brilliant person, so he got that idea. He got that idea. Okay, and that his name, I think Brian or something is there, his name. So you got that idea. Okay, so why not we add in this browser some languages, like some language, and that language will have all the functionality like the. So he thought that okay, the HTML CSS adds a lot of buttons and all those things which Mausom has shown that even I have shown the buttons. So why not have some functionality like I click on the button, it will do something. I will do so all those things. So he got that brilliant idea, but the problem is that he doesn't want to miss this opportunity that language was shipped with the browser and all. So he started working, and in 10 days he created a language out of scratch, out of thin air. So the people who create language, they are like a different sort of a developer. The people like me who use the languages are different sort of a developer. The people who develop the languages, they develop in higher programming language, like they have to learn some assembly level languages also, which we have learned in the school and all those things. So those are there. So that guy created alone in this 10 days, and that was a brilliant thing to do, because see, languages takes a lot of time to create. Apple nowadays, the Apple apps you created in Swift programming language, Apple took 4 years to create it. From 2010 to 2014, it took 4 years to create it. So in 10 days he released it. So it was a brilliant thing to do, and JavaScript becomes hit instantly. But the problem was that there was a lot of bugs in JavaScript, because he was not able to oversee those bugs. And this is a classical bug in which the type of null should have been null, but type of null is an object. Type of null is an object, and this is also actually considered a bug only, that he gave the var as a functional scope, but it is not a bug according to him, but according to the industry it's a bug. Okay, var should not never have been this functional scope. So that's why they rectified it in 2015. Okay, so that is it. But this bug they cannot rectify it, or else half of the internet will run. We'll see some of the oldest website in the internet are like Google, Yahoo, and all those things. And websites are like that. Google has got around I think around 4 to 5 billion line of code. So all the old codes are also there. Still today, people do a lot of things like this. They compare like type of x. They do like this: type of x double equal to, or triple equal to something which you are going to learn. Triple equal to like this. If I do object, to give me true. So sometimes some developer like the normal developers like me, they might have done some if statement like this, and they do this thing. Okay, so they do this thing. So that's why if they try to solve this bug, half of the internet will break down. So they cannot solve this bug. So that is it. So let us move forward now. Okay, so the next thing is like it is known as string concatenation. Or some of the features which okay, some of the features which are there, some of the features which are there. So if you don't understand JavaScript, then how can you become a front-end developer? You have to understand JavaScript, or else it is very difficult to become a front-end developer. You can become a HTML CSS developer with HTML CSS, and you can start in the industry. Like you will get, although you will get 15,000 rupees as a payment. So that is extreme payment of which HTML CSS developer can get. And with HTML CSS, if you are finding it difficult to understand JavaScript, then you do WordPress also. Okay, and you can become a HTML CSS developer, but you cannot be a front-end web app developer without JavaScript. Okay, without JavaScript you cannot be. Okay, so you have to learn JavaScript. Somewhere or the other you're not understanding from me, then understand from somewhere else. Understand from a lot of things where that buy some Udemy course and all. You might understand from somewhere if you go on the same thing, because see, at the end of the day, it's the main thing that you should understand the thing. Whether you, some people will understand from my teaching, some people will understand from some other person teaching. Udemy also, some very good courses are there, you might understand from their teaching. But you have to understand JavaScript. If you want to become a web app developer, you have to understand JavaScript. If you want to become just a website developer, yeah, a front-end developer or web app developer, who needs to understand JavaScript, because they need to work on React, which is a JavaScript library, and or else React, most of it will go over your head. Although React is much more easier than JavaScript, but you need all the JavaScript concepts. At least what I am teaching, this concept, with JavaScript sometimes is very difficult. Is easy to learn but very difficult to master. Okay, so and one thing I will tell, if you are finding this difficult, then try Java once. Just try, go and try Java once, and you'll know what difficulty means. Java and C++ have a concept known as class concept. They're OOPS, object oriented programming language, and that is one of the toughest thing to know on this. No, that is very tough topic. OOPS topic is very tough. We are going to do a bit of C++ here, and not C++ classes here also, but that concept is very difficult to understand in comparison to function, in comparison to Java and all JavaScript, which I'm telling, it is very easy. See, in Java, even the anything I can take like var, let, and constant, there you have to do it integer only. All those things, a lot of more things you have to learn. So that is there. Hope you understand. Means just learn. If you want to get some resources, I can give you some resources, some good resources maybe I can give you. So that is there. Okay, so now we're going to learn about string concatenation. String concatenation we're going to learn. What is this string concatenation? Const name age and string concatenation means we have seen that, okay, we can do a console.log and first name, last name, and full name. We can get this thing. Okay, string can get. But what if you want to get these variables also printed? So there are actually two ways to do that. One is this old way is there, old way is there, and that is console.log out my name is. Actually, I want to show these variables. So as I was told earlier also, we have seen how to see this variable. It's plus now. So plus I have to do. So I'll do this. My name is plus name plus, and I am plus age plus. So you have to do a lot of pluses. Okay, plus I want to type years, years, apostrophe s, years, but I cannot do it. Yes, I cannot do it. Okay, it will show like this, a lot of error, because I'm already using single quotes. To show this thing, what I'm going to do, I need to escape it. I need to escape this one, escaping it. Okay, because I'm already using single quotes. Years old I will do. Okay, so now let us see whether this will work or not. Okay, so then like this only. So I'll comment this out. So okay, it is showing me name is already defined. Age, it will go give me for age also actually. We're gonna define the same thing again. Okay, so now, so it is printing. My name is Nabendu and I am 39 years old. So that everything is okay, it is printing, but there is a lot of space issues is there. So when you write something like this, you get a lot of space issue because I didn't remember that I should put a space here, but I should remember, but I didn't remember here is space, here is. So I will rectify that mistake, and now I'll do it and it will run like this. So this is very difficult. You have to remember that. So there is a new way to do this thing, new way, and that is through ES6. Okay, ES6 meant it was introduced in 2015. So that way is like console.log of you'll get something known as tilde. That below the escape we have a this thing. You have to give this thing. So I do my name is dollar name. So whenever a variable comes here, what happened? I give it inside a dollar and the curly bracket, dollar and curly bracket name, and I am. I don't have a GoDaddy connection, and also I am not going to show that. And I specializes in creating a web app. In that you don't even know GoDaddy, you don't even require GoDaddy or something. So that I specializes in creating web apps like Facebook and WhatsApp and all those things. Okay, so GoDaddy things you can go it from the internet and see, and the WordPress and all, it's very easy. Or you even I don't know how to do it on GoDaddy because I have never built websites. I build web apps, and web apps it's a totally different process to do that. I have my websites and I do it in a web app way. I don't do it through GoDaddy and all. I take my Namecheap. I have my Namecheap account and all. So that is a different way. And because I'm here helping people to become a web app developer and not a website developer, and also that thing I cannot show. Sorry. And that you can find it on the internet and all. H. So So it is like this. My name is Nabendu, and I am. So it will do like this. So whenever the variable is coming, so it will be showing like this. Okay. So see the second one. The second one is coming like this. So here I am writing plain English. No plus stuff is there. No plus stuff is there. So what is happening? I know that spaces need to be there. Okay, and I am. Yes. Okay. Even I can take this YA are years old like this. It will not give me error. It will not give me error. It will not give me error. So this is how it works. This is how it will. So that is there. Now okay. So with this thing, with Hariva's thing, when you build web apps, so you host it in a different way. You do a lot of command line thing. So you do host the backend on Heroku. There is some service known as Heroku. The front end you host it through Firebase, or there is something known as Netlify. All those things. You don't host it on GoDaddy and all those things. GoDaddy and all, the problem is that it the when you create this web app, they require a Linux system to run. Linux system, not in this sense. Linux system is that that hosting provider should have a Linux system. GoDaddy and all are mainly were created for WordPress websites. So they run WordPress websites very well, normal static websites very well they run, but they cannot run those big web apps which requires Linux hosting and all. So those they cannot run. So for that we have a special process. If you go through some of, and that is something which I'm not even going to tell tomorrow, but that is something which is there in my channel. If you go through my React Firebase clone, or if you go through my Mern clones, okay, I have some Mern clones also, my WhatsApp clone or something, you're going to see that okay, how to host and how to use those things. Okay, that is there. Okay, So now we are going to look into this string methods. And so what are the string methods and all? So string methods are like everything like string. We have seen what is a string. So there are some string methods which are inbuilt into JavaScript. So this is string methods and inbuilt into JavaScript, and we are going to learn about some of the string methods. Although we are not going to tell every string method, because every string method you will require once you start working. So I don't want to teach more and what is required. So const str equal to, suppose I have this thing, str equal to hello Java script. I have this hello JavaScript, and then console.log. So there are a lot of functions are like this. Str.length is there, str.length is there, and if I run it, so 16 will be given. So what is the length is there? So this is the inbuilt function in JavaScript, str.length. It will calculate the length, even it will calculate this space, and it will give me that. Okay, then console.log str dot to uppercase. So like this, a lot of things are there in your Java and all are also there. Two uppercase. Two uppercase is actually there in almost every programming language. Two uppercase, two lowercase, two uppercase, two lowercase. All these things are there. So what they do, they means this will convert everything into uppercase. This will convert everything into lowercase. So like this are there. So then there is st. Okay. Now there is console.str dot sub string is there. Substring is there, and here I will have 0, 7 for substring, and read it and run it. So see what it is doing. Substring is doing, it will cut it, means substring, as it is telling it substring is there. So it will calculate like this. String and arrays, we are going to learn about arrays next. They start with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It will not show the 7 on 0 to 6 one, it will show. So this is how the substring works. And then there is another thing like if I do this and str dot includes Java. Str dot includes Java is there. So what does it will do? It will say, it will check in this string. If there is Java is there, if there is Java, it will give me true. So suppose if I do this like str dot includes COBOL, I'll do, and it will give me false because COBOL is not there. So this is how this string method works. If you want to know more of the string method, then you should search string methods mdn. Mdn is a documents which are actually much better than W3C documents. Okay, W3C document is much better, much more technical. So you can come here and see a lot of methods. You can see, don't see this deleted methods because they are not there anymore. So now it is there. So all these methods are there. You can see some of them, but you don't have to mug them up. Once you are going to do some coding, and this methods, some methods you are going to use it, so that will be required. So that is there. Now we are going to learn about arrays. Okay, arrays we are going to learn. So JSBin and arrays. If you're coming from some other programming language, you know those arrays are there in almost every programming language. They're very old. So arrays are what? Arrays are like continuous block of memory is there. So when you create a variable, only one memory space has been taken. Okay, and but when you create array, a continuous block of memory has been allocated to it, because it is like continuous, it have to give. So what is array like? Array const length equal to Java script Java C++ Golang and Kotlin and 5, true. 5 true. So what is happening here? So I have a lang array. I have a lang array, which is, and arrays are given by this square bracket. Arrays are given by this square bracket. I have this lang array with this square bracket. I have Java, script, Java, C++, Golang, Kotlin. But in any other programming language, I generally have a string array or a number array. But here I have a combination of array. In other programming language, is not possible. So here, what is there? I have a string like this. String is there. So this 4 5 strings are there, then we have a number, then we have boolean also. So this is only possible in JavaScript. Now as I've told, in JavaScript or any programming language, what happens when you declare an array, a continuous block of addresses from the RAM of the computer is taken and they have been added there continuously. So it is having like this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So 7 elements are there. In what will happen in the computer, the MAC addresses are also like numbered, something like that. So suppose it got a chunk like 56, so whenever it will get the continuous chunks. So computer addresses are also like computer memory is also a lot of fragmented. I think in Windows there is a tool also for defragmentation. It does. So what happens, it takes some memory space, then it delete it, then that space remains there. So that is like that. That is known as defragmentation in Windows. That we need to do to speed up Windows. I think most of you have done that. We used to do that a lot, like defragmentation. So what is there means this 7 8 blocks will be continuously put there in the memory, and it will be there after that. Like 56 is there, so 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 will be there, and it will be there. And how do I show this array? Like console.log of lang I'll do, and it is how I show it. So this lang will be shown like this. Okay, then if I want to see one single element, how do I see a single element? So that I see like console.log of lang 2. Lang 2 I have done. So what is this lang 2 I have done? So this is like 0 1 2. Arrays start with 0. So 0 1 2. Like string also start with 0. So if I do this thing, see this thing, C++ is coming 0 1 2 like this. Okay, so if you now we are going to see how do we add data. How do we add the data here? How do we add data in this? So I want to add some data maybe on some place. So how I am going to do this? I'm going to do this lang d equal to c. I'm going to do then lang. There, run it. So the 0 here 0 1 2 3 Golang will be changed with the C, and actually it is not a good thing to do. What happens in most of the programming languages, in JavaScript also, you either add some new element at the end or you add some new element at the start. You only do these two things, okay? New element at the end, new element at the start. So how to do that thing? So let us come here and do a first we'll learn how to remove some element from the end. So there are 4 methods for that. We'll learn for how to remove it. So I do a lang dot pop. I'm going to do lang dot pop. I'm going to do. So pop, what it does, it removes element from the end. So because I want to remove this true and fact, they seem like a bit different. So I will remove that thing. Okay, Control C, Control V, and this like this I'm going to do, and then I'm going to clear it and run it and see. Okay, so it is not showing the updated thing. So see, it will be removed. 5 and 2 are removed. 5 and 2 are removed here. So now we'll learn how to push some element in an array. So let us push some element in an array. So I'll do lang dot push at the end. Push at the end. Okay. Pascal. I'll do this, and I can push at the start also. So this is like push means put some element at the start. So on shift, and I put the flutter. I put the flutter, and I'll do the again like this, clear it, run it. So see what happened. Flutter was added at the starting and Pascal was added at the end with the push. So this is how it is. So there is one more thing which is known as the shift. Okay, I want to remove something from the start. So how to remove something from the start? and remove something from the start with lang dot shift shift and just shift, just it is like pop, it will work like pop. It will remove the data from the start. Again, it is not showing updated thing. So I'll clear it, run it, and see Flutter is removed from the starting. Flutter is removed from the starting. So this is there. So array also have some array methods, just like the string. We have seen some string methods. Array also have some array methods. So let us see the array methods here now. Okay, array methods we will see, and so these are like array methods to push and pop. Besides this, also array is actually a very important thing. Array have actually the most number of methods are there in array only. In programming, JavaScript programming, you're going to use a lot of array methods. Okay, now console.log of array dot is array and lang. So what does this do actually? What does this do? Array dot is array lang. So is array actually searches whether actually checks whether the thing which I'm passing is it is an array or not. So if I do this thing, it will give me true. It will give me true. Okay, it is a array. It is an array. So if I pass something like maybe I passed a string like this JavaScript. Now it will give me false. It will give me false. So that is there. Now similar to this, we have this includes here. We have this includes here also in array also. We have this includes. So I'll come here and do a includes, and maybe this will be like lang dot includes Java and COBOL. I'll do so. Java is coming true. There is no COBOL here, so COBOL is coming as false. COBOL is coming as false. So that is there. This is about arrays. So now we are going to learn about another important concept in JavaScript, which is known as objects. Objects are there in other programming languages also, but this is like that. This thing is there. Okay. So objects are very important in JavaScript. So we'll write like this: objects const person equal to first name and so what are these objects? Objects are let me write it first. What are these objects? Objects are actually collection of key value pair. So they are different than arrays, and arrays are like continuous elements are there, but objects are the collection of key value pair. So key is what? Key is this first name and value is this thing. And there is one rule here: key should always be a string. Key should always be a string, and this can be anything. Key is a string, but we are not putting the string like string quotes. We are not putting, but it is because it is not mandatory here. Although we can put it, it will not give me error, but it is not mandatory, so we are not putting it. And see this. The other thing is that this is a string, so string is coming. This I can pass a number also. I can pass some boolean also. I can pass some boolean also. I can pass a number. I can pass a boolean also here in the value part. In value part, I can do anything. So now I'll do a console.log of person. I'll do show me like this. Okay, it will show me like this. And one thing, okay, this object is actually a bug in JSBin, not a bug in JavaScript, but a bug in JSBin. If you see in this console here, you'll see that okay, this thing, it is shown like this. So this is how it is shown. Object is actually, so that is there. And now we'll see that this bug is there, so it is okay. This bug is there, it is okay. So now what is there? See, one more thing is that, see, this object is coming in alphabetical order. So age is coming first, then first name, then the is developer, then the last name. So it is coming in alphabetical order. So it is not required it to come in the order in which you give, because in array the order doesn't in objects the order doesn't matter, because it is how do we access this object. That is very much important. How to access this object? So if I do is console this person dot first name, person dot first name. Okay, let me do it here. Person dot first name I'll do, and so this is how I do. This is one of the way to do it, and there is another way to do it, and that way is like person, and this I'll take the last name. So first method is known as your dot notation, and the second method is known as the bracket notation. Both of them will give me the value. At the end of the most important thing is to get the value. In array, we get the value by this thing, this way, this notation. This is how we get the value for array, and this is also very important because when you store the value, you need to get the value. Store the value, get the value. So we get the value with this dot notation, dot first name, and this last name. This is the bracket notation. But 99% of the time we are going to use this notation only, which is known as a dot notation in an object. Why this bracket notation is there? For a reason. Actually, there is another type of an object known as JSON object, which are very popular in internet to pass data around. So JSON objects, like you see, like we have something like JSON placeholder post, and maybe I'll do one. Okay, so this is how the API endpoints are. The API endpoints is something which you're going to learn tomorrow. So this is also an object. You can see this is an object, and here everything in the left hand side, which is an string, it is in double quotes, and wherever there is a string here, there is also in the double quotes. Okay, so that is like here. So JSON objects are quite similar to JavaScript object, but full form is also JavaScript object notation, but it is a bit different. It has got something very strict. If you don't do it like this, you will get an error. But here it is not necessary to give a quotes, and there it is necessary to give a double quotes also. Not a single quote, you have to give a double quotes. Here it is not necessary. But if the last name, suppose I want to I want to have a space between the last name, and I will give a single quotes here. Single quotes here. So, and I'm not teaching Java, I'm teaching JavaScript. Okay, and the thing is that I also don't know with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I also don't know how to host a website. Okay, because that hosting is a part of there is two ways. Okay, HTML, CSS, you host a website like a static website through GoDaddy and all. Okay, and if you include JavaScript in it, if you include React in it, you don't host a website like that. You don't host a website like that. There are something, if you want, if I get time, I can show. But again, hosting requires money, and I'm not going to spend money right now. Means hosting requires money, and I don't know how to host it on GoDaddy and all. So it is like asking someone that, okay, you are a computer, computer, can you fix my computer? It is asking someone like that. Okay, so that is like that. You don't host it through. I might go to, means if you go, okay, I will tell you where to see that thing. If you go to my site, okay, my site, you go here, your channel, you go to this thing, okay, sure. You go to my this clone. You go to this any one of my clone. If you go, most of them I have hosted this website, and where it is hosted, there is something known as Netlify. Search about this thing. What is this Netlify? You host it like this in Netlify. There is something like Firebase. You host it in that firebase.google.com, and they don't cost a penny like in your. Although you have to purchase your website. GoDaddy and all, you have to purchase it. I don't purchase all those things. I don't purchase hosting solutions and all. I host it for free in those things. I host it for free. Okay, that's that. I have a lot of websites in this. So this Go console and all this thing. I have a lot of websites in here. Okay, so like this, they are hosted on the internet only. And tomorrow we are going to do React. And React, maybe, okay, so something I might have hosted recently. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to do React, and React websites. How we host that I know, but I don't know how to host a HTML CSS website, because that is not my domain actually. HTML CSS websites, how to host them on GoDaddy and all. And the thing is that I will tell you one thing: nobody do HTML CSS websites. Everybody means the normal websites which are there. If you have attended the earlier part of my means at 9 a.m. if I've attended, you might have heard me saying that the normal websites, they are made with a thing known as a WordPress. WordPress they are made. Nobody creates them with HTML and CSS. Everybody creates them with WordPress and all those things. So those are actually done with GoDaddy and all. So that is very low level work. Actually, I don't do that thing. Okay, so that is something you can actually, if you want, you can search on the internet how to host a website and all those things. You can find it there. Okay, so that is like that. Okay, hope it answer your question. If you want, you can go through means any one of my these videos and you can see how to host the website in React.js. It means you will get a link for that. Okay, you will get a link all of this website. Okay, so this is my specialty if you want to know, because this is what I teach people, how to build this Tinder clone, WhatsApp clone, all these things, because that is what will give you a very high paying job, not this HTML, simple HTML CSS and simple HTML and CSS. You need to add JavaScript to it. So someone was telling that JavaScript is very difficult. JavaScript is very difficult for a reason, for that reason only. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so that's why JavaScript developer pay that much. And I know a lot of HTML CSS developer also come to me to learn JavaScript and React.js and all. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so that is there. And so person and this last name, what I was telling here. So this space is there in the last name. So how do I do it like this? Last name, like I'll give a space here, clear it and run it. Now it will run. It will not give me error. But I last name I cannot show here. Last name I cannot show it because it will give me an error, because there is some space and something here. So if you have some space or something, you have to have this sunken way. Okay, so that is like this. So objects is also done. So now the next thing, object doesn't have many methods and all. So the next thing which we are going to do is we are going to learn about loops. We're going to learn about loops. So what are these loops? So loops are there from the beginning of when the programming language are there, from the COBOL time. The loops are there from the COBOL time. They are there. COBOL was the first programming language and all those things there from the 1960s. They were there. Okay, I don't remember it's the first programming language or not, but it's a very old programming language. So these loops are something like, suppose I want to write something like console.log, and I want to write something like loop number 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I want to run something like this. I want to write 10 statement like this. So I could write it like 10 statement like this. Suppose I want to write 1,000 statement like this. I cannot write 1,000 statement like this. So that is a repetition. So when some repetition thing is there, we use loops for that. And through loops, in a single statement, we can write this thing like this. Loop number we're going to write. We're going to write this in a single statement. So the most common loop is the for loop. So I'll do a for and let I equal to 0. Understand how this is there. For let I equal to 0, and okay, I is less than equal to 10 and I plus plus, and then log loop for let I equal to 0, I is less than equal to 10, I plus plus, and loop number I'm doing, and I will run it. So see, 1 to 10 will come. So how does this 1 to 10 come? So let us understand that. How does this 1 to 10 have come? So if I come here like this, it for loop runs in a way. So how it runs, we'll understand. So let I equal to 0 is there. So the initial value of I is 0 will be taken. Then I is less than equal to 10 will be run. Okay, so for loop runs in a different way. I'm going to tell because it's a bit very, it's a very different, and for loop have not changed in like 80 years. It has not changed. For the past 80 years, the for loop are like this only, and this is also known as traditional for loop because it runs in this way only. So for let I equal to 0, initial value of I will be taken at it's complete. I will complete it around 5:30. Complete it around 5:30 because we have done a lot. We'll complete it around 5:30. Maybe whatever is remaining we'll do anyways. I think this JavaScript will also be remaining, so a bit. And JavaScript, actually this is basic JavaScript. After that DOM is there and a lot of other things are there. So JavaScript, maybe tomorrow half of the day JavaScript, then half of the day React will be there. So, and I will be teaching that both of these things. So for let I equal to 0 is there. So for loop, what happens in for loop, the first iteration, when the first time it runs in a different way, then from the next time it runs in a different way. First time it will run let I equal to 0, a variable I 0 will be done, then 0 will be less than equal to 10, then it will check whether 0 is less than equal to 10, then it will actually come down, and it will come down and it will print this loop number 0 it will print. Then the next time when it goes up, it will go up from the right hand side. It will go up from the right hand side, which is like I plus plus it will do. I plus plus is a shortcut of I equal to I plus 1. I equal to I plus 1 it will do. So I will become 1. I'll become 1. Then it will check whether 1 is less than equal to 10. 1 is less than equal to 10. Yes, 1 is less than equal to 10. That's 10. So it will go down again and it will print the 1. Then from next time onwards also it will come from the right hand side only. So I plus plus I equal to 2. 2 is less than equal to 10. Yeah, it is 2. It will come down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 10 is less than equal to 10. 10 is not less than 10, but 10 is equal to 10. So that is also true. So it will come down and print the 10. But then it will make I equal to 11. I equal to 11 it will make. And then what will happen? 11 is less than equal to 10. No, it is not true. So it will break out of the loop and it will not print it. It will not print the 11. It will break out of the loop. This is how you break out of the loop. So this is how the for loop works. Okay, for loop works like this. Okay, and maybe the okay. So then I'll do one thing. So market third attendance here. So because we are going to end soon, and whatever is remaining we are going to do tomorrow. So that is there, and so this for loop is there. So now we will learn about the there is a while loop is there. So for loop you might be seeing that okay, it is a bit tough and all, but while loop is there. But then also we use for loop and we never use a while loop. There is a reason for that. Okay, so for loop. Now we are going to see the okay while loop. While loop is much more easier to understand, but we don't use it for a reason. So while loop, what happens? I'm going to change this for loop to a while loop. So first thing is that let I equal to 0 is there. Let I equal to 0, I'll put it like this. Then I'll do while I is less than equal to 10. I'll do. Then I'll do this console.log. Then I'll do I plus plus. So in a way, I have done actually. I've converted this while loop in a for loop. Everything is there, and this is much more easier to understand because any programming language runs on top to down. It never goes back until there is a function call or something. It will never go back and go to the top. Okay, it will never go to the top. So what is there here? So first time is let I equal to 0 is there. So I equal to 0 will be variable I equal to 0 will be then it will come down and then it will never go up. So I don't have to teach you all those things that okay, first time it will go like this, next time it will go from the right hand side, all those things. It is not there. So I equal to 0 is done, then 0 is less than equal to 10 will be done, then console.log loop of it will do 0, then I plus plus will be done, it will be 1 2 3, same thing will run until 10, it will run, then 10 will be there, then it will come to like that 11 and it will come out. Okay, so that is there. While loop is much more easier to understand, but we never use a while loop. Why don't we use a while loop? Why don't we use a while loop? Someone asked something. Okay, okay, so I'll do while loop. Okay, so in the while loop, we never use a while loop for a reason. See, this I plus plus is there. Okay, this I plus plus is there. Generally in programming, what happens, the code is not like this 2 lines, code is like 20-30 lines are there. Okay, so in while loop, what used to happen a lot, people used to actually forget to put this I plus plus because it is not a part of the syntax. It is not a part of the syntax. What is a part of the syntax? For loop, it is a part of the syntax. So for loop, you start using for loop, it will be in your, it will hard coded in your brain, and you know that in the syntax this I plus plus is there, or else it will give an error, as simple as that. But for loop, it is not a part of the syntax. It is the last statement generally, and people used to forget this thing, last statement. So what used to happen, if I clear it and if I run it, okay, it is not showing this. Okay, let me fetch it. So okay, so what is happening, this has gone into an infinite loop. If you see my right hand side, this is like slightly moving like this is shaking, it is shaking, and this is also running. It is shaking because actually it is printing 0 at a very fast pace. I will clear it, or it will hang my browser. Actually, it hanged my browser, I think. Already it hanged my browser. It hanged my browser. Okay, so this is a very difficult thing to now get back. So it hanged my browser. See, it hanged my browser. What it did actually, so let us see how it hanged my browser. So it came here, I equal to 0, I is less than 10, 0 is less than equal to 10. It printed it 0. Then it never incremented at 0. It never incremented at 0. So every time it is checking 0 is less than equal to 10, 0 is less than equal to 10, it is printing. And soon the memory have a finite, okay, so thank God it is not hanged. So memory has got a finite space. So if it get over, it will get hanged. So this is what is known as infinite loop. If this kind of issue it will do, it will break your web app or website or anything your work. So that's one of the reason people don't use the while loop. If you use the while loop, you should remember this thing. Okay, this you have to remember that you have to put the I plus plus or anything plus plus what you are doing. You have to increment it. So it doesn't goes into the infinite loop. Okay, so now we are going to look into another kind of loop. Again, this loop we don't use that much, which is known as a do while loop. Do while loop is known as do while, and it is a special case of a while loop. And why it is a special case, we're going to see now. Okay. So the same thing actually, I'll do it and I'll crash it, and then I'll do this, I will do, and then I'll cut it, and I'll do a do, I'll do while, and like this I'll do. Now if I run it, so it will show me the same thing. The do while is also showing me the same thing, but do while runs in a different way than the while loop. That we have to understand how different way it runs. So the different way in which it runs is like, see, I equal to 0 is there first, then this do is there. I'm not checking any condition here. I'm not checking any condition in the do part. I'm not checking any condition in the do part. Okay, so it will run for the first time and the loop number 0 has been done. Then I plus plus, I equal to 10, I equal to 1, 1 is less than 10. The same thing it will run for the 10 times, 11th time it will not run. But the thing is that it is not checking the condition for the first time. So we can do something like I plus equal to 10, I plus equal to maybe 11. So what is I plus equal to 11? I plus equal to 11 is actually is again a shortcut. It means I equal to I plus 11. So what is doing, the first time only the condition is false. So what it will do, it is printing the loop number 0. Loop number 0 it is printing, means it is printing at least one time it is printing. At least one time it is printing, because first time it is not checking any condition. So it is 0, it is printing. Second time the condition is false. So if I use do while or for in this place, it will not print that thing. But in this some special cases, what we require at least one time it should run. Then it fails and all, it doesn't matter, at least one time it is done. That in these cases we use the do while loop. Okay, so do while loop we use in this case. Okay, so now the other thing is that we are going to see how to iterate over an array of objects. What is an array of object? what is an array of object exactly. So let me open another, and all these JSBins I will give in the today's description only. I will give, okay, not like this. Okay, so what is this array of object actually? Array of object is actually the most preferred way for data to transfer in an internet. Like, we are going to learn more about it tomorrow. We actually build the backend engineer, they form something known as the API endpoint. They create something like API endpoint. We never, the front end engineers, we never interact directly with the database. Every data, if it is a permanent data, it is stored in a database. So the backend engineer creates something known as API in programming language like as Node.js, Java, .NET, C#.NET, or Golang, something like that. They create the backend, and they give us something known as a API endpoint. One API endpoint we have just seen, that JSON placeholder API endpoint, like this post endpoint we have already seen. So this is not a website, this is an API endpoint. This is getting all this data from a database, and this is something which the backend engineer gives to the front end engineer, and then they have to loop through it, and then they have to store the data. And if you see here closely, it is an array of object. Array is there, and inside this, these objects are there. And we are going to tomorrow learn about how to hit this API endpoint. That because a front-end engineer, the main thing of a front-end engineer, the main work of front-end engineer is to hit this API endpoint like this and get the data. That is the 90% work of a front-end engineer actually, and then that will represent it in a cool way with HTML and CSS. So in React also they have to do that thing. In vanilla JavaScript projects also they have to do like this only. So if you can see, this is like an array of object. This is the most preferred way for data to move in the internet. Array of object. You see this thing. Even the Amazon.com, the data comes like that. So Amazon.com API endpoint, I cannot see. It's the biggest website in the world. One of the, so there is a fake API store is there. Okay, that I can see. Like all these API endpoints you get on the internet, so that you don't have to create your own. As a front-end engineer, you can work on this. So they have this products thing. So this product thing is actually similar to the whatever the Amazon endpoint will serve the data. But Amazon endpoints, you generally see 3-4 more images. The image data also comes from the backend. Image is hosted somewhere, and that data also comes from the backend. So like this is there. So how to iterate over this? The first thing which you have to learn, how to iterate over it. So I will iterate over this one, that is a bit bigger. So if I do this, how I will do. First thing is to learn how to iterate over this thing. Okay, so array of object const equal to like this. It is there. It's a very big data. I will reduce it a bit. And user ID we don't need, so I'll remove. See, it's a like a JSON placeholder, but it's okay. It is like this. It will show. And this is the last topic for today, and then we're going to break for today. And the rest of the things we're going to do it tomorrow, including React. Including React, we are going to do it tomorrow. Okay. So like this, the data is there. Now, okay, it is giving me error because I have to and this. So this is an array of object. Means the an array is there. Inside this, each of the item is an object. Each of the item is an object. Each of the item is an object. So now how to loop through it? The main thing is that how to loop through it. So there are 3 ways to loop through it. Okay, one is a traditional for loop. All of those are things are for loop. The traditional for loop is like for let I equal to, we just seen a for loop. Let I equal to 0. I is less than post dot length. We've seen that what does this length do, and G H and I plus plus and console dot log post I dot maybe title I'll do, maybe title I'll do, and if I run it, I'll get all the title. So how does it run? So post I equal to 0, post dot length is actually 3 because there are 3 items in the array, 1, 2, 3. So post dot length is 3. I plus plus. So first time, when the first time iteration will come, post 0 will be shown. Okay, let me show one thing. Post 0 will be, if I do this thing post 0, so it will show me this object. It will show me this object. Each of the object it will show. Okay, each of the object it will show. So post 0 is like this, but I want to show the title only. So I'll come here and do a cozy, and the title I'll show, clear it and run it. So the title will show. Anything I can show, like this title I can show, I can body, I can show, ID I can show. So like this, maybe the next things I'll show in the next thing. This is one thing. So this is the normal way, like the traditional for loop to show. There are some other loop also. Traditional for loop is very good, but it is a bit way many things you have to write. Sometimes you can do some error. So all programming language have their own implementation of for loop. Okay, implementation of for loop. So like this, let me write traditional for loop. Then we have like a loop which is in JavaScript only, which is known as for of loop. So in that, what happened, for let I will make a post of post signing. What is this post? Post, instead of post I could have taken I also, item also, anything. So now what will be this post? This post will be each one of the object. This post will be each one of these object. Okay, yeah, Masonry had given the WhatsApp. Whoever wants to connect us through WhatsApp, we have a lot of WhatsApp group. So if you're not on any of the WhatsApp group, please do connect on that WhatsApp group, and please send it to your friends also, and connect to the WhatsApp group. We send all the updates because we do a lot of streaming. Lot means a lot of streaming. Nobody on YouTube does that much live streaming, but which we do. Okay, so we are unique in this case. You can see the quantity of live stream which we are doing right now. It's like crazy. So like console.log here, it is like, so when I do this post, I get access to each of the objects. So post and post dot, maybe I'll do the body. And one thing, as I'm telling you, this post, instead of this post I can write item also. So this is like this. Maybe I will, okay, I'll like this, I'll run it. Okay, it is not showing. Again, it is doing the same thing. Okay, so this, see these three things, the body is coming. Maybe I will comment this out and clear it. The body has been shown. See this screen sign and all those things. The body has been shown like this. Body have this control, and it will be going the different thing. So this is the another way. For of loop is another way is to do this. But the most important way is there is a method known as ForEach, which we are going to learn in ES6 also. But I want to teach it right now because it is very important. Because we might use it later on. So for each, it is a ES6 method. It's a ES6 method, and it is used because of that. And for each is very powerful. Like we can do all these things in one line. So I will use a post dot for each, and I can take anything. I can take post again. I will take item now. Item, and it has got something like this is known as an arrow function, which we are going to learn tomorrow. Means today I would have told you, but we are going to learn it tomorrow. This is also part of this basic JavaScript. It's a special type of function. Just now you remember that it's a special type of function. So inside is the function will be done. That will be the first thing which you're going to, second thing which you're going to learn tomorrow. Okay, console.log of item. I'll do item dot, maybe I'll do the ID, to do the item dot ID because I want to show the ID. Let's clear it and run it. So this 1 2 3, this ID is showing. So this is how and we're going to work with this. This is the most modern way to do for loop in an array. It works only in array. So this is there. So we are done here, and we're done here. We are done a long day. So I hope you all have liked this long day. Means it is like it started at 9. It is like 5:30. It is like 5:30. So more than I think 8 hours we have done. Tomorrow also till we completed, we are going to run. So tomorrow also be ready. Means it might extend till 5:30. So I try to complete it early. Means it doesn't. I don't know. Means it generally take 8 hours to complete the JavaScript, but we have completed a bit of JavaScript. Okay, bit of JavaScript. We have it takes 4 hours to complete JavaScript and 4 hours to complete React. Okay, exactly. Actually 5 hours, but I can complete it in 4 hours, and I will cover everything. So, but we have already done a major part of JavaScript like that. So we might take a bit less time. We might complete by 4 p.m. also, but can extend till 5 p.m. But I'll try to complete by 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. something like that. Okay. So yeah, so this you join this Anirudh Kumar, you join this WhatsApp group. So this WhatsApp group will have me also as an admin, and your Mosam also as an admin. So then you'll see 3 admins where will be there in this WhatsApp group. So one of my community manager, Abdul, my another teacher Mosam, and me. So join this WhatsApp group and then connect with me. Or anyways, you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. See, I'm very active on LinkedIn because, as you all know, means I'm very big on LinkedIn. So I'm very active on LinkedIn. So you can ping me anywhere. Means this number I cannot paste it like here, and you can connect on WhatsApp group or LinkedIn. And my paid course, actually they are it is getting started. It is getting okay. So if someone want to know about that also, I can give the syllabus and also. And it is getting started from 16 this Monday. It is getting, and there will be 2 batches in that. One is the 8 a.m. batch and one is the 10 p.m. batch. Maybe we'll start 15 minutes early, so 9:40. So that will be there. So those both of those things you can check out more about this course here also. So more about the course. So this is more about the course. You can check it out here. All of you can check it out here. It is there. You can check it out. Okay, that is there, and it is starting from Monday, coming Monday. We generally have this 2-month batches, and this is the actually we are going to change it a bit, and the pricing model and all those things are also going to. This is the last time we are going to do it for so cheap, because if you find out somewhere like the full stack development course, nobody teaches less than 40-50K. Nobody teaches less than that. This is the last time we're doing like this for such a cheap place. And we give the job assurance also, not like the job guarantee. Out of the 30 people who have done my this, still 4 people have not got a job. 26 people have got jobs. Those 4 people have not got jobs because they have not done the assignment. Once you do the assignment, I put you in front of people and all those, and those 4 people will also get the job because I'm after them with a stick, and they are going to do it. If they don't got it, they get a stick or they get kicked out, and they will not block my number, something like that. But they have to complete the assignment, then only they will get a job. As simple as that. So that is there. We give a lot of assignments. That is the only way to become there, because we don't want to make our name bad in the, because I'm in contact with almost a lot of industry, a lot of people in the industry. CEOs contact me all the time and all that. Even I have places for ReactJS work in my own company also. Okay, so that is like that. So with this, I'll end today's stream. We'll meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. again, and we're going to complete this course, JavaScript, ReactJS, everything, which is required for you to become a web developer. After that, you do a lot of projects for my channel. Okay, there will be a whoever have filled that form, they are going to get the participation form. But there is something known as completion form also, and the people who get completion form, you might have get that. You'll get special access to me, like 1-to-1 with me, and you will get special access to a special WhatsApp group also, where I can hear you and fix your issues, and all those things are there. So for that, you have to work. You have to complete some projects which we are going to give you. That is like an assignment which you have to complete. Okay. So for that, those, if you want a completion certificate, or else you'll get only a participation certificate that you have participated in this 2 days boot camp. And if you want a completion certificate that you have completed some projects also, you need to do that we are going to give tomorrow. Okay. So that is there. And with this it depends upon you. If you do my paid course, you get a lot of other things also. Means you get assurance for a job. The main thing is that you get an assurance for a job. You get more mentorship. That is on Zoom and YouTube are a bit different. If you don't understand, you're just chatting with me. Zoom, you can just in a mid of a session, you can keep your hands up and like this, and you can directly talk with me. So that is a bit different, and the mentorship is on the next level. In our paid course, the mentorship is on the next level. Okay, so that is like that. And it depend upon you. If you are motivated enough, you can do it on your own. I know people who are not motivated enough, and I give them my YouTube list and all. They're not able to do that thing. Something or the other comes in life. Life comes over, take over, and all those things are there. So with this, if you're motivated enough, you can do it from our YouTube channel also. But you are not motivated, you want a mentorship, which in India almost everybody knows, because whatever you see in some coaching institute or even the IIT, if you go for IIT or anything, you find it on the internet also. But the knowledge is scattered, and uh, you want mentorship. Okay, so that is there. And with this, I will end this stream. We'll meet tomorrow at 9 a.m.